Ingress 4.02. Better odds of killing a horned lord than finding a southern name on the farewell stones. Like Annie's saying. Before any of us could think, let alone speak, the horned lord reached out with one of its claws and struck 3 times against one of the red crystal trees growing throughout the cave. Fast. 2 giant red orbs started to cloud over. Long was the shadow of time before at last the lay of the bet was revealed. The giant rat started to sing. It wasn't singing in words, so much as it was imparting meaning into creation itself. The understanding just slipped insidiously inside my head. I knew the words that I was hearing were not what it was saying, so much as what it wanted me to know. The meaning was conveyed rapidly, far faster than if it was actually speaking with sound. Its eyes cleared up once more. A high-pitched keening noise reverberated, and the rhythm of footfalls echoing throughout the cave changed as it did so. It became more ominous. It was as if I could almost feel a dark monster breathing down my neck. I felt a thread of narrative try to tie itself around all 3 of us as the note rang out. I severed it aggressively. That did not prevent the gale force wind that came hurtling towards us from somewhere within the densely packed forest of rocks. I reached out and stilled it. Part of a tree near us vanished as I did so, and the remains toppled at our feet. Stay out of its reach, kids, try to keep it restrained from a distance. Lawrence dashed forward as she shouted our way. Yvette started chanting under her breath. I grabbed her, myself, and our horse in a bubble with a flat floor for us to stand on and floated us up into the air. Sisyphus glared at me balefully. Tough. The ground was dangerous, and none of us except Lawrence had any reason to engage this beast in a close combat fight. Lawrence ducked beneath a crystal tree, then swung her blade and cut through another. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything I could do to assist her directly. I couldn't layer her in a shield or teleport her out of harm's way. Her own nature was antithetical to my own, and immediately broke whatever I tried to do to her. I was limited to helping Yvette, and attacking the ratling. Hunger wagered that by returning from many to one, the curse would nullify. The mountain of fur continued. The giant rat stiffened, then ran its claws along 3 more crystals and took 2 steps backwards. 50 feet traveled in under a heartbeat. The wail of a banshee echoed throughout the cave. The early onset of a headache hit me, and I aggressively stilled the air once more. I reached towards the giant rat. I was making the attempt to directly snuff its life out. It was unlikely to work. The hunger within the smaller ratlings fought back viciously, and this ratling was far larger. I'd be regretting not trying it later on if it could have worked, and I didn't make the attempt. It didn't work, but that wasn't unexpected. What was unexpected was the reason for why. It wasn't just the hungering presence I felt fighting back against me. It was as if there was a larger presence elsewhere connected to it. The malevolent force wasn't willing to release this beast. I doubted it would release the Horned Lord unless existentially threatened. Tentatively, I considered what would happen if I tried forcing it with my grace. 1 phantom, no, not enough. The hunger would just force more of itself into the beast in order to fight back. 2, same answer. 3, 4. I ran through the numbers and had gone all the way up to 7 before I reached a conclusion. I wasn't so sure. And that was a problem. Lawrence sliced horizontally through the air and then started running on the piece that she had carved out. The distance between her and her foe was swallowed in moments. Her blade came down, the beast tilted slightly to one side, her blade struck the ground instead. I focused and vaporized one of the crystals, creating an illusion directly in front of the creature's eyes and ears. It would have been better if I could influence its senses directly, but the ravenous presence fought back against it. I was buying time while I considered whether I was willing to take the risk of sacrificing some of my specters. A massive paw swung ponderously towards Lawrence. She ducked underneath. The giant rat took 2 steps back. Yvette's muttering petered out and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It struck where the Horned Lord had stood only moments before. Small chunks of rock flew from the bolt's point of collision. The beast struck another note on one of his trees. The chunks changed course. A few of them landed before the saint. Lawrence tripped and rolled. A paw descended to the position the saint would occupy. Once more, I felt the callings of a song tug at my senses. Frowning, I severed them and vanished another crystal tree. A barrier of light materialized between Lawrence and the Horned Lord. Its paw passed straight through it, slowing for no more than a heartbeat. I could feel the beast's irritation as I did so. That heartbeat was enough for Lawrence to escape the monstrous paw. She scrambled back onto her feet on the far side of the arena. The beast's eyes clouded over once more. Once again, it started to sing. The Star Seekers held to it that hunger would return to beasts while sealed. Everything was happening so fast. I barely had time to think. Music. Music is important to it. The illusion I had created was evidently not doing anything. The Horned Lord was navigating perfectly despite being trapped within the sights, smells, and sounds of a make-believe garden maze. The ratling started to dance around the central podium and strike a multitude of crystals. It was fast, faster than I could blink, covering hundreds of feet and thousands of notes in the span of only a few moments. I vaporized another tree, this time I deliberately created discordant noise within the arena. A riotous din rang out in a continuous loop. It didn't take much effort to do, and I was able to attempt a few other esoteric attacks at the same time. Unsurprisingly, much like trying to kill it, I couldn't overwhelm it with emotions. The hunger wouldn't allow me to interfere with its body at all. The rattling's head swung my way as the cacophony rang out, and it glared at me. Well, that's effective. The Horned Lord reached down swiftly and picked up a massive cylindrical red crystal lying beside its feet with one clawed paw. It turned and struck a last note with it, then turned its gaze back to Lawrence. The noise I had only just created harmonized with the rest of the rattling's composition. Not as effective as I thought. It was as if it had known what I would do in advance. Lawrence had sprinted closer. The tail of the rattling swung her way. She anticipated the attack and leaped, sliced forward and running on the air towards it. Its left clawed paw scraped along the ground below her. An unholy shriek resounded, before a cloud of dust billowed around upwards. The beast took 2 steps to the right. Lawrence followed. She swung once more. The claw continued towards Lawrence. It was about to smash into her from below, and I was not certain if she could survive the impact. Desperately, I created a cushion between her and the approaching hand. She was still hurled far up into the sunlit air high above. How does it respond to a projectile attack? I sent an actinic beam its way. Despite having been somewhere else moments before, the rod it was holding in its right paw was suddenly between the rattling and the beam. It was as if that was how events were always intended to proceed. The light was deflected towards my daughter. I felt a harmony call to me. I broke the call of the song once more, then I vanished my own working. I was strongly starting to suspect the rattling had some form of precognition or reality warping, and it wasn't weak either. The rattling's eyes began to cloud over once again. The tyrant marched, the tumult was conceived, and soon the truth was learned. The Horned Lord took 5 thunderous, hasty steps to its left. Over 100 feet disappeared in moments, and struck against 2 more of the giant crystals with its rod. They rang out like gongs. The earth trembled. It's like a giant instrument. Focus on breaking the crystals, I ordered rapidly, practically spitting out the lines in haste. My daughter started to chant once more. Her eyebrows narrowed, and she reached into her pouch, pulling out a vial, a broken cocoon and some other reagents, then levitating them into the air before her. Golden symbols traced themselves into the air before us. I reached out and attempted to superheat the air around the creature. The effect took. Some of its fur caught light, but the flames petered out when they reached its hide. Lawrence fell towards the beast from above. It leaned forward at an impossible angle and whipped its tail at her. It struck, sending her hurtling up into the sky once more. She cut out with her sword, creating an angled platform in the air. Landing on it, she ran quickly and bled momentum as she angled herself in a half-circle. The problem I had with trying to brute force this was that I couldn't actually win, even at 7 ghosts. The more I tried to force destruction, the more essence the hunger needed to invest into keeping the rattling alive. I suspected, but didn't know, that it wouldn't be willing to lose that much of itself. If I was wrong, I would potentially be removing myself from the fight. If I was right, we would automatically win. It was a game of chicken played against the sentient embodiment of consumption, and it wasn't one that I was certain I wanted to play. The rules of reality. The light in the arena flashed purple for a moment. I tried inverting gravity below the Horned Lord to hurl it up into the atmosphere. It moved out of the effect before I had even finished willing it into existence. Or writ as the gods will. I was disoriented, it was as if I was tasting the sound of space. The floor below us bled yellow. Would trying to age the Horned Lord do anything? I doubted it. What I knew about their species suggested that they could not die to old age. Guide my hand clearly. There was a melodious roar. It sounded as if the floor was talking to us. I hadn't realized that it was even possible for stones to make those sounds. The last part of her prayer, or was it an incantation, was swallowed up in the din. My daughter finished her current spell and started a new one. Space warped, the central clearing stretched out while the surrounding structures were looped around to one side and compressed into a small zone. She probably made a mistake somewhere because the air above the arena looked to have been turned into a pretzel. I deliberately avoided looking at the mess. The rattling reached rapidly towards the compressed space containing the forest and struck more of the trees at once than it could have possibly struck otherwise. An unearthly thrum resonated through the room that quickly built into a devastating hurricane-force wind. It slammed against my sphere before I had time to act and sent us careening against the far wall. My sphere bounced, and Yvette's previous spell broke. Space rebounded into its original shape. I tried vanishing part of the ground below the rattling to trip it, but it had already propelled itself into the air. It was as if everything occurring had been orchestrated. The largest issue was that I could feel it constantly trying to tie us in a performance of some kind. It took active effort on my part to sever that effect. There was nothing I could do to avert that if I was removed from the fight. The rhythm of rattling feet on stone within the distant tunnels changed once more. And he declared, neither the Star Seekers nor the Hunger deserved to claim the win. Less than 15 heartbeats had passed since it last spoke. Shut up and die screaming, Lawrence called out from up in the air. Despite the boisterousness of her declaration, I could tell that she was beginning to flag under heavy exertion. Both of them were moving at speeds far beyond human. It was hard for my eyes to even follow what was occurring whenever they clashed. The Horned Lord threw the crystal in its right hand. It hurtled through the air and struck a chunk of rubble from the lightning. The chunk bounced, rung out another note on a tree, then rebounded up into the air. It flew towards Lawrence and struck her on the arm, just slightly deflecting the aim of her blade as she tried for another strike. The rat's head moved and its ears twitched. Lawrence's blade missed by a hair's breadth. The rod ricocheted off 3 walls before coming to rest back in the creature's palm once more. This is complete bullshit. How was a hulking mass over 100 feet tall evading attacks? I decided that it wasn't worth the risk of attempting brute force. If the malignant Hunger didn't play the role of the coward, then the Horned Lord would definitely win the fight that followed in the aftermath. I had only heartbeats to cushion the blow before the ratling jerked forward abruptly and head-butted Lawrence in midair with the shorter of its 2 antlers. She hurtled towards the ground. I vanished some crystals and created a massive pillow for her to land in, saving her a second time. Feathers flew everywhere. The arena was a mess of them. Lawrence righted herself and started to sprint towards the Horned Lord. My daughter's spell finished. A black sphere materialized around us briefly, before a significant portion of the surrounding forest transmuted into a grey fog. The fog rippled around us for one moment, before billowing towards the creature. The wind from the tunnel slammed into the fog, sending it hurting towards us. I didn't know what it did, but I wasn't willing to find out. It vanished, and a phantom went with it. Time slowed within the arena. Literally, not figuratively. I couldn't keep up with the pace that the fight was unfolding at. I suspected that only Lawrence could. This way, I actually had time to think and aim with any precision. The effect wouldn't last for long, maybe 200 heartbeats of real time at most, but that was forever in a fight like this one. Yvette huffed, her cheeks puffing out. She looked as frustrated as I felt. Muttering under her breath, a new spell started to take shape. The problem with trying to fight a Horned Lord is that it was almost impossible to find out more about them in advance. They attacked so infrequently that there were literally over centuries-long periods where nobody saw them and records of what they could do were sparse. Heroes were the only ones who ever engaged them, and apparently they were useless at record-taking. My only real source of reliable information on them had been Lawrence, and what she had told me about the Eater was completely inapplicable to whichever Horned Lord this was. I was betting on the tumult, if only because the incredibly vague and cryptic descriptions people gave of the others didn't really fit. Since I was essentially confronting an enemy where all the information I had been provided on it was useless, I would be using anti-warlock tactics against the Horned Lord. It was a different enemy, but the same principles applied. Direct attacks would not work, but indirect ones just might. Experimentally, I tried to kill it by changing various laws of reality around it. If I was trying to achieve a specific result, I likely would have had a very tough time. I simply didn't know enough about the laws of creation to achieve specific ends. Fortunately, I wasn't particularly fussy. I didn't need to know exactly what I was doing to the laws of creation, so long as the end result was inimical to life inside the demarcated region. I'd seen some extremely grisly deaths when experimenting with this against regular rattlings. What typically happened was a great deal of nothing until suddenly the rattling died almost instantaneously. I focused on concepts that I wanted to modify, then spun them like a spinning top. Hopefully, one of the outcomes ended up being fatal. I started by changing the boiling point of liquids, then by attempting to making it so that air could not be breathed. When neither of those worked, I tried other ideas. Each time, the giant rattling either moved out of the affected area preemptively or was unaffected by the rule that I changed. This Horned Lord was significantly hardier than I would have expected, even considering the tales that people told. For he had found his fate unjust, a doom that certainly hadn't been unearned. A rumbling began to echo deeper in the tunnels. The tempo picked up. The pace of the music grew even more frenzied. If I didn't know any better, I would swear that there was a rattling playing a violin deeper in the tunnels. A rumble of footsteps from behind us. I turned just before a snarling ancient one slammed into my bubble. We were sent flying off before I seized our momentum once more and held us in place. I vanished the ancient one with some effort, then looked further back. Hordes of snarling rattlings were approaching from behind. They were pouring out of the many holes in the walls. I focused on the region the horde approached from and changed the boiling point of blood within it. For just a heartbeat, blood would evaporate at a significantly lower temperature. There was no reason not to be indiscriminate here. Everything in my line of sight was hostile. They died messy deaths as all of their blood vaporized. I aggressively started to reshape the walls of the arena, cutting their point of entry off. The walls shook. Claws struck against my hastily raised barrier. The rattlings were doing what they could to undermine my defense. The music became more discordant. I heard the earth tremor as the Horned Lord ran and worked to fix the noise. Lawrence and the Horned Lord started another exchange. It would shift its bulk each time the sword was swung in such a way that her attacks only narrowly missed. The ground trembled as it moved. Even in a field of slowed time, those two are moving ludicrously fast. I started to experiment with attacks once more while I thought. I'd already attempted changing many of the rules of reality to kill it, and that hadn't worked out. Could I kill it within those laws? Electricity and directed beams of light were avoided preemptively. I even tried direct imprisonment. Despite having a solid block of titanium materialize around it, the damn thing still broke out in mere moments. Increasing the effect of gravity within the region did nothing to the Horned Lord. It just shrugged it off. I was starting to realize exactly what it would take to kill the ratling. I would need to use something both indiscriminate and exceedingly lethal, to the point where I risked hurting my allies in the process. With each piece of the massive instrument around us that vanished, the song that the creature kept trying to tie us to became slightly more discordant. It took more effort for the rattling to correct my interference, and the disapproval that I sensed from it grew. It was going to take using more finite resources to end its life. Whatever I do is going to have to be unavoidable. Lawrence and the rattling continued to trade blows. Despite how fluid both of their motions were, I had to save Lawrence more than once. It was as if she was listening to whatever the rattling was doing and being manipulated by it. Her grace was actively working against her. Lawrence, stop listening to it. It's playing you. I shouted out. The chanting from beside me grew louder. What about that song? Could I change something this fundamental about creation entirely? That song seemed to be a tool it relied on heavily. A tool that it kept trying to subvert us with. I also suspected it was something far more fundamental about creation than rules like gravity or space. Those were suggestions that even sorcerers modified. This felt like trying to tell the narrative to sit down and be quiet. My second spectre vanished, and parts of the exotic instrument went with it. It worked. The song no longer existed within the confines of the arena. Air was still there, vibrations within matter occurred, even sounds still existed, but the song just didn't happen. It didn't happen because I didn't want it to. The working was exhausting, and I realized I would not be able to maintain it for long, but immediately I noticed the difference. Lawrence was an excellent swordswoman, even without her grace guiding her. Now that she was no longer being manipulated, the fight became much more even. The first of her blows landed, although I was certain it was by accident. The Horned Lord brought its rod down to crush her, and she moved aside nimbly, then carved through it with her blade. A fragment of it bounced off of the floor and embedded itself in the rattling's right eye. It reeled backwards. My vision started to darken. The saint ran closer and took off one of its toes in the moment of vulnerability. She attempted to take off a leg as well, but lost the opportunity. The rattling recovered too fast. I sat down on the floor of my bubble. It felt like I had been running non-stop for a week. Unfortunately, this working was not sustainable at all. The world really did not like me interfering with whatever this song was. Reluctantly, I released it. That didn't mean I was out of options. There was more than one way for me to prevent the Horned Lord from manipulating it. What do I want to turn the instrument into? The Horned Lord completely ignored Lawrence for once and leaped directly towards my bubble instead. I threw the bubble away hastily, ending up near where we had arrived to begin with. Both of my passengers let out cries of surprise as I did so. I released my temporal interference as well. There was no point in maintaining it now that the Horned Lord had left the affected area. What was left to try? I decided to take my own earlier advice to Yvette. A ghost disappeared. The rest of the instrument vanished. I felt a flare of barely restrained fury and the deepest hunger I could possibly imagine from the creature. My daughter's vocalization started to reach its conclusion. Creation is a canvas. And I hold the brush. Not this again. I'd excuse her given the circumstances. My repurposing of the instrument started to materialize. I was imbuing the air surrounding the Horned Lord with Fleshette's power. The intent was for the air to collapse inwards and annihilate the creature a heartbeat after it completed. I had been worried it would pull out something I couldn't react to before in retaliation, and hadn't wanted to try it until all other options had been exhausted. The rattling's eyes started to cloud over once more. Neither hunger nor a return to madness appealed. A smothering force slammed into all of us. My latest working shattered, as well as all the other effects I was currently sustaining. We started to fall out of the air. I tried to suspend us all once more, but it was like grabbing at smoke. He would struggle and suppress the din. Its eyes cleared up as we began to fall. Yvette's concentration lapsed, and her spell fizzled out. The entire arena turned a neon pink for one moment, before fading back to normal. There was a thunderous detonation as all the air around where the rattling and Lawrence fought seemed to vanish for a moment. How was Lawrence even still alive? Her blade rose up to meet the descending shockwave and sliced right through it. I can't reach for my magic. Yvette wailed from beside me. I fumbled against the world. The amount of effort it took was frustrating. It felt like my senses of the world were muted, like I was looking through a dense fog and trying to make out the shapes on the other side. Sweat beaded my brow. I settled for what would usually be a simple solution and merely tried to slow our descent. The effect barely took. Me, my daughter and our horse slowly descended. A massive paw slammed repeatedly into the ground far away from us. Once. The ground trembled. Twice. The ground cracked. Thrice. The floor fell in. Almost in slow motion, a shard of shrapnel flew towards me. It was the broken remains of the crystal tree below us. I tried to reach out, I tried to do anything. I was not nearly fast enough. Not even a heartbeat later, it slammed into me and I blacked out. Ingress 4.0a. I never denied that I am what I eat. It was only by embracing my nature that my problems went away. Dread Empress Sanguinea I, the gourmet. He who subverts starvation with the symphony of song rolled over once more and dreamed. As he dreamed, he contemplated the song of renewal. The rendition begins, as it always does, and as it will in the repetitions to come. The season of whistling wind through newly blossomed grass arrives, and with it the song of fang and claw has crested its all-consuming crescendo. All that remains is for the excess rabble of notes to rouse and run to the lands of the deaf meat on two legs that does not suffer the song of starvation. And so it comes to pass, as it always does, that he who subverts starvation with the symphony of song gave the call once more. The baton rises, the baton falls, swishing from side to side. The thrum beckons, the music calls, the rabble rouses and runs. Up, up, up the peaks they climb, down into the gobbling maw that swallows the sound of the song. Death finds the dynamics of the newly born notes. The ringing of steel culls the chattering cries of those who have only ever performed a single repetition of the riff. The fortunate few who endure the release return, spiriting away the pilfered instruments of civilization for the conductor to comb. New variations are found, new tunes are included. The performance is pruned. The notes fade out, the rendition begins once more. The grass has grown and now sustains while the wind continues to howl. The season of mewling cries of newly birthed notes echoes out in a diatonic scale across the hungry plains. It is marked as it always is, with the fading out of those conceived but one riff before. One tragedy released, another born anew. The song beckons, but falls on deaf ears, for history is written to repeat. With the opening of their eyes comes the gluttonous gap, the now reborn hunger blossoming within their bellies. They feed and fight and gorge on kin until only the most ravenous remain. The frenzy terminates. The endless appetite demands satiation, but there is none to be found. Bereft of nourishment, the newly born notes find themselves adrift. With no other recourse, they finally answer the calling of the song. For the song croons to them, empty whispers of a belly filled, sustenance that they lack. Instruments are raised, the enactment is joined. The rapid alternation of paws on the plains enters the eternal orchestra. It's time at last. Their performance begins. Where does it start? The cries call out. Why, at the only place it could. Near the edge of the fathomless maw of salt and sweat that swallows the dying light of the golden tyrant above. The symphony soars, the music beckons, round the stage and to the east they go. Deaf meat on four legs grows sparse, the tempo increases. Bellies of softer notes begin to swell. At long last, the season of shriveling grass and waning light arrives. The rise and fall of paws on hungry plains follow a trail perpendicular to that of the tyrant glaring above. The song beckons, the orchestra follows, each note an essential part of the story recited in full. Down, down, down towards the lands where melody dies but sound never rests. Near, but never in. To enter is folly, a lesson hard learned. A lapse once committed, never to be repeated. For the song remembers all. Even the silence of retired notes captures a tale in their absence. The rabble listens, the rabble records, and round the stage they run. Hunger, all-encompassing hunger, scours the lands of those unfairly cursed. The season of grasping wants unfulfilled arrives. It lays claim to many of the notes in the rabble. It rises and quiets their music from the song. Adjustments are made, notes need to be reshuffled. Melody is brought to discord and the performance transforms. The rabble runs like never before. Runs as if it has never felt the gnawing bite of frigid fangs down the backs of their necks. The tempo increases, the belly of the orchestra beckons ahead, the end of the repetition arrives. He who subverts starvation with the symphony of song records the rendition. Records and examines the music with the sharpest of ears. With each iteration refinements are found, refinements can always be found. The performance persists, the search goes on. In a rendition far off, a song to silence the call to hunger will be sung. Freedom croons from beyond the bars. Freedom from endless want. The season of whistling wind through newly blossomed grass arrives, and with it the song of fang and claw has crested its all-consuming crescendo. All that remains is for the excess rabble of notes to rouse and run to the lands of the deaf meat on two legs that does not suffer the song of starvation. You get, easily, a voice called out. Two notes uncalled for had trespassed on the grounds of his theatre. Did they follow the timing he had set, or were they offbeat? He who subverts starvation with the symphony of song directed a phantom limb towards the first of his rods in his sleep. He grasped towards the rod and orchestrate answered. The voice followed the cadence of creation, but did not truly suborn it. The second was deaf to the callings of the song, but also trespassed no further. Without needing to concern himself with his performance being interfered with, he rolled over in his sleep once more. And so it comes to pass, as it always does, that he who subverts starvation with the symphony of song gave the call once more. The baton rises, the baton falls, swishing from side to side. The thrum beckons, the music calls, the rabble rouses and runs. Up, up, up the peaks they climb, down into the gobbling maw that swallows the sound of the song. Big rat, the meat on two legs exclaimed from outside his chambers. The viper nesting within his belly raised its head and opened its eyes. It was no longer content for him to lay his large furry snout down against the cold stone floor and retreat within the music. He who subverts starvation with the symphony of song started to wake. Death finds the dynamics of the newly born notes. The ringing of steel culls the chattering cries of those who have only ever performed a single repetition of the riff. The fortunate few who endure the release return, spiriting away the pilfered instruments of civilization for the conductor to comb. New variations are found, new tunes are included. The performance is pruned. The notes fade out, the rendition begins once more. The ranger the meat on two legs continued to speak, and was now without its companion. It had waltzed deeper within the bounds of his chamber. It continued to encroach, and was now much closer than it was before. He could smell its succulent scent as the meat entered into the belly of his orchestra. Two enormous ears twitched against the cold stone floor. For you qualify. The song screamed out to him, the thrum of the music resonated tightly throughout his muscles and bones. He who subverts starvation with the symphony of song decided to dance with the meat to the song of conflict within the bounds of his arena. He danced, for it helped to stave off the endless monster within him. He reached towards his grand instrument and struck the rod of attunement 3 times, heralding the beginnings of the song. His large red eyes opened, at a glance he examined the figure before him. The meat on two legs was small, with black fur and golden skin. It was clad in the skin of meat on 4 legs and plunged towards him with twin tiny blades. So small for such a tempestuous execution, not large enough to even make a dent in his freshly awakened hunger. The song called to him, and he rolled his mass to the right of the arena. The ground trembled rhythmically. The blades missed, as he knew they would. A note of anticipation rang out in the song. Excitement, thrill, the meat was pleased with his performance. Why did it insist on interfering with the harmony of the song? So long as the performance repeated, the call of consumption was forever diverted, and gluttony could remain chained. His stomach rumbled. The aching need to eat was an ever-present malaise gnawing at the edge of his thoughts. The music called, and he reached towards it, burying himself in the song. How did he wish for this conflict to end? He tweaked the melody, pulling the sound of creation as he willed. The song would proceed as it always had, it would proceed as he willed it to. His leftmost arm swung ponderously towards the meat. It tried to dance aside, but to no avail. Dull tones resonated as an enormous clawed paw struck the figure, propelling it rapidly between the crimson strings of his grand instrument towards the ceiling above. It somersaulted as it hurtled towards the cavern rooftop opposite his place of slumber, a melody chiming out as it somehow came to rest on its own 2 feet, then it proceeded to leap back towards he who subverts starvation with the symphony of song. That was not unexpected, for the meat on 2 legs resonated with the calling of the song. Not a single string of his grand instrument was struck in the process. At least the meat on 2 legs was not interfering with the instruments of his craft. While it could undoubtedly hear the symphony playing out, he could sense that it was unable to orchestrate it. He who subverts starvation with the symphony of song rose to his full height, no longer resting on the floor below. 2 pointy fang picks came hurtling towards his left eye from above. Tension mounted. He tilted his head to the tune of evasion that had already been set 5 notes before. The flying food performed a pirouette in midair as it found that its performance missed the mark. A note of surprise rang out. It rapidly sheathed its blades and drew a bow. 2 arrows swiftly found their place against the string, then arced their way in the air towards him. A paw raised, a missile struck, clanging as it was deflected by claws harder than steel. A step back, then another, the ground rumbled and the harsh beat of metal against claws was offset. The melody must be maintained. The hunger within him roared through his blood. It whispered to him sweetly, the same lies it always told. He started to salivate, his addiction called. Why did the meat on 2 legs never learn to leave him be? Not what I was expecting from a rat called tumult. It spoke to a tune of discord and disharmony. A claw outstretched, a scarlet string plucked, the dissonance was corrected once more. The clawing, all-consuming need to gorge himself rose up within. The compulsion, the obsession, the desire that he who subverts starvation with the symphony of song struggled desperately to tame. If the food hungered to trade harmonies, then he would bestow upon it the dirge that it surely deserved. Bite off the bone, suck the marrow. Gnaw, rend, chew, slice. Eat. 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 Another arrow was loosed, and yet, despite his girth, the arrow flew wide. It flew wide, for that was the tune that he who subverts starvation with the symphony of song chose to orchestrate. If the meat desired a performance, then a performance was what it would receive. Eons ere even the echo of the first recitation of the song. Two melodious voices traded harmonies in dawn's waning light. Hunger inquired, the end comes to all, what is there to prolong? The star-seekers rejoined, all have not spoken, the deaf have the right. His voice resonated outwards, reverberating between the strings of his grand instrument. The instrument responded. A gale slammed into the meat on two legs, sending it hurtling towards his descending paw as it swung down in harmony with the world. The meat grabbed at the approaching limb and redirected its momentum through the gap between two claws, narrowly avoiding being pulped into the floor. He was right, you are interesting. The dissonance in the food's voice interfered with his composition. For meat that was not deaf to the song, the manner in which it vandalized his music could only be deliberate. A twinge of irritation struck him in the interval. 2 steps left, and a chord is struck. The interference is accounted for. Finding their voices to be discordant, their great harmonies did clash. Hunger turned its malevolent gluttony towards the city of mirrored glass. The star-seekers spawned a scheme ere all that lingered was ash. A desperate strategy to suborn hunger during the moment of its trespass. Another projectile chimed its approach, warning him long before it blurred its way towards his head. The clicking of his fangs colliding arrested its progress. He reached out once more, following another attempt at containing the food. The food leapt nimbly past his paws, and the thump of its feet heralded its arrival on the outside of his knuckles. It balanced precariously on foot alone while stabbing down at his paws with an arrow grasped in the hand not holding the bow. The song thrummed, and he who subverts starvation with the symphony of song rolled his paws to the side, intending to squash the food on 2 legs beneath. Laughter rang out melodiously as it proceeded to dance away from his blow. A tune of surprise. That accompaniment had not been accounted for in the song. Ah, the meat on 2 legs said. Feisty. End of the monologue. It is then. His irritation bled through into his dance. He sang not to monologue or entertain, but merely to cling to his sanity for a few notes longer. He was not like he who embraced the call to eat, he did not wish to submerge himself entirely within the song of feasting. Once, many seasons past, he had tried to share song with the meat on 2 legs, only he could not restrain his own hunger. The memory forced him to stifle the song of resentment once more. Drink the blood. Gorge on the flesh. Chew on the eyes and crunch down on the knuckles. His vision started to darken once more, the hunger trying to poison his mind. Sleep, sleep was the only escape, but sleep did not easily come. He had to eat. He needed to eat, to gorge himself until he passed out from overconsumption. It was the only release this madness had. It was his only way out. He reached for his music, his song, his reprieve, desperately trying to divert his thoughts. Their partner in song joined the performance, they sang of binding and chains. The star-seekers declared, hunger shall be shackled to the will of the beasts. All but 7 and 1 fell, the edict transfigured lands into vast, empty plains. Hunger rejoined, and so shall I return, following on from the grandest of feasts. 2 more arrows headed his way. He tried to knock them aside once more. This time, their place in the rhythm was even harder to subvert. The song deviated further. So that's how you're doing it, the meat on 2 legs mused. He rolled over, intending to tenderize the food with his bulk alone. It was what the song called for next. The cavern trembled under his weight. The meat on 2 legs darted backwards, this time hiding itself inside his grand instrument. Once again, he climbed swiftly to his paws. Sliced or chunky? Raw or cooked? Chew the flesh. Gnaw the bones. Begin the feast. Don't stop, don't think, just eat. Hunger's crooning called to him. The crunching of fangs into flesh, the sound as blood is slurped down his throat, the crunching of bone underfoot. Scrabbling, he reached to his song once more. Many times, the golden tyrant chased the song of its partner across the sky. Long was the shadow of time before at last the lay of the bet was revealed. Hunger wagered that by returning from many to 1, the curse would nullify. The star-seekers held to it that hunger would return to beasts while sealed. Another gale sent her tumbling out. 3 strums of the string another arrow headed his way. His tail swung and struck it by the shaft, deflecting the projectile out of the air. Another gay laugh from the food below him. A few more exchanges were had. The ringing of a blade drawn preempted the food's decision to move closer. His paw came down once more, the meat on 2 legs pranced to the right, then stabbed down into the leathery surface of his skin. A discordant note, the blade pierced through, and he felt the welling of blood. The sizzling notes of acid thrummed in the melody, poison echoed along the edge of the blade. His eyes narrowed. How had it landed a blow? The poison in his veins burned his concentration. A misstep, the song began to decay. Adjustments would need to be made. He listened carefully, listened to the sound of his orchestra. The meat on two legs started to scale one of his lower limbs, stabbing down with poisoned blades as it continued its ascent. His paw swung down like a pendulum, only for it to leap from the leg to an arm and resumed its run across a new range. He danced rapidly from side to side, trying to shake his foe. It danced with him, matching him beat for beat as it scaled his hardened limbs. His other paw rose with the rise of the tempo, swinging towards the food, scaling his arms. It jumped and grabbed his thumb as it descended, pivoting around it in the air. He reached out once more and the grand instrument chimed, sound rippling towards the food in a gale. The meat on two legs released his thumb, and rotated in the wind as it whistled towards his face, not disturbed at all. Not much left to transcend. Think I'll take a trophy, the meat taunted as it rose in the air. The notes all struck wrong, the tempo was off. How had it broken the call of his music? The food was learning from his performance. It was discovering how to mimic his song. The meat on two legs was a fraud, a talentless hack, with no skill save that which it found in those that it stole from. Fury and indignation arose. The meat on two legs did not have the right to plagiarize his masterpiece. The food conducted the orchestra with less skill and finesse than he who subverts starvation with the symphony of song did in the interval between the first and second thousand revisions of the song. A lesson would have to be taught. The next part of their duet began. The tyrant marched, the tumult was conceived, and soon the truth was learned. And he declared, neither the star. His snout stung as the meat with two legs drove home a blade upon collision with it. His paws rose with the tempo, but not fast enough. The food repositioned, swiftly sprinting up the bridge of his snout, then leaped towards his antlers. A slice of the blade and a chunk fell off. The meat with two legs let out a whoop and caught the piece it stole. Seekers nor the hunger deserved to claim the win. For he had found his fate unjust, a doom that certainly hadn't been unearned. Neither hunger nor a return to madness appealed, he would struggle and suppress the din. But the meat on two legs did not stagger, as he believed that it should. Instead, it pivoted in the air and its blade rung out once more. A slice, a cut, and the song screamed as it found the stillness cut off. The meat on two legs landed deftly, then turned towards him and bowed. Maybe some other time, it declared cheerily, then sprinted towards the walls. He who subverts starvation with the symphony of song began to give chase, but to his mounting frustration found that he was too slow. The meat on two legs disappeared into the tunnels. He needed to start the song of war quickly. It would take much to quell the riot in his belly. Song of war then song of feast. Only then could rest come once. The red mist swallowed him. His belly needed to be filled. Ingress 4.03. And so triumphant warned, servants of stillness, bound by chains not of your own making, know now the doom that encroaches. No unearthly scavengers shall give rise to your corpse. Even memories of your civilizations will long be ground to dust before I have had my fill. Understand what it is that you face. Kneel, or be utterly annihilated. Extract from the Scroll of Dominion, 24th of the Secret Histories of Pries. Dark. Dark all around me. I couldn't see. Couldn't hear. Couldn't feel. I tried to open my mouth, then realized that I didn't have one. I tried to reach up with my hands, then discovered that I didn't have any of those either. What's going on? Am I dead? To my senses, the world had become the kind of absence I felt when trying to remember what my own face looked like 20 years in the past. I knew that I would be feeling the onset of a panic attack if I had a body to experience one. How long had I been in this state? Were the others alive? I felt the angels bury me in a hug. It was the only emotion that I could feel at all. The only impression of the world that remained to me was the vague and human sense that I had gained upon arriving at Calurnia. Not that it helped me much. It was as if I was trying to judge what was happening on the opposite side of the ocean by the vibrations in the water of a local river. Was everybody dead? I didn't feel cold, or hot, or anything else. Instead, I had an almost clinical understanding that this situation wasn't right. I knew that I should be feeling panic, isolation, loneliness, and a whole host of other feelings. Rather than experiencing them, it was like reading the names of the emotions off of a list on a page. That knowledge, more than anything else, was unnerving in how not unnerving it was. There were louder silences at funerals. The sense of nothingness was all-encompassing. I had no idea how much time had passed at all since my defeat. I attempted to reach out and change the world. My will found no purchase. I tried again and again. I should have felt anger, frustration, and fear. Instead, I felt nothing. If I could breathe, I would have been hyperventilating. I had known in theory that I could survive my body being destroyed. Roland, Max, and I had speculated on it in the past, and it certainly made sense with the information we had at the time. I hadn't wanted to ever put it to the test, but this was certainly confirmation enough. I didn't know how I was still able to think. While knowing the answer might have been fascinating in other circumstances, right now I couldn't even muster the curiosity to properly care about it. Could I recreate my body? It wasn't as if I didn't know it intimately. I prepared to make the attempt. I started to reach out and try to impose my will on the world. Nothing. It was like grabbing at smoke. I focused and tried again. Once more, I was met with no success. What does this mean? I had almost certainly blacked out before, discorporating. I wasn't willing to call this dying. Not having a body but still being alive was normal, and it wasn't as if anyone could tell me otherwise. I lost awareness for some time, which meant that I couldn't influence the world as a direct result. I didn't know how long it had been since then, but it hadn't been a full week. Lawrence and Yvette could be dead. No, they weren't dead and they hadn't abandoned me. I wasn't willing or able to believe that. They were somewhere nearby, and I just needed to find them. Find them, without any real senses other than a deluded sense of self. No, that wasn't accurate. In fact, I could immediately tell that Lawrence was alive and with me. I would have noticed sooner, if I wasn't so stuck in trying to make sense of my own circumstances. I could feel the sword, the infinitely sharp blade cutting into a part of me. It was positioned almost adjacent to the center of where I was. Gods above, I presume that I hate that I can't hate this. She was still uncomfortable for me to be around. I wanted to be glad. It seemed that at least my sense of danger hadn't been entirely stripped away along with everything else. She was a sword that cut through everything. The absence where she stood was far more noticeable than it was usually without other senses to distract me. For once, it was what I imagined should be a relief. I was reminded that I was not alone. What else could I find? I could feel the rattlings. There were so many of them. I had been vaguely aware of them in the background before, but with no other sense to pay attention to, they were far easier to focus on. The Horned Lord was still around. At least, I thought it was the Horned Lord. There was a giant ravening maw of hunger far above Lawrence that was busy consuming smaller expressions of the same essential concept. The Horned Lord's bundle of consumption grew an infinitesimal amount with each rattling it devoured. Was that it, or was there more? With nothing else to distract me, the movement of the smaller rattlings was almost mesmerizing. They ran back and forth frantically through a complicated tunnel system dug into the ground in patterns that were pleasing to the eye. It was as if I was observing the rattlings orchestrate a grand performance to the benefit of no audience. One that spanned an area larger than my entire range. It struck me then that I couldn't even see a fraction of it. I wasn't certain of how enormous it truly was. Could I do anything to help Lawrence and my daughter? I needed some way to remain useful. I required a purpose, else I wasn't sure that I would still be sane by the time I was able to influence creation once more. Actually, was that even true? No. It was just something that I was telling myself because it seemed like the kind of thing that I would believe in other circumstances. On reflection, I was convinced that I could remain like this forever and not find any problem with it, if only because I didn't have the capacity to feel otherwise. I wouldn't become mad, because I couldn't become mad. The same held true for boredom or any other emotional responses. That, more than anything, told me that this was a major concern. If I wanted to remain human by the time the week ended, then I needed to hold on to human-like thoughts. I suspected that if my grace did not restrict my actions, my body would have immediately reformed after falling apart. Any death at all should trigger a reformation. My identity was so strongly entrenched in having a body that I couldn't imagine myself without one. Well, I couldn't until now. Is there anything that I can do while this restriction is in place? There was. Without having my senses stripped from me, I wasn't certain I would ever have been able to even contemplate it. The idea was one that I felt that I should be uncomfortable with. There were many opponents who had contained me during my time in my new world. The experience had always been unpleasant. I had felt as if I had been metaphysically squeezed through the holes in a cheese grater. I didn't know if I was able to do this to myself on purpose, but I was willing to make an attempt at it. Yvette was certainly able to detect me. Even if I hadn't taught her how to, she had spent so much time studying me that she would have figured it out on her own regardless of my help. Maybe if I changed the shape of my imprint, I would be able to communicate with her? It was worth trying. It wasn't as if there was anything else that I could attempt to do. Is this dangerous? I didn't think that it should be. It had been done to me many times before without any long-term damage. It was probable that the sense of caution that I currently didn't have would have put me off experimenting with this. I weighed the decision in my head for a while and then decided I would follow through with it. This was a choice that I didn't think I would make if I was being influenced by my emotions, but I held it to be the correct one. I need to restore my survival instinct as soon as possible. I started to experiment. I tried to pull myself inwards. At first, I couldn't figure out how to achieve the result that I wanted. It took multiple attempts before Innovate started to assist. Figuring it out seemed to take longer than I would have expected, and I flinched only moments after my first success. That was something that I could feel. Despite not having a body, it was just as uncomfortable as I remembered that it should be. Do I continue through with this? It felt like asking myself if I should do something stupid. Wouldn't it be smarter to just leave this alone? Surely this was a danger sign? A warning not to hurt myself. The only real survival instinct that a demon as a demon would have. Without emotions clouding my decision-making, I didn't have any real attachment towards Lawrence and Yvette, or anyone else, really. Couldn't I choose to remain like this forever? Everything would be able to continue without me. Taylor with a body would find this decision horrifying, but Taylor with a body was dead and gone. Taylor without a body was fine as is. No, don't think this way. I was about to discard the idea entirely when I paused. I couldn't trust any decisions I made without emotional context. Right now, it was as if I was divorced from reality. What do I do? The words were not spoken. Instead, I thought about them in the general direction of my angelic family. I was certain that they could read my thoughts. I couldn't trust my own judgment. Being temporarily bereft of a body made me too inhuman to make any proper decisions. Ironically, that put me in a similar position to the angels. Despite that caveat, I did trust their opinion on the subject of my own sense of self. They would know if I was about to hurt myself, and their nature made it so that I knew through logic alone that they had to have my well-being in mind. They weren't capable of doing anything else. I received a strong sense of approval in response. Taking it as a sign of encouragement, I continued with my experimentation. It took a while from my perspective, although that didn't mean much. I had no reference for time and the process was extremely uncomfortable, but the essence of me slowly became more concentrated. The hunger moved to fill in the space I was vacating. I suspected that it would rush away hastily if I were to release myself once more. What next? I had compressed myself down to a much smaller shape. It wasn't something that I would have done to myself without encouragement, and it didn't really feel like any progress had been made. My family sent me another impression. This one dredged up a memory long forgotten, a memory from my past. You will need a tether, an anchor. It can be an idea, a physical thing, a place, a person, a goal. Right now, it will not seem so important, but it will. When all is said and done, you will either be dead, and this thing will be a comfort to you in your last moments, or you will be powerful, and it will be all you have left. Decide what you will hold on to. The circumstances weren't the same. Being stuck in this position was unlikely to make me any more powerful, but it was the context that mattered. It was apparent that my body had been my only tether to my humanity. Without a physical representation of myself to anchor my existence to, the pattern of my thoughts was starting to decay. Without the experience of humanity, I was becoming less human. An immeasurable amount of time later, and it occurred to me that I had a problem. I didn't currently have the capacity to even make emotional connections to people. The choir of compassion was an exception to that, but not one that was helpful. I couldn't use them as an anchor, because I was trying to hold onto my humanity. As nice as the angels were, they weren't human. I would likely be the demonic expression of compassion by the time I could recreate my body if I used them as a reference point. I wasn't sure what that would even mean for me, but I doubted it was a good idea. Was there anything wrong with being a demon of compassion? Yes, there was. People are more than just a single virtue expressed. That wasn't an acceptable outcome. How do I choose? Narrative. I had said that I would adopt Yvette. The bond between a mother and her daughter was about as strong as one could become. I hadn't imagined being in this position when I had decided to adopt her. If I had understood more of the details surrounding this specific thread of story, then I certainly would not have counted existing as a disembodied phantom for a week as being a safe story to stick myself into. I would need to be far more careful when evaluating stories this way in future. Either way, I had made that choice once as a human. I decided to make the same decision again in my current form. I felt surprised when I heard my daughter's voice. Then I felt surprised that I was able to feel surprise. My concentration on the task of compressing myself almost lapsed. I refocused on it for the last few moments and prevented my effort from being undone. Though Taylor's head is caved in, and her legs are a mess, I'm certain that she's not dead. She promised she would be my ma. She promised that she wouldn't leave me, and I believe her. Besides, she's still alive, I can feel her. She isn't human like us. Just wait a little while longer, and she will be back. A voice murmured. It was Yvette. Her voice sounded odd, like the running of water down a drain. With nothing else to listen to, it was easy to follow her speech. It was uncanny hearing her and being able to make out what it was that she was saying. I couldn't hear anyone else. I could only hear Yvette, but for now that was acceptable. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than the situation I was in before. All of a sudden I could feel emotions again, and that was more relieving than I could possibly imagine. Reviewing my memories of the unknown amount of time since I had woken up scared me. I didn't know how long had passed since my physical demise, but it certainly wasn't long. If I had remained like that for a full week, there was no telling how alien I would have been by the end of it. Most of my senses were still essentially non-existent, and that was terrifying, but at least I had one anchor to hold onto. I'd do my best to live with this nightmare. I would experiment and hope I that found a way around this. There was no way that remaining in nothingness would be good for my mental health. I prayed that waiting wasn't the only way out of this. Just because she's not human doesn't mean she's evil. The elves exist, and they are a good race. Think about all the good she's done. Does that seem like the kind of thing an evil person would do? I wanted to give Yvette the biggest hug possible, if only because she might have saved my sense of humanity. It did mean that for now my ability to experience emotions was tied to her continued existence, but I could live with that. Actually, she's chosen by an angelic choir, and you aren't. If anything, that makes her. There was nothing stopping me from giving Yvette a hug. The choir of compassion certainly hugged me plenty, and they didn't have a body for it. I scrunched myself up further. Better than you. So, if we're using that as a scale, she's the hero, and you're the evil monster who doesn't do anything except judge people unfairly and swing a sword. When have you ever built anything? She helped rebuild a whole city. I had a sense of where Yvette's body was now. The sense had appeared at about the same time as I was able to hear her talk. It was like proprioception for somebody else, except without the ability to puppet them. That was enough. With great effort, I scrunched myself up further, changing the space my essence occupied until it was roughly humanoid in appearance. Then I hugged her tightly from behind. Oh look, Ma's woken up, the pitch of her voice raised and evened out. I told you that she was still alive. Can't you remake your body like you transmute everything else, then we can leave afterwards. If I had a mouth, I would have frowned. I wasn't sure how to communicate with her. I couldn't talk to her. At least, I couldn't talk to her yet. Was there a way to work around that restriction? I could reshape myself. Was that good enough? She could at least vaguely see what I was doing. I started to reshape myself into words. It was much harder than I would have liked, especially because the local alphabet was different and there wasn't an equivalent for cursive. I needed to connect all my letters in a way that they were still readable. I couldn't just split myself into multiple parts. Can't. Limited. I was going to have to figure out how to, not walk, but whatever my current equivalent of walking was as well. There was a lot that needed investigating once I finished catching up with the other two. I had understood on some level that I didn't need a body to move around, but until now I hadn't been forced into a position where I needed to figure it out. In the past, it had been hard to experiment with when I was distracted by every other sense at the same time. Why can't you? I can tell that you're the same. Do you require help? I'll do my best, but this might be beyond me. I've never transmuted the environment into a form as complicated as your body before. Please tell me you can do this on your own. Yvette whined. I started the process of reshaping myself once again. Compared to the rate that Yvette was speaking at, this was agonizingly slow. Ma is perfectly safe to be around. If she wanted to be a villain, she certainly wouldn't have come up north. I don't think villains would care about how safe my magic is, either. She also wouldn't insist I go to sleep early, or be anywhere near as concerned as she is about what I have to eat. 1 week. What do you require 1 week for? Oh, is it like when you do something hard, and then you can't change things for a while? That makes sense. How did you even mess with time anyhow? It gave me a headache just from looking at it. There had to be an easier way to communicate than this. Being superimposed on top of the world but unable to directly affect it was frustrating. How about, if I did the reverse of what I was doing at the moment? I expanded once more. The further I stretched, the more relieved I felt. Then, I started to reshape the part of me closest to Yvette. I pulled parts of myself out. Yes, I remember your story about the salutary alchemist. If Ma wanted to do something like that, she wouldn't need to go to nearly this much effort. I'm certain she can mind control people. If we start killing everyone just because of what they could do in theory if they were villains, then you would be near the top of that list. It worked. Not only that, but it worked well. This was far better than what I was doing before. I was communicating by my absence instead of by my presence. Unless I find a solution, I'm stuck like this for 1 week. I'll try to come up with a better idea. What happened? Are you safe? I'm fine, and so is Grumpy Grandma over here. She's worried that you're some big evil monster who's going to kill everyone, but that doesn't even make any sense. Unfortunately, Sisyphus didn't survive the fall, but the two of us did. Grumpy Grandma caught me and then ran on air, somehow down to the ground. Her voice was quieter now that I was less concentrated, but I could still make it out. It took a while. I needed to wait impatiently for her to finish speaking her sentence. The experience was downright bizarre. Be more respectful of Lawrence. I wasn't entirely sure how Lawrence would respond towards being called a grumpy grandmother, but the idea left me with more than a small amount of trepidation. I would be polite to her, but she's been rude to you. You would think that she would realize the angels wouldn't choose you if you were evil, especially not the choir of compassion. What, does she think you fooled them or something? That doesn't even make sense. If you could do something like that, then you could squash us, Lee. Where are you? Best to cut her off before she says something that upsets Lawrence even further. The saint didn't like wizards at the best of times, and I didn't want my daughter to antagonize her. There was a big ravine below the arena that the Horned Lord dropped us into, but the roof has unfortunately sealed over since then. The saint wants to cut her way out, but I think it's a bad idea. What if it's still there? It almost beat us when you were there as well. I expanded further, stretching out to my full range. The Horned Lord was still feasting on other ratlings. It was almost as if it had gone into some kind of hunger-possessed madness. I hadn't expected to feel pity for a 100-foot-tall horned rat. It was hard not to. The ratling was clearly not stupid. What would it be like, being chained to a compulsion like that? Being forced to eat no matter your own desires. The Horned Lord might be a monster, but I suspected it wasn't entirely by choice. It helped to contextualize the chain of hunger. The more time I spent here, the more depressing it was to see. Lawrence would almost certainly want to resume the fight. I didn't think it was a good idea without taking more time to prepare. The first encounter hadn't gone so well, but now we had a much better understanding of what the ratling could do. I wasn't sure if she would be willing to put it off until I was able to help or not. Could I lie to her about this or manipulate her in some way? It was possible that I could, but from the perspective of stories, I suspected that it would not end well for me. The alien entity that lies to people wasn't a good story to fall into. Neither was the one that deceives people using the truth. That was just setting myself up as one of the Fae down the line. So I'd tell the unvarnished truth, and hope that she would be willing to listen to reason. That was when I noticed the movement of many of the smaller ratlings change. They were beginning to approach this part of the cave system. Compressing myself once more, I started to speak to my daughter once again. The Horned Lord is still up there. I can't help with it at the moment. Smaller ratlings are approaching. Can you two escape and survive long enough for me to recover before we make another attempt? Yvette conveyed my words to Lawrence, then she repeated what Lawrence said in return. The saint wants to know if you can guide us out of the cavern safely. We still need to eat and drink, and we can't stay here. You can still sense all the other ratlings, right? That means you can help find the way out of here for us. That was a good point. I didn't know the shape of the caverns, but I didn't need to. I just needed to follow the trail of the hunger and guide them with it. It was also a clever use of my rather limited circumstances. It would mean guiding them into trouble, but there was no avoiding trouble now. She doesn't trust her own senses? Not since the Horned Lord can manipulate them. She wants to rely on yours instead. I can do this. Tell Lawrence thank you from me. I don't like feeling helpless. It was nice to know that despite how much the two of them appeared to be failing at getting along, Lawrence was willing to trust me. I suspected that Yvette might just be misinterpreting something that Lawrence had said. The decision made no sense otherwise. She says it's not a problem, but she wants to have a long talk about what you are and where you came from the moment that you can. That's fine. It would have to be. Then we're ready to go. You can lead the way, unless there is something else you want to talk about first. Remember to take whatever supplies you can off of Sisyphus. We can do that. She paused, she sounded uncomfortable when she resumed talking. We'll burn your body too. Is there anything else you want us to take before we leave? The saint looks like she wants to swing her sword at something. My daughter was far too disrespectful about the Saint of Swords. My robes, my journal, and the notes I made on ratlings. Be polite to Lawrence. Right, so we'll take what we can, and then we'll leave. Unfortunately, some things will have to be left behind, but that isn't unexpected. I noticed that she had declined to comment on my reproach of her poor manners. She was going to be receiving a talking to about not mouthing off dangerous people when we were in a less urgent situation. I stretched myself out once more, then started to feel around. It took a few moments to build a mental map of what was occurring around us before I scrunched myself back into a tighter ball. This way. Keep talking to me, Ivy. Don't stop. I was relying on her to distract me from my situation while I started to experiment. Hopefully, it would be enough. The others began to follow my directions. I hadn't wanted to learn just how inhuman I really was. Unfortunately, it seemed like I was going to have to. I was praying that there was enough for me to hold onto. I was praying that by the time I escaped the confines of my prison, I hadn't been driven insane. Ingress 4.04. Time waits for nobody, not even undead abominations. It's why I have so many tiger pits, Chancellor. People talk faster when sufficiently motivated. Dread Emperor Revenant. The first day was the easiest. I found the experience claustrophobic, but despite the almost total sensory deprivation, there was plenty for me to distract myself with. Which way do we go now, Taylor? We're at a corridor branching left and right. There is a faint wind coming from the left passage and the Saint thinks we should head that way, but she wants your confirmation. Yvette asked. Their pace had picked up. I couldn't be entirely sure what was happening, but I suspected that they were in a hurry. This side. The other side leads further down. I pulled out my presence on the right-hand side of Yvette. It was the best way I had of communicating what I felt. Despite mentioning to Yvette that my sense of her body was the only frame of reference I had for left and right, she still kept using the words as terminology. I turned my attention back towards determining what I could do. Figuring out how to reposition was more complicated than I expected. I couldn't walk, or even roll around when I was like this. Instead, I moved by changing my perspective of where I should be. I needed to redefine my frame of reference for where the middle of me was mentally, then the rest of me flowed to surround that point like water moving downhill. It only took me a small amount of experimentation once I had worked out how to move to realize it was likely that I could move significantly faster than a human this way. The rate at which my essence poured into its new location appeared to be determined solely by the pace at which I wished it to move. However, the warning pulse from the angels told me that it was probably not a good idea to move too fast. I wasn't certain why, but I suspected it had something to do with warping my understanding of geometry and distance in the process of doing so. The more inhuman my perception of the world became, the harder time I would have acclimatizing to a body again later. I was limiting myself to a speed that was only a little faster than a horse as a result. I did receive a sense of disapproval even at that pace, but I needed some way to keep myself occupied. Exploring this shadow world was one of the few distractions that I had. We're approaching the surface now. Has the tumult moved, or is it still in the same place? Yvette panted. It started to move. It had vacated its earlier position and was swiftly running out of my field of vision. I can't see it anymore. Which way did it go? We need to know where we are headed. Hey, it's surprising how far we traveled underground. We are in a valley at the edge of the mountains now, right beside a river leading onto the flat plains of the chain of hunger. There's grass everywhere, although that's only because it's toxic to the ratlings. I don't think I'd be able to see over the grass even if I was sitting on Sisyphus's back. Assuming he was still alive, because he is dead now. I did tell you he's dead, right? This side. So to the north, then. That makes sense. We are going to find some place safe, then make camp for a while before we begin to track the Horned Lord again. Why not plan more? The Saint doesn't believe that Renia can sustain a protracted siege by the tumult after seeing what it can do. She also believes that with your help, there's a very good chance of it dying in another fight. Its tools are broken, and it's on the back foot running, she doesn't want to give it time to recover. It would be smarter to think about this. She doesn't have any issue with coming up with tactics to face up against it and plans to wait until you're back before engaging, but she isn't willing to let the Horned Lord run away. I diverted my attention back towards the ratlings while trailing behind the two of them. I was trying to understand their movements better. It was certain that their behavior was not natural, which meant that I could figure out what was happening with enough observation. It gave me something to think about while I continued to experiment. I hadn't found a way to circumvent my restrictions, although I had very easily determined that most laws of nature were more like suggestions when I was in this form. Space no longer hindered me. I could freely move horizontally and vertically as if objects didn't exist. I suspected that if I unmoored myself from my daughter, my sense of time would be similarly displaced. It wasn't something that I was willing to put to the test. The speed that I had deteriorated at without a human connection was far too rapid for me to take chances. I didn't want to lose my humanity just to save time. That didn't mean this wasn't useful to know. I suspected that after this prison sentence ended I could discorporate myself, move the essence of me elsewhere at a breakneck pace, and then materialize. It would be far less draining than attempting to teleport. I considered the idea of attempting to split my essence in half. A pulse of warning from my family strongly deterred that line of thought. Yes, I know how to fight with a weapon. Ma insisted she teach me before she gave me this knife. I'm not even sure why she wanted me to have it. If someone gets close enough to attack me, I am already dead. I'm perfectly fine as is, and I don't need any more teaching. Magic is good enough to defend me. It sounded like Lawrence was taking the opportunity to teach Yvette how to fight in close combat. Listen to Lawrence. Fine, but only because you asked. I could hear the pout. I pulled my presence in once more, then started to poke at her posture. She couldn't actually feel what I was doing, but it was the thought that counted. Stand like I taught you. Arms at the ready. My attention drifted back to the chain of hunger as Lawrence and I helped Yvette out. I realized something about the ratlings after a while. The ones that I believed to be on the surface were clustered into groups of 3 to 4 dozen and spread out with vast empty spaces between them. I suspected that it had something to do with their eating habits, but I wanted to know more. Ask Lawrence about if she knows anything about rattling behavior outside of spring. She says that they usually move in a migratory pattern around the chain of hunger. They live in small displaced communities and carry around easily moved yurts. They feed by following other animals that exist in large herds on the plains around. The animals don't die out because after launching attacks, the rattlings immediately stop to feast, and it takes long enough for them to eat that their prey can make an escape. She doesn't consider the information useful except in the sense that it makes it easy to plan attacks on the rattlings if you wanted to invade the chain of hunger. Their migration patterns are not hard to predict. This attack is an exception. Yvette paraphrased. That told me something. How did they keep knowledge on how to make tools? Their way of life was so violent that I could easily see knowledge being lost. That wasn't my only question. For other life to exist on the plains like this, the population of rattlings needed to be managed in spite of their hunger. Judging by the tumult's behavior, there was no other way for them to have not simply eaten everything to extinction. Is the size of the rattling raids the same every year? Not always, but most of the time, yes. There's a population boom in spring, which is when the new rattlings are born and also when the older ones which have grown in size head south and attack the Lycaonese. Lawrence wants to know about your origins now. Ask her if she's fine with waiting until I'm able to talk to her myself. I didn't want my words to be lost in translation. This was a conversation that should be had directly. I would have let her just read through my journal, but it wasn't written in any language that Lawrence spoke. She says she's prepared to wait, but she doesn't look very happy about it. I think she's actually not willing to wait and will ask you about it more later. I withdrew to think more about the rattlings. There was plenty that needed to be learned about them. I wasn't comfortable fighting them with the inadequate amounts of information about them the Lycaonese had. While it was true they were seemingly incapable of diplomacy, the idea that they had no history or culture was certainly a lie. The Lycaonese might know thousands of ways to kill and skin rattlings, but if they ever wanted to see the chain of hunger resolved, then they needed to know their origin story. What was the cause of the rattlings' hunger? What was their reason to exist, and could that reason be changed? The second day was tolerable, but unpleasant. I didn't need to sleep. That hadn't stopped my mind from hallucinating dreams in the Stygian gloom on its own. Nightmarish figures conjured from the depths of my mind, submerging me in unpleasant hellscapes of my own design. We have encountered an unusual number of rattlings today. It's almost like they are tracking us somehow, and it's going to be a problem for progressing deeper into the chain of hunger. We've stuck close to the river for now, but our supplies are limited. Grumpy Grandma says we might have to eat rattlings soon. That wasn't really news to me. I had done my best to help them avoid rattlings, but it wasn't possible to avoid all of them. The pattern of their movements had shifted. More often than not, they headed directly our way. I'm sorry I'm not there. It's not your fault, Ma. You did your best, and without you the two of us would have definitely died. I was the only one who was useless. Nothing I did worked, her voice quivered as she spoke. You weren't useless. Without you, I'd no longer be myself. But I couldn't hurt the Horned Lord. I couldn't even do much to damage the instrument. I was just a weakness holding the two of you back. Maybe you would have won without me. I had a close friend in the past whom I lost contact with when I arrived in creation. She didn't fight with weapons. She almost always used her wits. Before I met her, I was in a very bad place. Being a hero isn't only about having the biggest weapon, although it certainly can help. Simply helping a tormented girl survive the day can make you a hero to her. Not every act of heroism needs to be big. Just because I'm trying to solve big problems doesn't make the small ones any less important. We can't solve the big problems without solving the small ones as well. Had I told her this story before? It was hard to keep track of what I had said already. My daughter hummed, and her shoulders relaxed, but she didn't say anything in response. It was good enough. I turned my attention back to my current project. I talked to my daughter about Lisa as I worked. What would Lisa think of me if she met me now? I like to think she would be proud of how I had changed. In an effort to try to escape the confines of my prison, I had taken to trying to use magic. I hadn't had success yet, but I felt that I was making progress. There was nothing else for me to distract myself except trading stories with Yvette, and her voice was growing hoarse from overuse. I didn't want her to hurt herself on my account. The saint thinks the rattlings are tracking us from your presence. Yvette interrupted me. She chose her words carefully as she spoke, it sounded like she was chewing nails. She wants me to try containing you with wards. I'm not happy with this plan. I don't like the idea of trapping you like that. It's wrong. Please refuse so that I can turn her down. We can find another solution. I'm sure of it. This was a big ask. Simply remaining trapped in nothingness was bad enough. Being imprisoned within wards on top of that was taking the unpleasantness one step further. I wasn't happy that the saint had even suggested it, although I could understand her reasoning. I had been planning to experiment with something like this but had kept putting it off. The idea was deeply uncomfortable to me. Even knowing that Cordelia's wizards were almost certainly allies and I needed to practice against wards if I was to ever face the warlock again hadn't been enough to overcome my distrust. Let's try. I don't like this, either. Please break the wards if I ask you to. An indeterminate amount of time later, and it felt like I was being seized by a vice. She's my daughter, she's not going to bind me. She's my daughter, she's not going to bind me. She's my daughter, she's not going to bind me. I repeated the words to myself like a mantra as the onset of extreme claustrophobia started to set in. Without the ability to affect the world, this was by far the most helpless I had felt since arriving in creation. Please lower the wards. The words were formed in uneven writing on the inside of my prison. It couldn't have been longer than 5 hails since Yvette had first placed up a ward. Almost immediately, they fell away. I felt ashamed at myself for not being able to remain trapped like that for longer. Are you fine, Ma? I hope I didn't hurt you. I knew this was a bad idea. You should have just said no. I'm sure there's a better solution than this. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's fine. I'm fine. Just dislike being trapped. Give me a moment and we can try again. I didn't like doing this, but it was something that I would need to learn to deal with. My name is Taylor Bear. I'm 23 years old. I'm living in creation, but 5 years past I lived in a different world. My father was Daniel Bear and my mother was Annette. By the 3rd day, the hallucinations were persistent. I had taken to reciting my life's history to myself as a form of distraction. It wasn't a perfect answer. I was haunted by nightmares of events that had already played out. My regrets manifested through broken dreams. I wasn't aiming for Jack. It wasn't even a consideration. Like he said, he had Grey Boy with him. The second I stepped into their sight, I was a goner. My bullet took Cherish in the head. Another bullet struck Screamer. I hesitated. Then I shot Aster, who was held in a Hatchet-Face's arms. Others were nightmares of events that could have happened, but didn't. Tattletale had unwittingly raised the stakes for my scheme. My primary goal was to gather information on them, and here I was getting a chance to see them with their masks off. It was too good to be true, which made me wonder what kind of safeguards they had in place to protect themselves. I just had no idea what I would be getting into. The screensaver came up while I stared at the monitor with thoughts racing through my head. The words Brockton Bay Central Library scrolled across the screen in varying colors. If I went, best case scenario, I could get enough information to turn them in. I'd get mucho cred from the good guys and respect from an international celebrity. If I'd judged Arms Master right, I'd get even more brownie points if I gave him the info and let him or helped him make the bust. On the flip side of the coin, the worst case scenario was that it was a trap, or they'd figure out what I was doing. It would mean a fight, maybe a beating. There was an outside possibility I could get killed, but somehow that didn't concern me as much as it maybe should have. Part of the reason for my lack of concern, I think, was that the possibility existed any time I went out in costume. That, and from my interactions with them last night, I didn't get a killer vibe from them. On the topic of the status quo, if I didn't go, what would happen? This particular window of opportunity would likely pass, as far as being able to get the dirt on Tattletale and her gang. That was okay, as I thought on it. It was a high-risk, high-reward venture anyways. Taking that path would mean turning down the meat, then killing time for the rest of the afternoon, trying to avoid dwelling on the fact that I had missed 2 straight afternoons of classes and might, maybe, miss more. It was depressing to think about. There was another choice I could make. One that I realized was likely smarter. What if I contacted Arms Master and told him about the meeting in advance? This was the perfect opportunity to set a trap for them. One where I knew the time and place. It was hedging my bets. I dismissed the hypothetical, pushing away the billowing fog of could have been yesteryears. My name is Taylor Bear. I'm 23 years old. I'm living in creation, but 5 years past I lived in a different world. My father was Daniel Bear and my mother was Annette. Containing me had failed to yield results. The rattlings were still tracking the other 2 persistently. My daughter hadn't managed to sleep much. She caught at most 3 to 4 hours of broken rest. Lawrence didn't need rest. Swords didn't sleep, and neither did she. The only progress to come out of it is an improvement to my daughter's wards. They were nowhere near as good as the warlocks, and there was plenty for me to criticize. I made another attempt at trying to cast a spell. All of a sudden, I felt something. It was different from when I usually changed the world. Instead of telling it what to do, it was like to talk to it persuasively. Convince it that it should follow my orders with words instead of forcing it to do what I wanted through brute force alone. Then, once creation had bought my propaganda, I simply needed to close my grip. Eagerly, I tried to cast the most basic of spells. Stop, stop, stop. You've done something nearby, and it looks like uncontrollable magic. I don't think experimenting like that is safe, and neither does Lawrence. I'm sweating from the afternoon heat already, and I don't want to sweat from worrying about what you just might do. The nightmares are bad. I'm looking for a way out. Don't think being here is good for me. It's safer for me to talk more to you, even if it hurts my voice. My daughter rasped. Please stop, Ma. I know that it isn't fair, but I'm asking anyway. Lawrence is twitchier than the grass around here. It waves back and forth in the wind. It's kind of calming to watch. Swish, swish, swish. Calming. Just be calm, like the grass. Tell me about what you sense around us. That helps to distract you, right? I took her advice and reached around us, trying to make sense of the phantom world. More ghosts haunted the edges of my mind. The smaller rattlings are moving towards you again from the south and southeast. It's uncanny. I think that it's all orchestrated by the Horned Lord. He's trying to wear you down. If his range is this big, then he's probably responsible for the entire species. It means that the normal spring raids are a part of whatever plan he has. There's this rhyme in Renia about the Horned Lords. They call the tumult a tyrant, so it would make sense if he's in charge of everything. I wonder what the other Horned Lords do? The Eater doesn't sound very interesting, but what about the Skein? It's such an odd name. I don't know. There is this ever-present hunger around us. It grows stronger the further north we travel. Then let's talk more about tactics. That always distracts you. How do you think we should try to fight the Horned Lord? Lawrence still believes that whatever you did when you cut off the song is our best chance. She wants to set a trap and bait it into an enclosed environment, then have you cut its abilities off. I think you should summon an angel on the chain of hunger and let them sort it out. What Lawrence wants is effective, but I can't do that long enough to be reliable. I want to try to fight it at range first. There are some indiscriminate attacks I couldn't risk before because I might hit one of you too. Ideally, I'd like to try hiding us from its senses and then attack repeatedly from stealth. We don't want to give it the chance to suppress us again. There isn't a reason to engage it fairly at all. I didn't comment on the viability of summoning angels. Summoning them in anything except the most extreme of circumstances felt blasphemous to me. I wasn't willing to call down an angel short of the end of the world. How about poisoning it? You can make food easily, and if you drive up its hunger it should be easy to put it in a state where it can't resist the compulsion to eat poisoned food. Then we could kill it while it's weakened. I don't think it would work. The rattlings don't eat the grass on the plains, regardless of how hungry they grow. They likely have some defense mechanism against consuming fatal foods. Then how about? We kept trading ideas back and forth as the other two continued onwards. It was not nearly as effective a distraction as I'd have hoped it to be. My name is Taylor A. Bear. I'm 23 years old. I'm living in creation, but 5 years past I lived in a different world. My father was Daniel A. Bear and my mother was Annette. I was becoming desperate by the 4th day. Despite the request of both my daughter and the saint, I was seriously considering trying to use magic again. I could always move away from the group and experiment elsewhere, right? The angels had been there for me, and providing emotional support, but that wasn't enough to drive back the darkness. You thought Jack had a thinker power. Why? What? There was a pause. Because he's like Weaver. He reacts like someone that is way too aware of what's going on. Acts like me? I'd made the comparison myself, but I'd tempered that, held back as I formed that conclusion. Hearing it in such a blunt way stung as much as a slap in the face. I pushed back against the vision, fought back against memories of my past self. It wasn't that I didn't believe that I could last through this. I knew that I could. It was more that I knew how bad this was for my mental state. I'd spent years putting the puzzle that was my life back together. I didn't want to have to do that again. My name is Taylor A. Bear. I'm 23 years old. I'm living in creation, but 5 years past I lived in a different world. My father was Daniel A. Bear and my mother was Annette. It wasn't just memories of Earth-Bet, either. Most of the time I was haunted by losses on creation. The revolution and the burning of leaves featured heavily in my mind. The sound was distant, coming from down a narrow alley beside the tavern. We wouldn't have even noticed it if not for the song. Looking, I spotted a rundown building with a sign on the outside. It took a couple of heartbeats to read it, with my vision spinning the way it was. Happy endings. It looked like the kind of place that Roland would probably be visiting in a day or two to find out more about the auction. I wasn't too keen on staying somewhere like it, but everywhere else had been full. Let's check it, Taylor. Max said. Not going to make the joke about the kinds of happy endings they offer. Not the right time. I didn't like the idea of staying in the maybe brothel, but it was better than returning to Roland empty-handed or staggering around like this much longer. Perhaps we could pay the bard with the money we were saving on rent to shut up. The noise was almost as grating as the feeling at the back of my head. Staring into the abyss this long wasn't sustainable. If it wasn't for the hallucinations, I'd be fine. Possibly. Another 3 days like this, and I wasn't sure that I would be the same person coming out the other side. I'd be scarred in both new and old ways. With very little except my own thoughts to occupy me, there were plenty of monsters to haunt my conscience. I turned my attention back towards the small bundles of hunger moving within my range. I wondered what ratlings dreamed of. Maybe freedom from their hunger? How about their next meal? I imagined that I could almost see those dreams tied loosely to them, drifting up into the fathomless void around me. I think that fire-roasted ratling tastes better than grilled ratling. Not that I like either of them. I wish Ma was with us. Then we could eat real food. Why are we eating ratling anyhow? I know there are other animals around. Just because they're hard to find doesn't mean we shouldn't make the effort. It can't be that hard to track other creatures in this sea of grass. What about Lawrence and my daughter? Lawrence's dreams were probably something simple. She wanted everything evil to die. Swing the sword. Off with their heads. Yes, that was Lawrence. Yvette wanted to make me proud. I was sure of it. That was her dream, to make her mother proud of her. I needed a way to escape from this non-existence. It was haunting, torturous. I felt pity for anyone having to endure something similar. Finding new ways to distract myself was becoming more and more difficult. What were my options? I could try to solve this by myself. Try to find an answer with magic. I didn't think anyone except me even considered that an option. Was there anything else I could do? Talking to my daughter, prayer, and support from my family were helping. They weren't helping enough. I wanted to remain stable in 3 days' time. I wanted to be happy, to not shudder whenever I'm left alone in a dark room. There was no reason to suffer just for the sake of endurance. If there was a way out of this, I'd take it. Is there anything else you can do to help me? I directed the question towards my family. A sense of commiseration along with the usual feeling of compassion came to me. There was nothing they could do to me without fundamentally changing who I was. The answer was frustrating, but not unexpected. I was about to fly away and start experimenting on my own once more when a calm reassurance came from them again. They wanted me to have faith in myself, to trust that I could hold out like this. I had the sense that they believed I would be able to manage. That I should confront my fears, because I would come out the other side better from the experience. The idea terrified me. This was in many ways my worst nightmare. I was trapped in a dark place with no way out. A stinging feeling on the skin at the back of my neck was the first thing I felt upon waking up. Next, came the odor. Pungent, oily, the smell of unwashed bodies. I wrinkled my nose. It must have been a prank of some sort, but for a prank, this was really going too far. I would need to tell Grace this was. A slap to my face sent me tumbling to the ground. I opened my eyes. A man was standing over me. He said some words in a language I didn't understand. His tone was harsh, angry. I took a second to assess the situation. I was naked, there was a man standing over me, he held a heated brand in one hand. There was no need to know anything else. I reached towards my bugs. My eyes widened in shock when they found none. The man had a knife on his belt. I pushed myself to my feet and made to grab at it. My blood started to boil. I staggered back in pain. The man looked at me, satisfied, and repeated the same phrase that I didn't know. I felt revulsion as I pushed the vision aside. Another false memory. Could I hold on for 3 more days? Was I truly able to persevere through this and remain happy with myself once I reached the other side? I knew that experimenting with magic when I had no way to perceive what I was doing was dangerous, possibly suicidal. There was no way for me to predict what the outcome of my actions would be. The angels thought that I could handle this. So did Lawrence and Yvette. I shoved my attention back into the many spots that were within the essence of me. The more time I spent like this, the clearer they seemed to become. The pinpricks of hunger reminded me of the stars in the night sky, or of the swarm I had once had so very long ago. My name is Taylor A. Bear. I'm 23 years old. I'm living in creation, but 5 years past I lived in a different world. My father was Daniel A. Bear and my mother was Annette. I could do this. I had to do this. Everyone that mattered thought that using magic to escape without any prior experience using it was a bad idea. They all believed in me. I would prove them right, no matter how stifling these circumstances were. Then day 5 arrived, and my dreams became surreal. Ingress 4.05. Note, replacing the tower's cliffs with slippery slopes can be considered a partial success. The number of meddling heroes has declined, but there has been a steep increase in villainous rivals. Extract from the Journal of Dread Emperor Malignant 2. You coming? Cat whispered from the bed across from me. Course I'm coming, when have I ever not followed you on your late night trips? Besides, I wanted to talk to you about a boy I saw down at the docks once we're away from the others. He looked like your type. He wasn't too tall, and he had a nice tan. I talked to him, and he said he would be there tomorrow. I think he was interested in me, but he doesn't really catch my eye, so I thought that I'd see if I could arrange something. I whispered back. My eyes needed a moment to adjust as she snuffed out our stolen candle, then stowed it away under her straw mattress. The two of us climbed out of bed and slipped on our shoes, then sneaked our way through the orphanage. I made my way confidently into the kitchen and grabbed myself a bite to eat. It wasn't as if anyone would notice me, after all. They never did. I looked down at her as Kat forced the orphanage door open, then both of us climbed up onto the roof. She went and stood by the edge. Thanks for coming, Tay, she trembled as she spoke. Kat looked out over the edge. I walked and stood beside her. I didn't share her fear of heights, but I'd help her to overcome it. It's what sisters did for each other. It's not a problem. You should come to the House of Light more often. I know you don't find it as comforting as I do and would rather spend time anywhere else, but the legions aren't the only ones who can make a difference. Think about how many people would die without the priests, they help just as much. Don't see why I should. The priests ignore you. Everybody ignores me. I thought you were used to that by now, Kat. I have to steal my own food from the kitchen, sort out my own bedding, find my own clothes too. It's not like the priests are special because of it. You're the only one who ever helps me out or even talks to me. That doesn't mean that none of them are good people. She said nothing, but her shoulders stiffened. We had been inseparable ever since arriving at the orphanage on the same day. She had a habit of getting into trouble. I was always the one who dragged her out of it. Nobody ever seemed to pay attention to me. The only person who ever truly saw me was her. It was lonely, but at least there was one person who I could count on to always be there for me. Just think about it. The sisters always say that evil fighting evil doesn't make more good. I know. You love to quote that, she growled. How come you sound just like the nuns and then follow along with all my pranks? There's a difference between malice and harmless mischief, I replied, grinning at her. Everyone gets a laugh. It doesn't matter if you sneak out late at night or filch a few coins from one of those rich prissy pricks. Your pranks are fun and nobody gets hurt. The idea of people actually hurting each other upset me. I saw it happen, but there was nothing I could do about it. It made me feel so helpless. Only because you'd disapprove, she muttered. Keep telling yourself that. One day, both of us will be heroes, even if I have to drag you kicking and screaming all the way into the light with me. I pushed the nightmare aside. The hallucinations I was experiencing had changed. At this point, they were hardly tied to my life at all. That made them easier to endure. I knew that they weren't a part of who I was. They weren't me. That didn't stop them from feeling real. It felt like I was experiencing the memories of many hypothetical manifestations of myself. The only real difference being that they had all been born in creation. But that was the important difference. It wasn't my life, and I knew that. So I lived through one scene after another. The visions were vivid. Not all of them were horrors. Some of them were dreams as well. That didn't make it pleasant. It didn't make this an experience I ever wanted to repeat. However, between support from the angels and Yvette, I was managing. At least, that was what I was telling myself. Years had passed. The first time she had involved herself in those horrid pit matches, she had invited me to watch. I had been unable to hold back my disgust and needed to leave the audience. She had forfeited the match to comfort me. She knew that I hated violence. I didn't understand how she was able to hurt others. It was a rift that had begun to form between the two of us. I still trusted her despite that. She was my sister, she would never turn on me. That didn't take away the sting I felt every time she fought in the ring. It felt like she was forgetting me. Forgetting the bond between us. I keep telling you to stop fighting in those underground rings, I groused at my sister. Every time you come back with bruises or broken bones. I hope that a black eye is the worst you have this time. Why can't you do something other than join the legions? I know you believe it's the best way to temper the Prissy influence, but I keep telling you that. All I'm doing is carving up my own soul. I know, she winced. Wiggle your holy fingers and fix me up already. Fine, I glared at her. I had already made my way over to the table she was hunched over at the rat's nest. I muttered a prayer and reached towards the warmth. The light answered. It rushed through her body, mending the injuries that she had incurred. I didn't understand how it was healing her, but I could see what was being healed. 2 fractured bones, 1 black eye, plenty of bruising. Weeping heavens, how are you even walking? How would you even live past a week if you didn't have me to save your hide? I poked her in the chest as I spoke. What makes you think you will survive in the legions? I looked up the statistics. It's not like they aren't public. 1 in 10 people don't survive officer training, and I know that you're ambitious. You're reckless too. If you injure yourself while serving in the legions, I can't be there to heal you. Laren, she averted her eyes and greeted the man as he walked into the room. My apron is still under the counter. I stifled the rest of my rant. Later, it could wait until later. Right when I told her the good news. I hadn't told anyone yet, not that I could. Spreading the word would be a bad idea. She was the only person that I trusted enough. It was convenient that she was also the only person able to remember me. I'd sworn off violence. To my surprise, my oath had been accepted. Even now, I could feel my choosing. It was hard for me not to feel reverence whenever I thought of the angels. Reverence and melancholy. They had seen fit to bless me with their favor. I was the forgotten priestess. As the vision faded, I frowned. Why was the name Catherine familiar? I swept over the dusty cobwebs of my mind, trying to recall where I had heard the name before. It took me a few moments before I realized why the girl seemed so familiar. I had encountered a girl named Catherine back in lore who looked just like her. Did she really make that much of an impression on me? I doubted it. A pit of snakes started to writhe in my phantom belly. Do you want me to try to pull you out of there with magic, Ma? I know it's risky, but I don't want you to be hurt. The place you're stuck in sounds real bad. We've reached an oddity in the landscape. There's this large area where nothing is growing. The ground is scarred as far as the eye can see. Lawrence said she's never been here before. It looks like the result of a magical cataclysm of some kind. Her words were slurred. I didn't think that she was getting enough sleep. It was tempting to give her permission. The false promise of freedom called to me. It sang honeyed words laced with a poison so sweet that I wanted to drink it. Leave me. It's not worth the risk. I denied my daughter's request. It was more for her safety than my own. I didn't think that she could hurt me, but she could hurt Lawrence or herself. She was far too fatigued to attempt anything complicated. I was no longer drifting about the dream world and exploring on my own. I had anchored myself to my daughter instead. When she moved, I moved with her. It helped to retain my hold on reality. Today would be my last day among the living. But that was okay. I stood on the gallows, beside my fellow victims. There must have been around 50 of us together. 30 feet away from us stood the Black Knight and my sister. In other circumstances, he would never make a mistake like this. Never dare to make his apprentice stand witness to the murder of her own sister. It was unfortunate for him that I was different. I was the one who was always forgotten, always looked over. It was ironic. I could have just walked off the gallows. Walked away and almost nobody would see me. I wasn't willing to do that. My sister was falling. Falling, and she didn't even see it happening. She had been there for me all those years. She had been my lighthouse out on a stormy sea. So I would be her light, just this once. I'd drag her kicking and screaming out of the darkness. I'm scared, I whispered. It will be over quick, lass, one of my compatriots consoled. I hadn't been talking to him. It was funny. Now that I was at the end of my rope, those who stood beside me saw me just fine. The angels blanketed me. It was a kindness of sorts. A last moment's reprieve before my thread was cut loose. Kat had never come back to the orphanage that day. When I went looking and found out that she was seen in the presence of the Black Knight, I knew that something was wrong. If there was an easier way of doing this, a better way, I would have taken it. There wasn't. I knew Kat. I knew her better than anyone else. She was content to carve up her own soul one piece at a time, so long as the slivers were small enough. If I wanted to save her, then I'd need to make the price so long that she wouldn't ever be able to pay back the cost. The green-eyed monster and my sister turned my way. Her eyes widened when they met my own. She tried to do something, to speak out against him. Stop, the word rang out across the court of swords. My feet dropped. Something snapped. I couldn't speak my last words, couldn't say what it was that I needed to say. Instead, they rang out within the confines of my own mind. I hoped that this would be enough, that this would expunge the poison that had taken root so deeply within her. That she would go on to be the hero that I knew she should be. Remember. A knife came up and plunged towards the Black Knight's neck. It was the last thing that I saw, before being swallowed by darkness. It was Catherine, I was certain of it. Was this her future? Was she destined to become a villain? No, these visions weren't real. That series of events couldn't possibly play out, because I had never been Taylor Foundling to begin with. I hoped that I hadn't failed Catherine by turning away from her. If I had run into her today, I would have taken her with me instead. I felt more confident in myself. While quests into the wilderness like this one would not make for a good home life, I felt they were the exception and not something to be expected. My name wasn't one that answered the call to adventure. Most of my time would be spent laboring on reforming nations. Ideally, the process would be peaceful, but I wasn't that naive. That didn't change the fact that as far as heroic stories went, it was still one where I could afford to raise children. I could even avoid an early grave if I was able to thread the needle. Was there anything else to be learned from that vision? Yes. I could recall what holding the light felt like. I could remember what it was like to truly have faith. It wasn't that different to what I felt already. Was I truly religious? I didn't feel that way, but maybe I was. If I wasn't, then I was certainly close to finding faith. I definitely didn't share my alternate self's thoughts on violence or self-sacrifice. Violence was necessary sometimes, and I was done with throwing away my life. It was something that a child thought would fix problems, when it only created new ones. But faith? Maybe I did have room for it in my life after all. I'd need to think over the idea more, when I wasn't being constantly assailed by new illusory horrors. Without much else to do, I had taken to personifying different slivers of hunger that wormed their way through my presence. I took the time to imagine what their lives had been like, living out on this broken plane. It might have just been the early onset of insanity, but I liked to think that they were starting to become distinct to me. It was almost as if I could reach out and wave ephemeral fingers through the smoke of their story. Day 6 came, and the dreams that swallowed me no longer featured alternate versions of me in them at all. That didn't mean there were no inferences that could be drawn. They were all stories that shared some of the same themes as the tale of my life. Many of them featured one sister being betrayed by another. Visions of someone called Alexis were particularly unpleasant in their familiarity. I didn't know if she was a real person or not. I didn't know if anything I saw was more than just the fabrications of a now deranged mind. That didn't stop the glass slivers of her memories from cutting me up inside as they made their way down my throat. "Finish your drink, Zion," Tasha Sahilian admonished. I looked up at her unblinking golden eyes. I was full, but I didn't dare to question her about this. Much like when my cradle sister used to get into trouble before she grew older, it would only see me switched. Finishing my meal, I left the room. I started to make my way to my cot. My sister followed beside me. I was not normally allowed to visit. Acua had earned permission by excelling in her lessons. "Where are you heading, Zion?" My sister tugged at my arm. "You promised you would watch the theater troupe staging Tyranny of the Sun with me." "Sleep, Acua." I mumbled to her, my eyes half-lidded as I walked. "Tired." "Fine, but I expect you to keep up with my lessons." She gave me the pout that only I ever got to see. That wouldn't be happening, as much as she wished it. I smiled in as I said good night. I trailed my hands along the wall as I stumbled my way towards sleep. The room I stayed in wasn't anything special. I had earned more than my rivals on account of my wits. I wouldn't be sacrificed for grain rituals this year. Not that I felt clever next to my sister. She was the real genius and she knew it. I was feeling drowsier than expected. My eyes closed almost as soon as I finished lying down. Crack. "Purrs of greatness are never gentle," a voice murmured. It sounded like I was trying to listen to a conversation taking place on the other side of the Wolof markets. My eyes opened slowly. The room I was in was dark. The stone ceiling was spinning. Why were all the colors changing? Something was wrong. 2 golden orbs moved in. They blocked off my view. I shivered. The face in front of me resolved itself into my sister. "Acua?" I tried to open my mouth. My lips wouldn't move. I tried lifting my hands. They crept upwards. I reached towards her for reassurance. Another cracking noise resounded. What was happening? My sister reached towards me. She was shaking as much as I was. I felt something wet fall on my cheeks, then a sharp stinging in my neck. I tried to speak again, but gurgled instead. Cold, everything was so cold. The hallucination vanished. It had been far more unpleasant than many of the others. I knew how awful pre-C culture was from second-hand accounts. I didn't need experience with it myself. There was plenty that I did not need to experience. Was there a lesson to be drawn from these dreams? Was there some secret to be learned? There must be. I didn't believe that creation would throw visions at me without some purpose behind them. These weren't the same as the dreams that plagued me on my travels. That didn't mean that they were entirely meaningless, even if none of them were recollections of real events. If it wasn't from the themes repeating, then maybe it was from the actors themselves? I didn't know any of the people involved, but I did know the name Sahilian. They were one of the more important factions in Pries. I turned my attention back to my surroundings. When I looked at the rattlings moving within my range, it felt as if I could reach out and see their dreams formed into the shape of trees. The inky blackness seemed to resolve into the branches of trees, infinitely dividing upwards into eternity. I tried to follow them, to see where the limbs led to. Hunger. Hunger stretching forward and backward, repeating over and over again. No end in sight, and a beginning far beyond my capacity to find. But what did the rattlings want, bereft of their curse? Was there an answer? The smoke figures disappeared on me once more. The rattlings have been relentless without the grass to hide in, Yvette rasped. I think coming further into the chain of hunger was a mistake. We should have waited until you were back. Don't talk. It's okay. Everything will be okay. I hated that there wasn't more I could do to comfort her. I was starting to worry more about Lawrence and my daughter than I was worrying about myself. The claustrophobia was starting to fade. Not because the situation was pleasant, but because I knew now that I would never fall victim to the same tragedy. This wasn't the same as the locker. I had friends and family. There were people who were with me who wouldn't abandon me. People that I could draw strength from. It wasn't that I hadn't believed that before, but having it proven to me counted for more. There was no doubt in my mind that I would never have to face my demons alone again. Come sister, come look. My brother tugged at my worn cotton tunic. What is it? I turned his way. The little brat only came up to my chest, but he was growing fast. It wouldn't be long until he had surpassed my height. I was sure of it. Something out on the horizon. The whole village is gathering. I finished washing the tunic I was holding and hanged it up to dry. Then I followed behind him. We followed the path just outside our hut and down the trail towards the seashore. The sting of salt water on my face was bracing. I stomped my way across the beach, and then spat when loose sand was blown into my face by the wind. My brother led me further, pointing towards the small crowd that was gathering on the rocks at the waterline. The rocks were slick. I chose my footing with care as I followed behind him. I couldn't afford to fall and slip. We stopped beside the others. It was not long until the shapes resolved into masts. Ships were arriving. The chief started to issue orders. We would prepare gifts and songs for their arrival. It was the only appropriate way to greet guests. The vision faded. It felt different to the others, although it was hard to articulate exactly why. The people in it were almost tribal. Was this a dream of a society on a foreign shore, one even less developed than Calurnia? Day 7 had led my thoughts even further astray. I wasn't sure if I was seeing memories of a time long past, or dreams of a distant land. What I did know is that none of them were pleasant. The world I saw was brutal, untamed. It had a wildness to it far beyond that which currently existed. There are large stone statues of trees everywhere. It's weird, it's like they are all frozen in time. There was a long silence before she next spoke. Her next words were quiet, almost pleading. I hope you can come out to save me soon, Ma. The saint will be fine. Nothing ever seems to worry her, but I can barely stay awake. There's never time to rest. The rattlings are always chasing us. I thought that this would be fast. This isn't like adventures and stories. It never is. There's always problems. Complications. That's just how things are. But we will make it through. I promise. I ran through the forest as I made my escape. Tripping against a root, I scrambled to my feet and let out a choked sob as I sprinted further into the foliage. Why were they like this? They had met our gifts and song with the fall of arrows and the ringing of blades. My brother, my father, was anyone even left? My tunic got caught in a thorn bush. Panicking, I pulled it off. Pulled it off and exposed the bruises. No, don't think about that. I looked away from myself. Looked back towards the path ahead. Time passed. I had no home. There was no place for me to call my own. I merely traveled from one land to another, sharing the story of my people. A people now broken by the tyrants from across the sea. I didn't know how long it had been. I'd spent so many seasons lost in the woods that even the passage of the sun had become meaningless to me. It hadn't taken me long to discover that I was alone. I was the only one of my people left. They had killed them. They had killed all of them. It was only me. I was the only one who had survived. I would outlast the tyrants, I would surpass all of them. So long as I lived, I carried the story of my people with me. Never forgotten, never dying. They were a tale that would be told long after even the memories of our conquerors had faded from the whispers of the bitter sea breeze. My people would be remembered, so long as I remained to wander. That was bleak. I was about to spend time contemplating the vision's contents when I felt a ravening maw enter into my range once more as my delusion died. The source was easy for me to identify. The tumult. Unless it was a different horned lord, it could be nothing else. The others needed to know that it was there. I started to shape myself into a warning. Tell Lawrence the tumult is near. The figures conjured by my imagination manifested themselves once more. They appeared around that empty stomach like smoke drifting in the wind. The clouds of fog harmonized all of a sudden. In a moment of complete clarity, it crystallized like a snowflake. I knew what the tumult wanted. I understood the dream that motivated it. I examined everyone. All the figures within my range. I was confronted with a dizzying amount of information. I knew all of their deepest desires with just the briefest of glances. This. Without a doubt it was useful. If I had possessed this grace inane I would have had a far easier time. It was also extremely invasive. We both know it's coming fast. Lawrence just started fighting it and her narration of events cut off. My tension began to mount. I didn't know what was happening, and I was helpless to help out. She was still there, definitely still alive. I could hear the dry rasping of her voice as she started to cast a spell. It was tense. I worried about both of them. Why couldn't they have waited without moving closer? I felt the timer tick over to a new day. My shackles vanished. With the assistance of the angels, I immediately started the process of forming a new body. Lawrence, no. My daughter called out. I opened my new eyes under the gentle light of the moon to see Lawrence hurtling through the air. Before I could react, her body slammed into the fossilized remains of a tree not even a heartbeat later. Ingress 4.0b. Pre-C experiments have long since proven the efficacy of the power of friendship through blood magic. It is up to the individual to determine whether their allies achieve more good by their side or within the confines of a ritual circle. Dread Emperor Benevolent I. Roland did not like being forced to dig so deep into his reserves. The sensation it brought on was always unpleasant. It felt as if his very soul was being eaten by insects under the effect of use. He cursed and ducked behind the broken remains of a castle wall as one of the creature's 7 heads narrowly avoided gouging him. He pointed the dragon oak wand upwards and fired. A narrow, powerful ray of flame erupted from the artifact's tip, scorching the gargantuan scaled head. He had acquired the rod during the time he spent in Mercantize, shortly after making his departure from refuge. This would be so much easier if Taylor was still alive and with me. Taylor had been spirited away into Arcadia during their flight from Lys. Roland had gone to a great deal of trouble to learn more about her fate, even so much as inquiring at refuge after narrowly avoiding death at the hands of the warlock. Fate had not seen fit to bless him with fair news. He had mourned then, and proceeded on under the assumption that she had fallen after their forced separation. The creature shrieked. Roland scrambled backwards without hesitation as it slammed its head from side to side, sending more pieces of shattered masonry flying through the air. Roland did not bother to look behind him as he climbed to his feet and began scaling a ruined stairwell. The rumbling of the 30-foot-long body tearing up the castle remains could be heard from behind him as the beast continued to follow. Roland swallowed a scream as one of the Hydra's heads slammed through the walls of the stairwell in front of him. He fired another scorching ray at this head, only it pulled out before Roland scored a blow. Beloved gods, he prayed as light started to spill through the now vacant opening, for the fear of flames you laid upon these creatures, I give many thanks. His hand was already digging through the pouch on his belt. He fished out a small silver ring set with 3 moonstones and shoved it onto his finger. It was one of his few remaining artifacts from the time spent in Dain, and while the Calawan wizards of old did not have any formal school of sorcery, they were capable sorcerers as a rule. They had to be, to fight back the pre-sea monsters of their time. His form rippled and started to blend in with his environment. It was not true invisibility, but according to legends, Hydras were half-blind and relied primarily on their heightened sense of smell. That was easily countered. He reached into his pouch once more and pulled out a fragile glass vial, removed the cork, then downed the contents without a second thought. The acrid taste on his tongue was vile, but Roland was in a great deal of trouble, and if the scentless concoction he had purchased in refuge saved his hide, then he wasn't one to complain. The sound of the Hydra from outside the tower abruptly cut off. He remained still as it let out a stream of sibilant hisses, then began to descend the staircase once more. He had caught wind of a tale about lost artifacts that had once belonged to the Fey Enchantress, hidden away within this ruin on the outskirts of the Brockelian forest. What he had not expected was for them to be guarded by a territorial female Hydra. He peeked around the corner of the stairwell and watched as 7 tongues darted in and out of the giant creature's mouths. The monster looked confused. Its head swung from side to side as it tried to determine where he had gone. Time to search the ruins and claim my spoils. A roguish grin adorned Roland's face as he started to sneak from shadow to shadow deeper into the fallen fortress. Ask Taylor about her origins, Lawrence pressed. It's not the time for hesitation or idleness. Blindness cuts just as sharply as the truth does. 6 days in this abominable wasteland and the chase was coming to a close. She could feel the weight of the attention watching over them. Not Taylor, she felt like a cool breeze on a hot summer day, but that of the tumult. It knew that Lawrence was aware of its presence and was not cowed by that knowledge. It did not concern Lawrence. This was not the first time she was tasked with killing something with a sharper ear than her own. They'd gotten the measure of the beast with the first fight, so there would be no caution in how they began the second. Grumpy Grandma is asking about where you came from again. I think she's still being judgmental. Do you want me to tell her off? I don't mind. I think she's being unfair about this. The kid pouted. Lines of exhaustion marred her face. The journey had not been kind to one without a choosing. Lawrence almost slapped the kid across the face for that, although she once again pushed down the impulse. Taylor would be offended by such a gesture. It was proving challenging enough for the peace between them to be kept without the kid muddying the waters. Lawrence conceded that the kind of lessons Yvette would learn at Taylor's knee wouldn't see her treading a dark path. Lawrence's first impression of the kid had been an uncharitable one. The kid idolized the other chosen, and truth be told, Taylor was one of the better chosen Lawrence had met. Taylor understood that there was always an after once the battle was over, in spite of her young age. Not that this didn't preclude conflict between the two of them, if they faced a different enemy then they would likely be going at it like two angry wet cats in a bag. She said that she comes from a land so far away that it might as well be another world and that it's hard to properly explain without being here to talk herself. Can we drop this? My voice really hurts. The hatchet had been taken to communications ever since Taylor's demise. Yvette made for an unreliable intermediary and refused to repeat what was said back word for word. Lawrence, having suggested that Taylor's soul was being controlled by the tumult, and it would be a kindness to free her, had unfortunately riled Yvette up more than a little. Villains using necromancy upon fallen enemies could be counted as more likely than the odds of a hero achieving apotheosis. I don't need to know the sum of her life, Lawrence replied bluntly. It's rare for a hero to achieve godhood. Doesn't mean it never happens. The crunch of salt underfoot was the only sound to break the silence between spoken words. Lawrence did not have as long a view as Tarek did, but she was still canny in her own way. One could not live to her age without learning to have an eye for detail. They might have lost the first encounter badly, but now it was time for them to claw their way back up. Evil always wins at the start, but good owned the ending. Then I don't understand what you want to know. You act like Taylor has some dark secret that must be explained, but why do we need to know about her life when we are going to be fighting a horned lord? It's not like it helps us kill ratlings. Taylor comes from a land with different stories. We're facing a horned lord. Fighting it without knowing the lay of the stories is a sure way to die. The creature may have bested them in their last battle, but now Lawrence knew what to expect. The story was set up for Taylor to rise and offer salvation at the darkest hour. The fire had burned out, the time was ripe for her to rise from the ashes. Lawrence knew better than most that now was the time that they should make haste towards where the tumult laired in order to capitalize on the tale. What was not clear was whether Taylor's origins clouded the shape of the story. Lawrence would have liked to have discussed the plan with Taylor. Unfortunately, telling her would weaken the weight of it. There would be plenty of spirited argument once the ratling died. That was expected. The three of them could then go on to kill another foe as a means to resolve the tension afterwards. The Saint wants to know about what kind of heroes and villains you had in your old homeland because she wants to understand how prepared you are for fighting against a horned lord. I think it's obvious that you know enough, but it seems her opinion is different. Oh no, it seems more ratlings are coming. That wasn't what I said, kid. Lawrence resisted the urge to slap the kid once more. Raising her palm against a hero of compassion's charge was a sure way to cause a break in their group. Regardless, if this discussion concluded before the sun set, then Lawrence's sword would start speaking. Roland skulked from shadow to shadow as he made his way through the abandoned castle. He carefully poked the floor ahead of him with a rotting length of wood he had broken off from a table in one of the abandoned dining halls. The tiles below him were crumbling. It would not do for him to injure himself and fall into one of the rooms below. He put his foot forward after satisfying himself that his next step would not be his last, and slowly made his way across the narrow passage to the stairwell leading to the next floor up. He had come into possession of a map of the fortress before his arrival. It didn't detail the full lay of the place, but anything of value would be hidden away in the dusty corners that hadn't been put to ink. Halfway up the stairs and he found his progress stalled. He made a hasty retreat as green growths of wood began to sprout between the cracks in the walls. It seemed as if someone had left traps behind for anyone curious enough to investigate these ruins. Still, it wasn't outside his expectations. He reached towards his dragon oak rod once more and fired off 2 beams at the encroaching wood. To Roland's disappointment, it was no use. The flames sputtered against the wood, only to peter out. Going to have to be another concoction. He reached into his coat and pressed his thumb onto the correct rune for the pocket dimension to present him with his collection of alchemical sundries. The coat had been a recent acquisition, taken from the possession of a corrupt Procieran magistrate. The man used it to hide the bribes he accepted for the unfair application of justice. Roland withdrew a clay ball labeled with many warnings, carefully aimed, and then tossed it at the approaching growth. Acidic yellow fumes billowed forth as the clay ball broke against the wood. Roland took several steps backwards, then reluctantly reached for the small orb within himself that was the sorcery that had once belonged to the warlock. With hardly any effort at all, he shaped a barrier between himself and the mist that cordoned off half of the lower half of the stairwell. A mere sliver had been confiscated from the warlock, only that which had been used to contain Taylor at the time. Would that he had been able to take more. It was another half hour before the noxious fumes had faded. The stone stairs above had been scoured clean, the detritus of ages gone in the briefest of spans. Roland finished filling his belly and made his way onto the top floor. It was not long until he found a cache of long-abandoned artifacts stowed away behind a sealed door. He finished divesting the vault of its contents, multiple enchanted rings, 3 rods and a veritable trove of miscellaneous artifacts before beginning his descent once more. Unfortunately, all but one of the many tomes contained within the vault had long since crumbled to dust. That one book looked to contain a first-hand magical treatise written by Madeleine de Jolicoeur, and Roland would examine it further once he had sought a place to safely shelter. Finally making his exit from the fortress, Roland was greeted by a long, menacing hiss. Sweat trickled Roland's brow as he dodged behind a pillar, narrowly avoiding an acidic projectile spat at him by the Hydra. In retrospect, looting the beast's lair before he ensured that it was dead hadn't been one of his brightest ideas. Fortunately, he had not been entirely bereft of his wits. It was time to close the jaws of his trap. His fingers began inching towards another artifact from his trove. The polished rod of ivory he'd picked up in Helike, imbued with one of their war spells, found its way firmly into his palm. He leaned around the pillar and let loose the sorcery contained within the wand. A long streak of snow-white frost lashed out forward, smashing against one of the beast's heads. It reared back to strike at him once more, and he beat a hasty retreat further into the fortress. The beast trailed behind him, barely fitting its girth inside the ruined building. Now was the moment he took advantage of this building's state of disrepair. He reached into his pockets once more and pulled out a rod while divesting himself of the current one and a pair of golden-rimmed spectacles. The spectacles were a niche artifact that he had come into possession of while in Mercantise. They were of pre-C make and highlighted points of structural weakness at a glance for any would-be architect. Their previous owner was an architect who had put them to nefarious ends. He would have made use of them sooner were it not for how the enchantment on them was fading and could not be easily replaced. Roland continued to sprint further away from the Hydra as he balanced the spectacles precariously on his nose, pressed his thumb against the activation rune, then ducked abruptly as another head hurtled towards him at speed. It collided with the wall behind him. He let out a hacking cough as clouds of dust were thrown loose. 2 more gobs of acid were spat towards him. His toes clenched involuntarily in pain as the burning substance splashed loosely on his right leg. Roland's eyes darted over the large entrance hall. Significant portions of the structure were illuminated in red under the auspices of the artifact. His wrist flicked out and the end of the fluted wand pointed at the first target. A wreath of blinding light exploded from the end of it, before the support pillar he had aimed at crumbled. The floor above them groaned ominously. His arm extended twice more before. The groan had risen to a roar. Roland did not bother to look behind him, instead he limped only a few steps further, before vaulting out of a shattered window. He winced as glass remains dug into his skin. He turned to review the fruits of his labor, only to be met with the gaze of 14 furious eyes glaring down at him from above. To his misfortune, it appeared the weight of a falling fortress was not enough to subdue his foe. His fingers twitched nervously. Hands already digging in his pockets, the dark-haired man searched for an appropriate counter when a voice rang out. Shine. This creature, Lawrence de Montfort mused, was as swift as that woman and twice as canny. There was no purpose to trading words with the beast. It reached over with a claw and knocked against one of the many petrified trees littering the wasteland 5 times. It heralded the beginnings of a new song. To its misfortune, Lawrence had blocked her own ears with cloth. Lawrence sprinted towards the beast, her entire withered frame coiling to put the full weight behind the blow at the end. Its claws swung towards her ponderously. She did not try to listen this time, instead she relied solely on her own skill with the blade. She ducked the blow, then made to strike at the knuckles passing on the other side. Another thunderous step as the beast tried to squash her underfoot. She was already in the air, leaping forward, and aiming to place a blow against its leg. The beast took 2 steps backwards, avoiding the blow. The rhythm of its movements seemed dissonant compared to when she had first taken this beast's measure. Its single red eye was clouded over, the other nothing more than a wounded hole. The beast's mind was consumed by hunger. Lawrence angled her descent to land within its blind spot. She fully intended on taking advantage of its weakness. Smaller rattlings approached the battlefield, but Lawrence paid them no heed. The kid could handle them just fine. A flash of light and a score of them were gone. Landing, Lawrence moved with purpose towards the beast. The creature was fast, its tail came hurtling towards her. Lawrence lashed out with her blade. The beast let out a shriek as its tail split in 2. There was a thunderous crash somewhere in the distance as the end of the tail slammed into parts of a petrified tree. It took 2 enormous steps back, but Lawrence refused to be baited. If she moved too far from Yvette, then she would be unable to defend her charge. Lawrence would ensure that she would be the one to pay the price for victory if a toll was to be paid. The kid had a fair chance of inheriting her mother's name in the years to come, and it was better to pass the torch to future generations than holding on to dying flames. Blade pointed down, Lawrence waited for the beast to make its next move. It darted forwards with its claws at the ready, but the cadence of its movements was even more unbalanced with the loss of its tail. Lawrence leaped up, taking a swipe towards its throat. This was her chance to end the beast, she felt the word forming on her shriveled lips. Only for the monster to rear back, then take her from behind with the swoop of a claw. She was sent crashing into a fossilized tree. The beast's soul red eye had cleared. Lawrence, no. She let out a strangled wheeze and tried to rise, but found that her legs would not answer her. Then Taylor coalesced, seemingly out of naught but the wind. The return towards Equitan would be short and pleasant, in contrast to the unpleasantness that had come before. The encounter with the peregrine had come at the most opportune moment, saving him from an untimely demise. The kindly old man had spared him a few words of advice, before departing along the road towards the Red Snake Wall. Roland wished him fair tidings, wherever his feet ended up taking him. Lit torches beckoned to him in the distance, marking the village where he planned to spend the night. The road was mostly empty this late in the afternoon, and his legs protested the unfair treatment he had put them under. A rustle to his east caught his attention. His head turned to the right as his pace slowed to a crawl, and he saw a red-haired woman in a disheveled-looking jacket sprinting towards him along the fork in the road. "Run, there's a bloody bear after me!" she exclaimed. Pulling his dragon oak rod out of his pickets, Roland's eyebrows rose as a haggard-looking brown bear followed the woman only a few heartbeats later. 3 scorching beams smashed into its frame. The beast let out an angry roar as its fur caught light. It appeared that the animal would be a bit more trouble than he anticipated. He divested himself of his current rod while reaching into his pockets once more, then cautiously aimed the spiraled ash wand that he pulled forth. A long streak of chittering lightning lashed out forward, slamming into the bear. Staggering back, the bear let out a pained growl. 2 more blasts from the fragile artifact and the creature crumpled to the ground. "Oh hero," she panted from his left, "thank you for your rescue from that foul monster." This roadside encounter looked to be shaping itself into something Taylor would have referred to as complete bullshit. The words would have been muttered under her breath in a manner that suggested she was not aware of what she was doing, but the implication remained. "I do not believe we are acquainted. Destiny brought us together," she raised a palm to her forehead and gasped. "For your lover sent me to deliver a letter into your waiting palms." "You are mistaken. I presume you have me confused with someone else." "It is most certainly you and not I that is mistaken," she grinned at him. "Am I correct in assuming that your name is Roland?" He nodded and was about to respond when she continued to talk. "The priestess, your one true love, is most wroth with you for having forgotten about her." The girl moved in closer and slapped him across the face. "She implored upon me both to deliver this correspondence to you and to see you safeguarded back to Beaumarais." Roland blinked in surprise from the slap. His sense of trepidation grew with every word that she uttered. "I trust that you will handle this matter with the degree of delicateness that it truly deserves." The woman reached into her coat and withdrew a letter in a red sheaf. Ingress 4.06. "Chancellor, we aren't retreating, we're merely performing retrograde action. Dread Empress Sinistra to the Koi, shortly before her death." The mountain of fur took a step towards Lawrence. I focused my attention on her. The world started to spin. The gentle moonlight stung my eyes. I had spent so long without the sense of sight that I was struggling to handle the ability to see. Lawrence wasn't moving. There was something wrong with her, but I didn't have enough time to try healing her immediately in a fight this fast. I reached out with my mind towards the ground beneath Lawrence and seized it, then sent it hurtling hundreds of feet in the air. The moment I could take a look at her, I'd see what I could do. I tried to blink the spots out of my eyes. They didn't disappear. This wasn't working for me. I needed to be able to operate well enough to fight. I focused on all the light within the area and willed it to change. The world became varying shades of grey and white. That was fine. It was easier for me to handle. Yvette finished an incantation from beside me, and lightning leaped out of her fingertips, striking the smaller rattlings in the distance. There was an understated bang as it arced from one rattling to the next, then the singe of sizzling fur. I winced from the noise. Sound. Sound next. Eater was our eldest, the first of the 5, brought forth from an age long past, the giant rattling sang. I whimpered. The music might have been harmonious, but it still assaulted my senses. They were completely overloaded. It was scary how my capacity to manage human senses had deteriorated in such a short amount of time. I muffled the area. That was better. "Can you stop changing things? It's making my magic go completely wild. I can't account for all the changes you're making, Ma," Yvette whispered. She shook one of her hands at me. It was dirty, and the fingernails were cracked. The Horned Lord's massive frame pivoted as it turned its attention to us. Now that I knew what its dream was, I couldn't allow it to die. Unfortunately, it couldn't be awake either. That complicated everything. I'd start with simpler ideas, before trying to modify the plan I had made to kill it. It swung a massive tree trunk of a limb our way. My daughter shrieked. I didn't even think. Suddenly, the two of us were standing somewhere else. It wasn't teleportation. Well, it was, but it also wasn't. I'd just done what I'd been doing for the past week. I'd defined everywhere within myself as one point, then, changed the color of the point. It seemed that spending time dead had been good for something after all. Disoriented, I tried to take a step to my right. I wasn't facing the right way. I staggered and ate a mouthful of salty ground. The feeling of cool air against my naked skin was starting to sting as well. This was so frustrating. I was being bombarded with so much information that was no longer familiar to me. I had thought that it would be as easy as stepping back into a body. It seemed like I would need time to adjust instead. This wasn't a good time to find that out. I focused and my sense of touch became muted. There. Everything felt fine now. Learning to be human again was going to be a challenge. A challenge that I didn't have time for in the middle of combat. I climbed to my feet once more and turned unconsciously towards where I could feel the Horned Lord. My limbs were shaky and hard to use. My presence shifted to account for the rapid repositioning I had done. It felt like I was swimming in a sea of myself. The thump of the ground from the distance followed by the colossal shape approaching marked the next round of the fight. I took a moment to reach out with my mind and turn all the smaller rattlings into smoke. I needed to simplify, to make the situation easy enough to follow that I didn't need to worry about added complications. Should I just flatten the plane? I could make everything uniform. That would help me to cope. No, think human. He sated his hunger, not knowing the cost, not knowing the doom that he courted. The words echoed out in my mind from the distance. I cut my way through the threads of story that started to wind their way around us. My daughter started to mutter under her breath again. Was there a way I could put it to sleep indirectly? I could try to fill an area with an essence of lethargy. Unfortunately, I had no idea what that would be like and would cost me to do. I was sure there were modern drugs that could achieve what I wanted. Could I pull that off without paying any cost? No. I didn't know exactly how to make any of them. I created a persistent vacuum centered around the creature. This was dangerous, but it was the best I could think of. If it worked, it was just as likely to kill the Horned Lord as put it to sleep. The Horned Lord closed in once more. Its movements were unbalanced, as if it wasn't used to walking around without the assistance of a tail. I seized both of us, focused on the island where Lawrence was, and the world shifted. The world blurred, then we were on a floating platform hundreds of feet in the air. Yvette yelped and released her spell prematurely. The petrified trees around us on the flying island started to return to life. Wasaprolum. It seemed that talking was also going to take some acclimatization. I focused, then enunciated each word properly. What's the problem? At least, that's what I thought I said. I wasn't entirely sure, considering I had muted sounds. I tripped and fell. I hate this. Grimacing, I flew my way over to Lawrence. I may as well just use my mind if my legs were currently beyond me. She had forced herself up onto her knees using her arm muscles alone, and had the point of her blade dug into the ground beside her. Time to see if I could heal her, while I waited to find out if my first idea for dealing with the Horned Lord worked at all. Broken spine, kid. Can't move my legs, she spat out through gritted teeth. Really? Her spine was broken, and she was trying to drag herself back into the fight. I already knew that I couldn't just heal her the way I would heal myself. Her domain prevented it. That didn't mean I couldn't use magic. If I didn't have my name, I would never have risked using magic to heal someone without training first. This was the first time I was going to try properly casting a spell. But with it, this was what I was supposed to be doing. I was meant to be healing people, making the world a brighter place. I reached out and started to sing to the world under my breath. Moving my lips was hard. Talking normally was something that I was no longer used to. My singing wasn't very good. It didn't matter. The angels guided my efforts. What they did made me feel nervous. They sent a sense of commiseration, along with a deep feeling of empathy. All of Lawrence's smaller wounds were healed over. The break did not fix. Shrouded came second, forged in the silence. By then Eater's die was already cast. The tumult spoke. I severed the thread of narrative that came with it. Why isn't it mending? I asked. My muscles kept clenching involuntarily. Being able to heal almost anything short of death had been something I had quickly become accustomed to. It was something that had always made me feel helpless in the past, and I didn't like the idea of there being something aside from death beyond my ability to heal now. I thought of myself as fulfilling the same role as a priest, even if I wasn't one. It doesn't surprise me. Lawrence's wrinkled face was bleak. Heroes and villains rarely scar. Our injuries are never permanent, unless they are dire or meaningful. Seems I'm buggered. Are you serious? The idea was stupid and arbitrary. It fit for stories, but I still didn't like it at all. I was certain that my abilities weren't limited by that restriction, but they also couldn't work on the saint. Absolutely. If it's part of my story, then I'm stuck with it. I felt my heart break for her just a little. At least my emotions still work. Her dream was to be the sword that ended all evil. It was impossible, and on some level she probably knew that. She knew that there would always be some evil out there that she couldn't kill. She wanted to one day go out in a blaze of glory, leaving the world a better place in her passing. It was a belief that would have been incompatible with my own in a kinder world. This was a world where there were plenty of evils that I was happy to let her kill. We'll find a way for you to keep fighting, I told her. I could see her story branch off from where we were. There were two main paths it followed. I could break her dream. I could tell her that she should live out the rest of her life unable to fight. She would become bitter and angry. Not at me, but at herself for her perceived failure. With time her name would fade and then one day I would be able to heal her again. But it wouldn't matter. Her name would already be gone, and she would be miserable for the rest of her days. I Dawn. Lawrence. Have faith. We'll find a way. I cut in. That wasn't what I would do. I could find a way for her to keep on fighting on the other path. She would die in battle somewhere, doing what she believed to be right. She was old. With time, age would have claimed her regardless of what I did. I didn't see anything wrong with helping her die on her own terms. It would mean finding an enemy for her that wouldn't cause more problems when dead than alive, but there were many of those in Calurnia. I doubted I'd even have to look hard to find one. Gods above, she could die fighting legions of the dead near Keter if she wanted to. I'd make the other choice if she was younger. Unfortunately, I doubted I was able to change her mind given her life experiences. I'd give her that one last fight instead. It would make my own life more complicated, but that was okay. I hadn't been planning an easy life to begin with. Lawrence started to try and drag herself towards the edge of the island again. This is utterly ridiculous. I started to reshape the island. I made sure to be subtle about it, although she would probably notice anyhow. This wasn't a fight that I was willing to let her throw her life away in. Is my plan working? I turned to Yvette. She moved to the edge of the floating island and looked off. Suffocation isn't doing anything to it, but that doesn't surprise me. If something like this could be killed that easily, then it would no longer be alive. Do you have a better idea? Because we need to try something else. Yvette's voice cut off as she shrieked. A projectile smashed into the bottom of our floating island. The song called out to me in the fields of starvation, it crooned while I contorted. I broke the effect of the tumult's performance while seizing my momentum. Yvette nearly fell off the edge. Her hair pulled upwards as she did so. At a glance, it looked filthy. That would need to be cleaned later. My mom would come back to haunt me from the grave if I had a daughter with hair that looked like that. I caught her with a thought. Lawrence remained unmoved, her grip held firmly around the blade dug into the ground. Careful, kids. It took a few heartbeats for me to stabilize the island again. Flicker. The world swirled. I redefined myself once more, and materialized at the edge of the island. Taking a moment to assess our situation, I looked down below. I would have preferred to just walk to the edge, but that wasn't an option right now. It would probably end with me falling flat on my face. Maybe I should have just flown over? I was so used to moving myself by changing the demarcations of space after doing it for a week that considering alternatives felt off to me. The Horned Lord was below us and was in the process of uprooting another petrified tree. That was one way to attack us without appropriate reach. I briefly glimpsed what looked like rotating panes of glass in the distance. It seemed like we had found the destination for my dreams as well. I'm taking us down. The hard part of this would be keeping the Horned Lord alive without upsetting Lawrence. I knew that I couldn't convince her to spare it, despite how much more harm killing it would do. Even just a glance at her dream was enough to convince me that she was too stuck in her current philosophy without me deliberately shattering her dream. It was frustrating, but it was what I had to work with. That meant finding some way to make her think that it was dealt with. I was fairly confident that I had a way to achieve that. I had put together a plan to remove the Horned Lord as a problem. It was an idea that could easily be adjusted to be non-lethal. There were a few fallbacks if my first attempt didn't work as well. It was time to see if my efforts paid off. The hard part would be the preparation. I needed it to try and suppress us before I chose to act. I couldn't risk relying on Persevere until afterwards, and even then, only 2 specters at most. Why we should be safe up here? You just need to keep moving the island. We can keep attacking it until something works and then it will die. We all crash if it uses its sin again. Better for us to fight it on the ground and not risk dying to the fall. Flicker. We were somewhere else again. My head was pounding. Not from exhaustion, but from sheer information overload. Humans weren't meant to do things like this. They weren't meant to arbitrarily respecify the properties of their own body. It was taking its toll on me. I rested my hand on Yvette's right shoulder to stabilize myself. It was likely that I would fall without proper support. 'Twas a century for the birth of the land of death when Snatcher finally arrived. A fossilized tree came hurtling towards us. I made it vanish from existence with a thought. Try to slow it down, I ordered. I don't think that will work, Ma, Yvette muttered. That didn't stop her from changing her focus. Brighter symbols started to trace themselves into the air. I focused, then made the ground between us and the Horned Lord slick. It started to sprint towards us at a breakneck pace. The distance disappeared in moments. Flicker. I threw up. Should I remove my capacity to feel nauseous? No, better not. Human. Think human. I purged the vomit from my mouth and looked around. Moving like this was disorienting, and I wasn't entirely sure where we were. We had landed in the middle of a dense field of grass. The Horned Lord was already in pursuit. I started to propel Lawrence's island towards the edge of my range. I could have tried fleeing on it, but I doubted that the Horned Lord would allow us to escape. What else could I do to make this easier for me? Smells, I could remove those. I'd acclimatize to them again later. This grass could also go. It was visually distracting. I removed friction from the area the Horned Lord was in. It slipped, fell, then started to slide towards us. This wasn't acceptable. Direction? Yes, that would work. Flicker. We were back in the salt plains with petrified trees. Yvette released another spell. Purple lights started to dance in the surrounding air. She howled in frustration. Stop, 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 just stop, Ma, I can't follow what you are doing. Nobody can. Every one of my spells gets messed up. This isn't normal. Just think about Lawrence and I before you kill us all by accident, please. The skein came not long after, and with its birth the truth was finally learned. I'm struggling, I admitted. I didn't like how inhuman I clearly was. Stick to doing things that the rest of us can survive. I trust you. I know it's difficult, but you can kill this monster without turning yourself into some kind of monster yourself. In spite of the rest of the reprimand, her trust made me feel warm inside. Do I tell her what I'm planning? Yes. If there was one person I should trust with this, it would be her. Do you trust me? The Horned Lord reached the end of the zone of no friction and started to move towards us once again. Of course I trust you, otherwise I'd have asked to be assigned to someone else or just ran away. I'm not going to kill the tumult. The Horned Lord was the only thing keeping the chain of hunger from imploding. Its dream was to escape from its hunger. It was an exceedingly detailed dream, one that had been put together over thousands of years. Why aren't you going to kill it? Look at all the people that are dying because of it. Talking with words was too slow. If I wasn't struggling with my body, I'd default to it, but right now I needed an alternative. Telepathy? No, there's no guarantee I didn't mess something up. I started to will the words I wanted to appear as lights in the air. It was faster. An easier method to communicate. I knew that I'd need to spend time learning what it meant to be a person again after the fight. I knew that this wasn't a good decision to make. But with the limitations the fight was placing on me, it was the better alternative. Now I just needed to hope Lawrence's listen didn't pick up our discussion from roughly a mile away. More people will die if we kill it, the words appeared. It controls everything about the Rattlings. Their culture, their migration patterns, what tools they have, everything. It's the reason they only attack in spring. It's the reason that the chain of hunger doesn't run out of food. Without the tumult, they would have no civilization at all. The tumult was able to distract itself from its hunger through a combination of hibernation and music. The spring raids were both its tool to cull the excess Rattlings at the end of each year, and a way for it to try to steal knowledge from the Lycaonese. Books and other tools of civilization were brought back as plunders so that it could try to engineer an escape from its torment using what it learned. It was still a villain, still monstrous, but it was a monster that had made itself critical to the continuation of a delicate balance until its own problem had been solved. Yvette's face was red with anger. Then why should we let it survive? Surely if we kill it then the Rattlings would collapse and there would be no more of them. It's a walking disaster that should just die. 2 large petrified trees flew towards us. I demolished them. The tumult tries to prevent other Horned Lords from forming. It also tries to prevent large-scale attacks on Renia, sticking to spring raids at worst. It isn't perfect. Not just because of the spring raids. Every so often the tumult makes a mistake and then there's a disaster. I'm not saying the current situation is good, but it's better than the alternative. The Rattlings would eat the chain of hunger to extinction and then send constant raids south if it was dead. It was probably like that before the tumult was born. That wasn't even considering the worst-case scenario. I wasn't entirely certain what would happen if the essence of hunger was consolidated into a single Rattling. The tumult's dreams of it were nightmarish enough that I didn't want to give that a chance. That didn't mean I was happy with just accepting the way things were. It sounds like you're just excusing a monster and letting it get away with atrocities. How many more people will die over the years in spring because you don't kill it now? I'm not. It's awful, but it buys us some time. The gigantic furry form of the tumult was drawing close once more. Flicker. The world twisted. I suppressed the urge to vomit as I fell to my knees. This is bad. There was a constant droning thrum at the back of my head. Time until what? If you aren't planning to kill it then what could possibly make this better? I don't see a solution here. What do you think Lawrence would say? I forced myself to my feet. It was hard. Time until we can solve the problem permanently. The Rattlings don't like their hunger. They don't want it, but they can't choose to not have it. If you remove it, they all die. We can change that. Their hunger isn't natural. The tumult only needs to live until we can find an answer to it. What we really needed to do was find out what the source of the hunger was, then find a way to replace it. The Rattlings were not like the other evils I had seen so far in Calurnia. They were not evil by choice. They were evil because they had no other choice. That made them more like a natural disaster than a person. A Rattling that tried to be good was an extinct Rattling. So I would try to give them a choice. What makes you sure that an answer can be found anytime soon? If nobody has found one before then it's probably not possible. I think you're just letting it get away. If I spoke the words, instead of sounding them out. It took more effort than I liked. I know it's unfair to ask you this, but do you trust your mom? The glare she gave me was mutinous. You promise you're not just letting it get away and that this is a way to maybe stop the rattlings properly? I promise. Please don't tell Lawrence. Fine, she huffed. Lawrence's island was as far away as I could take it. The Horned Lord was nowhere near it. It was time to lower Lawrence down. The island started to descend. The tumult drew close once more. It had stopped throwing projectiles. I suspected that it had figured out that attempting it was futile. Flicker. Everything felt off. I tried to move my right arm and my left arm moved instead. It was as if all of my bodily responses were just wrong. This was worrying. Far more concerning than the worst I had anticipated. I hadn't thought that I would have become so unfamiliar with my body in such a short time. This wasn't working. I wasn't making the right kinds of progress. I couldn't afford to keep running this Horned Lord in circles this way. While I could theoretically keep it up until the tumult died of starvation, I wouldn't be a person by the end of it. I needed to force it to use its sin before I retaliated. What else could I try? I knew what I wanted to do here, but it wouldn't work if the Horned Lord had an easy counter. It paused, cocked its head from side to side, and turned in the direction that Lawrence was in. Should I reposition myself again? No, I'd messed myself up enough already. But it did give me a better idea. I'm going to deal with this. Watch over Lawrence. What'ab? I surrounded myself in a protective barrier, then moved Yvette next to Lawrence. The saint had still been trying to drag herself back into the fight. Her dogged determination reminded me of myself in a bad way. Finally, I redefined my own position according to the Horned Lord. I was at the center, and it was at the edge of my range. It didn't matter where it ran, I would always be positioned relative to it. Then I made the edge of my range frictionless. Now it would never get to where it wanted to be. I might not be able to change the Horned Lord, but there was nothing stopping me from changing myself according to it. The world became a wash of grays as both of us rapidly spun around. I closed my eyes. It was better if I couldn't see what was going on. The Horned Lord kept trying to escape the prison that I had turned myself into, but found no success. Merciful heavens, reacclimatizing to my body was going to be a nightmare. Now that it couldn't cause any more trouble for me, I had a moment to think. Did I want to try forcing a draw? Lawrence had talked about patterns of 3 and while that was an option, I felt confident that I could do better. I'd try to win, but leave the possibility of a draw available as a safety net. I finally had the Horned Lord alone. There was plenty that I could try that wouldn't necessarily be safe around the others. Should I start by trying to force more of the hunger into it? It was cruel, but it would force the tumult to sing if it wanted to maintain sanity. I needed it to act before I did. I knew that it would have a third sin, but I was willing to bet that it was a passive one. Something like record, listen, dance or perform. It would almost certainly be something that passively helped with its performance. I started the process of attempting to do just that. Sleep forevermore to suppress the curse, or feast on ourselves until the Draken is revived. The tumult spoke, before I progressed any further. It seemed that my plan had paid off after all. All the effects I had up vanished at once. It felt like I was at the bottom of the ocean, with the weight of all the water pressing down from above. It didn't matter. Now I just prayed that my scheme paid off. Hopefully, I don't need to rely on backup plans. 2 ghosts vanished. A skin-tight bubble appeared around the tumult. The inside of the bubble had space mapped to its current location. The outside. Well. That mapped to somewhere else that my presence leaked into. A place that I wasn't fond of, which I had just spent over a week becoming acquainted with. It wasn't the first place that I had considered. The Hells had been on the top of the list, but I wasn't certain if that was a good idea. Knowing stories, a pre-sea summoner would bring it back into creation, and I wasn't keen on finding out how that ended. Arcadia had been dismissed for similar reasons. It worked. For a moment I stood and looked on in shock. I hadn't expected a plan of mine to succeed without having to rely on contingencies. Considering everything else I had thrown at the tumult, I was certain that it would survive this. The tumult stepped through my portal into nowhere in particular at all. Ingress 4.07. Titans of a bygone age, heed my words, do not disdain the fruits of our labor for the forgotten remnants of a time long past. Cease this madness immediately. Antigone strides ever unyielding, M4 for the chorus of the gentle hand, moments before the fall. Shutting off the senses that had been briefly re-enabled by the actions of the tumult, I took a moment to think. I had a few problems now that the fight was over. It was time for me to make progress on the first one. That was figuring out where I was. I opened my eyes. I was met with a plain of greys and blacks. A forest of petrified trees emerged from salted earth that glimmered under the moonlight. Several of them had impact markings. My protective barrier had likely done some damage to them while the tumult had been swinging me around. Next problem. Could I move forward without losing the Horned Lord? I had a hunch that I could. I believed that the place which was not a place where the angels resided was dimensionless. It was my main reason for choosing to put the Horned Lord there, rather than anywhere else. It wasn't my only reason, but it was the most prevalent one. I didn't want to deposit the Horned Lord in one of the hells, only to have it wander away. I took a step forward and fell face first into the salt. My continued inability to perform basic bodily functions frustrated me to no end. Cheeks silver, I crawled forward naked a few feet just to confirm my unfounded hypothesis. Even that was a challenge for me. Good. The tumult still remained locked firmly in place, exactly where it was before I had moved. It didn't seem particularly bothered by its new change in living arrangements. The Horned Lord looked like it was trying to lie on its side and return to sleep. I wasn't entirely sure, considering there weren't any reference points there for me to use. It was still the impression that I received. That was a relief. Could I move matter into the space the Horned Lord occupied? Gods above, please forgive me this blasphemy that I'm considering. It is for a good cause. The angels sent me a sense of reassurance to tell me that it was okay in response to my prayer. It still felt wrong to me, even if I knew that it was fine. I felt as if I was littering somewhere holy. I knew that it was irrational. If the angels didn't have a problem with it, then my concerns were unfounded. That didn't stop me from feeling offended by what I was planning on their behalf. I also felt guilty about putting the Horned Lord there in the first place. It was unlikely that the tumult could continue directing the rattlings from where it currently was. My plan was to shunt parts of creation in there and transmute the materials into both food and a temporary living space for the giant rattling. Unfortunately, it would need to wait until a day had passed to safely confirm either way. I'd take care of the Horned Lord until it fell asleep once more. I could find somewhere to put it once it had started hibernating, and then eject it from the home of the Choir of Compassion. It was time for me to confront the problem that I was avoiding dealing with. Shakily, I climbed to my feet. Do I just fly over to the others now? No. If I kept relying on my abilities here, I'd never manage to acclimatize to my body again. I turned on all my senses. Pain. So much pain. It felt like someone had simultaneously driven nails in my ears, poured salt water down my nose and was scraping my skin with a cheese grater. I whimpered, then reflexively shut my senses back off. I was already back on the ground. It made me realize the likely reason that the different angelic choirs chose heroes in the first place. They needed an anchor to humanity even more than I did. The Choir of Compassion was so compassionate that they couldn't conceive of something or someone not belonging in their home. A home invader in the minds of the angels was simply another person that they could offer compassion to. With time, I had come to understand that it was why they hadn't snuffed me out when I had first encountered them. They had looked away to shield me from their presence. It wasn't because they hadn't noticed me at the time. No matter how frustrating it was, it seemed that I'd have to do this one sense at a time. Which one to start with? All of them were overwhelming. Touch. I'd start with touch. The horrible sensation of ants crawling all over me returned. I yelped and floated an inch off the ground. With nothing to distract me, even the sting of salt against bare flesh was more than I was able to tolerate. What next? Clothes. I was naked. This needed to be amended. Even the idea of fabric touching my skin felt like acid pouring down my throat. Could I just stay naked? It wasn't like there was anyone nearby who would care about my state of undress. Any rattlings that approach would just die, and the other two had both seen me naked already. Human. Think human. What was the smallest item of clothing I could cover myself with? I wanted as little material touching my skin as possible. I was already contemplating creating a skin-tight layer of vacuum around me just to make this easier to cope with. No. I spent another 100 heartbeats arguing with myself about what to wear. It took far more effort than I liked to convince myself to make proper clothing. I ended up wearing slippers, a sweatshirt, and sweatpants. They were in theory white, but for the time being the entire world was grey. It was horrifically garish to look at, but it was the most comfortable set of clothing I could come up with after experimentation. Comfort mattered more to me at the moment than fashionability. I could feel the others gradually making their way towards me. To be more accurate, I could feel the now familiar blade approaching. I wasn't sure how Lawrence was moving, but I was willing to bet my daughter had something to do with it. Good. That was good. I had tried to convince myself to make a form-fitting bodysuit to better acclimatize, but that was pushing skin contact too far. Even garments as loose as these were painful. There was too much information. However, I'd just spent a week learning to live in a slice of heaven that felt like hell. There was no way that I wouldn't take the time to pull myself out of another one. I dragged myself to my feet a third time. My limbs shook as I stood. I wasn't going to fly or teleport myself back to the others. There were no rattlings nearby. Actually, why were there no rattlings nearby? It was odd. Either way, I knew that they were safe. That meant I could take the opportunity to learn to walk again. It was humiliating, but it had to happen sooner or later. It was better for it to be sooner than later. I wasn't going to be changing my location like that again except in an emergency. It was quick, effective, and unlike trying to actually teleport wasn't exhausting. The cost to my humanity was the problem. I manifested a length of you and grabbed it in my right hand. The rough grain pulled against my skin. It reminded me of running my hand against sandpaper. I started to walk forward. My initial progress was slow. I moved the stick forward carefully and poked it into the ground. Trudge. Poke again. Trudge. Trib. Fall. Pick myself back up once more. Trudge. Right and left were loose concepts for me at the moment. Distance was even harder for me to grasp. I kept having to hold my left hand out in front of me, moving it backwards and forwards to try and familiarize myself with depth once again. I was so used to thinking of everything within my sphere of influence as being one place now that the oddity of seeing so much from only a single point within it was exceedingly disorientating. Trudge. To my dismay, it seemed like Innovate was not able to help me learn how to walk again. Learning a skill that I had known in the past wasn't an innovation. These frustrations harkened back to the cost I had once paid at the end of my time on Earth Bet. They reminded me of the monster that I had become. It wasn't something that I liked to recall. I pitied the Horned Lord. I was certain it was intelligent. Not only that, I was certain that it was smarter than I was. It would be stupid to think otherwise, considering the tumult was thousands of years old. It had to actually survive that long. I couldn't imagine what it must feel like to be handled in this manner because of a compulsion it had no choice in. It was the best I could do. I felt guilty about shunting it somewhere so awful, but it was a testament to how dangerous the Horned Lord was that I'd felt it was necessary to resort to such drastic measures in the first place. I wanted to try and negotiate with it when I had the opportunity. It would take some doing. I'd need to move the right objects into the angel's home, then change them into oversized tools for reading and writing. That didn't mean that it couldn't work. I didn't know why the Horned Lord didn't just send the excess rattlings into Keter. There was almost certainly a good reason, aside from avoiding swelling the dead king's numbers. I hoped to bring about an end to the spring raids. I wasn't sure what I could realistically offer the tumult for the cessation of long-term hostilities, but I would be a fool not to try. This was a unique opportunity. It was an opportunity that it was unlikely anyone else had ever had. If I could find a way to satisfy both parties in the short term, then, hopefully it would make the situation better until I found a long-term answer. Poke forward with the stick. Trudge. My breath came quick and heavy. Trudge. The crunch of salt under the solace of silk slippers was fortunately muted enough that my ears didn't want to kill me. A break. I needed a break. Muting my sense of touch, I took a moment to lean against the shattered base of one of the petrified trees. The tree had a broad base and large, gnarled roots. It was wider than I was tall. I'd enable my sense of touch again once I'd had a moment's respite. I hadn't really understood how inhuman I was. Not until the false face I was wearing had been stripped away. I'd do my best to ensure that the tumult didn't suffer the same fate. I'd try to make the Horned Lord stay in my own personal room in heaven as comfortable as possible. There was no reason for me to torture it. I wasn't that kind of monster. It was lodged firmly within my presence, and it seemed that wasn't going to change. That meant that I could use one specter a day to make its time in prison more comfortable for it. I suspected, but could not confirm, that I was partially shielding it from the angel's presence. I reshaped the trunk of the tree into a cushioned velvet chair. In theory, it was comfortable. Unfortunately, I wasn't in a position where I could appreciate it. Taking a seat, I pushed my hair out of my eyes and looked up at the stars above. The night sky was cloudless. Even in shades of grey, it was breathtaking to look at. It was something that I doubted I would ever become tired of. The sky on Earth Bet had been polluted by city lights. It almost didn't matter where you went, you couldn't observe the stars like this. I started up another prayer in thanks. It was a belated thanks for all of us having made it through the fight alive. I stopped myself as an epiphany struck me. There was something I had been lying to myself about, and it was time that I finally stopped. I took a moment to acknowledge a truth that I had been shying away from for some time. I was religious and that was okay. Nothing changed. It was funny. A part of me had expected something to happen once my denials had ended, but why should anything change? I had believed in my gods for a while. All that had changed was my acceptance of it. It was still a relief to me. I felt as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. A weight that I had put there on my own. My growing faith had been something that I was afraid to admit to myself. The reasons were stupid, but that didn't make them just go away. I wasn't sure what my dad or friends back on Earth Bet would have thought of my beliefs if they were around to talk to me. Would they judge me? I like to think that they would have been supportive of my newly discovered faith, but the doubt would always exist. It would always be there, worming away at the back of my mind. It was a question that I would never have an answer to. But at least I knew that none of the people I had come to care about now would view my beliefs as wrong. None of them would judge me for being faithful. This wasn't the world I had come from before. Everyone I had met was religious to some extent. Even the people I was fighting against. It was more unusual here to lack belief than to have it. It just meant that I fit in with everyone else. I wasn't so special after all. What a surprise that was. I could pray, wear my robes or go to church with a guilt-free conscience. The priestess who had given the gift to me had been right. I was a sister of the faith. I wasn't an imposter who didn't belong. It felt good. I might be an outsider, but slowly creation was becoming my home. I just needed enough time to adjust to the many differences. The alternate me whose life I had viewed had been more devout than I was. That was undeniable. It didn't mean that I didn't have faith. I was probably more devoted to the gods above than most people. I'd defined being faithful as something so extreme in my self-denial that it wasn't reasonable at all. Being prepared to give my life away to my gods wasn't the entry requirement to the House of Light. I didn't need to be willing to go that far. Hardly anyone would make it through the door if it was the general expectation. What are you doing, kid? Resting. Giving thanks to our gods, I replied. It took effort. I spoke slowly and made sure to properly enunciate what I said. It was only one more problem among many. Fight's over. Her voice was resigned. I lowered my gaze from the sky towards Lawrence. Her once white cotton robes were stained with grit. She was hauling herself forward with 2 makeshift wooden crutches. I wasn't sure where Yvette had found the branches. My daughter was standing on Lawrence's right. Her jaw was stiff, and her hands were clenched. Her eyes roamed all over the broken plane. It's dealt with. Want help? Lawrence shook her head. I cleaned my daughter off with a thought. I'd have done the same for the saint, but unfortunately I couldn't. There was something different about Lawrence. A sense of acceptance that hadn't been there before. You will always be too late, the words were bitter and bleak, but also laced with sympathy. What do you mean? Scrape? Clomp? Scrape? Clomp? The sounds were muffled. I felt sorry for Lawrence. I reshaped the earth into a second and third seat. She rested her blade against the arm of the makeshift chair, sat down on my right and groaned. Yvette took the chair on my left. Your story. I always wonder what could have changed, if I'd arrived a se'night early instead of late. I don't think our stories are the same. Really? She challenged. What's it about? What's what about? Your name. I hesitated. Trying to do the impossible. My cheeks shifted to a different shade of grey. I averted my eyes. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. A wrinkled hand laid itself on my arm. I allowed myself to feel it. It took effort to suppress the wince. Your name will change. What do you think it will change into? That was news to me. I don't know. It meant that I needed to worry about one day losing my graces. I don't know either, kid. Can you guess? She had more experience with name lore than I did. It depends on which impossible thing you are trying to do. Tell me something. I turned back towards her. There was a sincerity to the cast of her features that was hard to dismiss. What? Do you arrive before or after the disaster? I took a moment to think before responding. I think you're right and wrong. Dealing with disasters is a part of making the world a better place. It's one of the many steps on my road to a perfect world, but it's only a part of it. Sometimes I'll arrive late and need to pick up the pieces, but it's possible to enter a land with no problems and still make it better than it was before. Taylor's right, she spent a lot of time improving things in Renia without fighting anyone. I don't think she needs disasters to be a hero. Yvette rattled the words out. Despite the support, I could hear the anger in her voice. It would take some time and a more complicated discussion to mend this wound. And so the fool who cut nothing was cut out herself, she whispered to herself. I'm not following. You're a better answer to the same problem. I thought I understood what she meant. She amputated sick limbs. I removed the sickness and tried to heal the limb afterwards. There's still a place for you. There were so many unrepentant evils that needed to be challenged. It wasn't as if the world was lacking good for her to do. I couldn't possibly do everything on my own. Heroes get to pass on the torch. You sound like you're planning to die soon. Definitely not, Lawrence sounded offended at the thought. There are plenty of bad habits I need to beat out of you before my final swing of the hatchet. That sounded like it was going to be unpleasant. Ready to go. I changed the topic. What was your old home like, Taylor? I guess that was a no. Better in some ways. Worse in others. The society I grew up in was much kinder than all of those I've seen so far in Calurnia, even if it had problems of its own. They would have considered me a villain there. It surprised me how accurate her guess was. They would have, I agreed. My lips were dry. Thirsty. Was I thirsty? I frowned and made all three of us glasses of water. Yvette gulped hers down greedily. Lawrence and I both drank at a far more measured pace. My sense of taste was still absent, but I'd deal with that later. What was your most desperate fight? Should I talk about Sion? There wasn't any reason not to. If there was anyone who would understand what the fight was like, it would probably be Lawrence. There was a villain of sorts. We called him Sion. I started to manipulate the moonlight, and recreated some of my memories of the fight. We thought he was a hero at first. Then he did all of this. Both of them sat in silence for a while and watched. It didn't take long until Yvette looked away. What happened in the end? Lawrence asked. She gripped my arm until it hurt. He killed himself. We convinced him. Didn't feel like a win. I always ask myself if I could have done more. Could I have saved more lives if I had made different choices? She looked at me knowingly. Her words from earlier came back to me. It'll never leave you. I know. This was a victory. It doesn't. It was a victory. It doesn't matter what price you paid. You were victorious in the end. A better land will rise from the ashes left behind. Why do you believe that? It has to be a victory, or else none of it means a damned thing. Was that the right way of thinking about it? I wasn't so sure. It would make it easier to think about, but I felt like it would be a lie that I'd tell myself to sleep easier at night. Glass panes rotated high in the sky around spires towering over us. The mirrors were suspended from imaginary strings. The light of dawn was refracted through prisms into vibrant hues that were then reflected across a myriad panes above. It was a sight that was still taking time for me to acclimatize to. I had tentatively turned color back on, but was suffering a migraine for it. It would take more than a few days before I felt like a person again. I was just glad that my plan with the Horned Lord was a success. My attempt to feed it hadn't failed. I hadn't tried communicating with it yet. I was still plotting out what to say. All that was left once that was done was waiting until it ate its fill and returned to a state of hibernation. You never mentioned that you were heading to a Titan City, kid, the saint said. Her voice had a hard edge. Should I reduce sounds? No. It didn't matter how sensitive I was to everything. I'd cope. I had to. Lawrence sat on a comfortable wheelchair with her sword across her lap beside me. I could have levitated us on an island to finish the trip, but there was no specific reason to travel any faster. There was a very good reason to keep traveling at a measured pace. After taking over a day to rest, we had continued our journey towards the City of Mirrors. It had taken some effort on my part to convince the two of them of the necessity of the side trip. 2 more days had passed before we finally arrived. The battle had cost all three of us in some way. This was really built by Titans. The Titans had died out thousands of years ago. It was difficult to imagine a place like this lasting so long in such pristine condition. Everything looked fragile. I licked my lips absently, and Yvette passed me a flask. Taking a sip, I passed it back and sent a smile of thanks her way. She returned a small smile of her own. There was still an open wound between us that we would need to talk about in private. A wound that I couldn't allow to fester. The intervening days had at least thawed her temper a little. Lawrence certainly knew something was up. I didn't think she knew the specifics. I doubted she would have allowed the matter to pass if she did. Are you sure you should be digging up whatever is here? It's probably best to let this corpse remain buried. I thought that if a hero digs up graves, it's just preemptive inheritance. Her lips twitched. Finally. It had taken me forever to elicit a proper smile. Every night I have visions of this place. I'm supposed to repair something deeper inside, but I'm not sure what it will change. How do you know it's a Titan city anyway? The size of the buildings might be a giveaway, but I wasn't going to rule out the possibility of other plus-sized races. Lawrence turned her head away from me, then pointed towards one of the shaded walls of a colossal building. I moved closer to inspect what she was pointing at. On the walls were intricate inscriptions carved on a minute scale. All of it was in a script that I didn't recognize. It wasn't just another language. I was tempted to call it High Arcana, but it didn't fit. Whatever this was felt older. As if it was a precursor to the magic that existed today. Who decorates the walls of their house with dangerous magic? This place is insanity. That was carved by a Titan's hand. I've never seen a city like this before. I doubt that anything like this still exists anywhere else. There are enough hints to tell who lived here. We should be careful. I could probably learn a lot if I made notes on the walls of houses around here. Until I knew much more, it wasn't a risk that I was willing to take. Absolutely. Do you know where to go? I do. I could feel the threads of my story tugging at me. We were close. Good. Lead on then. I took one last look over my shoulder. The salted plain to the south of us was deserted as far as the eye could see. It was as if there was an invisible line that neither the rattlings nor the hunger would dare to cross over. It would be interesting to know what drove them off. I pondered out loud as I started to walk forward. I felt the back of my neck cool off as the shadow of the large buildings blocked out dawn's light. It was a welcome respite from the scalding that I had been forcing myself to endure. The roads of the Mirror City were tiled with alternating black and white blocks. The perimeter of each block was perfectly uniform. It reminded me of a modern city. Unlike a modern city, there wasn't a speck of dust to be seen. The rhythmic thumping of boots, the rolling of wheels and my stick against the pavement was soothing to the ears. The derelict city was tranquil. I let my eyes roam as the others followed behind me. There was something almost reverent about the place. As if it was a monument to a time long gone. There's a very complicated working built into this entire city which I don't even begin to understand that is keeping them at bay. It would be interesting to figure out, but I think that it would probably be common sense for us to remain outside. Yvette added. That gave me cause for concern. You think it's too dangerous? I've said it before, I'm not stupid. Anything that can keep away the rattlings for thousands of years without any active maintenance is dangerous, and we would be stupid to ignore that. Just looking at the buildings is risky for us. I feel like if I sneeze on the walls I'm going to cause a sandstorm in Callow. I sent an illusory egg her way. She pouted at me, then moved aside. I had to make it vanish before it cracked on one of the massive buildings. I wasn't willing to find out if anything bad would happen if I interfered with the walls. Both of you focus, Lawrence said sharply. I was focusing. We reached an intersection marked by a waystone. It featured detailed carvings in the Titan script that I wasn't even going to attempt to read. I certainly wouldn't risk entering any buildings that weren't related to a story, either. The sharp pull of the story informed me that we should be heading right. I took a look around. Everything was so large, the doors and windows clearly designed for people far bigger than we were. Not only that, but the surrounding buildings were completely alien in both construction and geometry. There were even odd triangular prisms floating in midair. Why would you even build a place like this? Thought you knew the way forward. Lawrence pressed. I do. Just looking. This place is beautiful in its own way. Taylor. Yvette tugged hard on my robe. I turned to her, then looked where she was pointing. Rats ran down my spine. The road on the left was blackened, scarred as if by sorcery. Buildings had shattered front faces. There was writing carved into the side of one building. The beat of my walking stick on the tiles rang out as I hobbled closer to read it. You who come after me, witness the innumerable follies of the Titans who came before. The words were carved in Old Mesian. Something need killing. The wheels of Lawrence's chair thudded against the tiles as she moved closer. She had her gaze locked on the road and was actively avoiding looking at all the walls. It was likely the only reason she hadn't spotted it herself. No. My throat had become dry. I think this is a holdover from Triumphant. I hadn't thought it was possible for Lawrence to look more alert than usual. Somehow, she managed to. Then I saw the first threads of a story coil themselves around Yvette. I couldn't see what the story was, but I could tell that it was important. Come on. We're investigating. This is a really bad idea. I feel we should just leave. What if there's a demon? Triumphant left those lying around, right? I don't think we should go any further. There isn't a demon, I answered. I would be able to tell if there was. Levitate me. We go on, Lawrence said. I expected that her reasons differed from mine. I'd bet she wanted to smite whatever evils remained. Nonetheless, I heeded her request. We descended the scarred streets in silence. They sloped gently downwards. Unlike the rest of the plain, this city was not flat. Lawrence had drawn her blade. More and more buildings fell into ruin as we followed the trail left by Triumphant. We turned another corner. There was a massive parabolic dish carved into the ground up ahead. The inside of it was covered with what must have been tens of thousands of tiles. A bridge extended into the middle, where a solitary stone stele stood. The surrounding rubble suggested that there had once been a building enclosing the dish. The tiles were engraved with runes. All three of us moved closer. Our procession ground to a halt when I smashed face first into an invisible ward. What? I blinked and rubbed my face. It didn't even look like it was there to my senses. This is incredible. How was this ward even put together? I've never seen something so impressive before. I can't even begin to understand it. I tried probing it with my abilities but was met with no success. That didn't surprise me. I had an adversarial relationship with wards. However, I was astonished that I couldn't sense the barrier at all. I could see it and touch it. That didn't mean anything. To my non-human senses, it was as if it wasn't even there. I tried to change the environment within the barrier. I failed to achieve anything of note. Maybe by using Persevere I could either see it or break through, but I wanted to save that for the Horned Lord. Considering how well defended this was, breaking through here might be risky. Triumphant either hadn't managed to do it, or had considered breaking through unwise. I preferred to be cautious. Unfortunately, I didn't think I could be. There was a story here that was tying itself to my daughter, and it would be remiss if I didn't put more effort into thinking about what it meant. So I decided to pray for advice. Should I leave this alone, or should I go ahead? The latter received a seal of angelic approval. Lawrence. I turned to her. You want me to cut something? She asked. I hadn't even finished my sentence. Please. She focused, then lashed out with her arm. Sever. The barrier shattered at the point of impact. The sound of a shrieking banshee rang out. I winced in pain. Lawrence's break had not been permanent. Even now, I could see the break mending. The process was slow. It seemed that the Titan's work wasn't so easy to unmake. All of us stepped through. I took a moment to examine some of the runes. The mental impression of an absolutely gigantic, undying dragon wormed its way into my head. The dragon appeared to be chained with abstract bindings, split into countless small pieces and partitioned away. I was missing most of the context for whatever I was looking at. It was without a doubt the most ambitious spell that I had ever seen before. Oh, my daughter said. It was an understated admission of something. I wasn't entirely sure of what. What? In the time I had spent looking, she had walked across the bridge to the steel in the middle. She beckoned to me. I approached. It took me between 10 and 20 heartbeats to work out what I was looking at. It was the contents page for the ritual I had been examining. The ritual was so fiendishly complicated that I didn't even have the beginnings of an idea of how to safely subvert it. I wasn't even sure that I was reading this summary correctly. Make copies of every inscription here, Ma. Yvette whispered under her breath. Her eyes darted distractedly from one inscription to the next below us. Actually, make more than one copy. Number them as well so we know which order to read them in. She looked up at me briefly. Her expression was hard to read. I guessed that it was a mix of guilt and reaffirmed belief in me. I didn't feel like I had done enough to earn it. That talk needs to happen, and soon. I licked my lips and began to do as my daughter asked. It would be difficult and take hours to finish. I wasn't sure how I was going to copy some of the symbols near the bottom of the dish. There wasn't an easy path down there, and I couldn't risk damaging anything. That didn't make it any less essential to do. What is it? Lawrence asked. It's an extremely dangerous trap that needs to be dismantled carefully. I had known the rattlings problem would not be simple to solve. I hadn't understood just how insurmountable the problem would truly be. Better to break or leave it. Disarming it is beyond us, I admitted, but the continent might not survive if it breaks, and we cannot afford to leave it alone. There is no telling who might stumble over it. If I wanted to give the rattlings a choice, I was going to need to find someone who knew how to remake an evil god. Ingress 4.08. Everything that can be imagined can be made real. To strive for greatness is to understand this. The fetters without are only as strong as the chains within. Transgressing past that which stays your thoughts is a pivotal step to escape the confines of mortality. Translation of the Kabbalist Book of Darkness, widely attributed to the young dead king. It had taken longer than any of us had expected to finish transcribing copies of everything at the site of the ritual. The maw of darkness had swallowed the sun by the time we had finished. We had decided to camp for the night once more on the outskirts of the city. For now, none of us were willing to risk sleeping inside one of the buildings in the derelict city. We weren't sure of how safe it would be. There was no telling what kinds of defenses the Titans' houses had. We had considered staying on the streets, but decided against it. There wasn't a good reason to inconvenience ourselves. 25 softballs of light hovered above us in a grid. I used them both as a measuring tool and to see by. The chain of hunger was overcast for once. The salted plains slowly flowed upward and began to reshape themselves into our stay house for the night. We had time and I wanted to touch base with my waning humanity. Art was the most human activity I could undertake. The foundations came first. They bubbled out of the ground and smoothed it over like cooling wax. You're letting Yvette grow soft, Lawrence criticized from her wheelchair beside me. Yvette looked up at the mention of her name and bit her lip, before turning back to the thick pile of transcribed papers on her lap. She was sitting on a chair beside us as I worked. This is for me, but all of us deserve something nice. What did I feel for tonight? A homely wooden cottage appealed to my desire for a proper residence. A petrified tree vanished from outside the city's bounds. Stone brick walls grew out of the ground, demarcating an entrance hall, a lounge, and 3 bedrooms. It was like watching cheese melt in reverse. Waterproofed logs covered the bricks over a few moments later. I wasn't actually concerned about the possibility of rain, but there was no reason for me not to put in the effort. I've never met a hero who travels the way you do. I doubt villains travel like this either. There is truth in that. I filled in the varnished wooden floors next, before establishing the skeleton of the roof and then topping it all off with a tiled sloped rooftop. There isn't a door, Lawrence commented drily. I know. It was time to start work on the finer details. It didn't take long for me to modify one of the walls, inserting a heavy-set oak door. The door had been painted over in a shade of white that was pleasing to my eye. Parts of the outside-facing walls for each room vanished, and glass windows filled in the gaps. Brass curtain railings appeared in the inside, with cream curtains draping themselves from them not long afterwards. Anything else? Yes. How about a chimney? My addition filled itself in almost as soon as I thought of it. Come on. I'm done with the basics. I can move fine on my own, kid. It helps me as well. You know how I'm struggling with my own senses. Lawrence gave her assent. I moved behind her chair and started to give it a push. Yvette and our luggage followed behind me. The rickety wooden chair remained outside. We made it through the front door into the lounge. The room was unfurnished. It took only a heartbeat to change that. A soft velvet carpet appeared underfoot, with 3 leather couches arranged in a triangle on top of it. A polished mahogany coffee table popped into existence not long afterwards. Anything else? Wow Ma, you really put a lot of effort into this. We usually don't stay in places this nice. Can you do this more often? The walls needed some life. I started to add some drapes, then candles as mood lighting scattered throughout the room. How about a chandelier as well? I can, but fine details like this take a lot of time. I had been working on this one building for over an hour. I don't want to make something like this if I am expecting to fight. Making the equivalent of an office building with no character was easy. Actually adding life to the structure in the form of decorative furniture and ornamentation was far more time-consuming. It wasn't much longer until I'd lit a roaring fire in the fireplace and everyone was seated in their chair of choice. I'd made us all what food and drinks I could. It wasn't much in the way of a meal, but it was better than the roast rat they had been eating while I had been trapped in the void. What you do reminds me of the Fae. Lawrence stated in a tone that made it sound more like a question. I'm not one of them. Ma's definitely not one of the Fae. I've had plenty of time to look at what she does. She changes the world by putting some of herself into it. I've tried to figure out where she is from, but the best I've come up with is outside of creation entirely. She's not from Arcadia either. Yvette looked like she was about to try balancing her cup of tea on the arm of the chair. Don't. You will spill on the papers on your lap. The table is right there. She pouted at me, then did as I said. Lawrence's eyes did not move off of me. I'm from outside creation. That doesn't mean I'm Ev. I know, Taylor. Lawrence cut me off. I haven't removed your head. You have the blessing of our gods. That says enough. It's hard for me to accept, but you're not the only ascended mortal who holds to above. I'm not. There's something like you living in Ashur. Don't expect to meet them. They keep to themselves. If it makes you feel any better, I'm not from any of the hells. I saw them once by accident. They are unpleasant. You don't look like a malformed wretch. Her fingers dug into the side of the sofa she was on. I'd take that as a compliment. Explain how you saw the hells. No pussyfooting. I don't just exist here. I'm in a lot of other places at the same time. With effort, I can look into them. I usually don't, because it's a bad idea. Hold to that wisdom. I understand if you don't trust me in light of this. I don't like it, but nothing has changed, she denied. That was more accommodating than I had expected of her. The heavens have seen fit to consider you my successor. I failed against the Horned Lord. You didn't. Both of us need to face some hard truths. The way she said that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Like what? I went after the tumult while you were indisposed on purpose. It was the right thing to do. You will need to make similar choices in the future. I froze. Why? The word came out forced. The hero rises from their defeat in their darkest hour and offers up salvation. It's a story and it worked. But what about Yvette? You don't lean into stories. They're always your last resort. We need to beat that out of you. Stories are your sharpest blade against evil. This isn't okay. I'm not willing to sacrifice people I care about like that. I don't use stories as a first resort when fighting because every villain familiarizes themselves with them, and I'm terrifying even without the help of a story. It puts them on the back foot because they need to fight the type of fight they aren't used to. That sentiment will cost you someday. I'm not dismissing stories as useless. I still use them when the situation calls for one. And I had thought that she would be the one that had a hard time listening to what the other person had to say. Victory takes sacrifice. Sacrifice should never be our first resort. If we can win without giving anything up, then why pay the cost? It's unnecessary and wasteful. You wouldn't be crippled if you had waited for me. The wrinkles on Lawrence's face softened as she looked at me. For something better to rise from the ashes, there needs to be a fire first. I don't believe that. Pray that time doesn't take that belief away from you. We lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. I was upset. It angered me that she had risked everything that way. The fact that it worked didn't really matter when she had done it without asking for anyone else's opinion. It was Yvette who eventually spoke up. I hate this. It's not fair. There isn't even anyone who I can hold responsible over this. The Titans are all dead. She pushed the stack of pages away from her onto the coffee table with more force than necessary. I'm sorry. It's never easy. She must have finally realized that there was no way for her to get the revenge she wanted. You always say that, Ma, but that doesn't make it right. This is all so pointless. How can I get back at the Ratlings for killing my family if I can't even kill them back? What's the kid talking about? Lawrence interjected. The spell we found. The Titans made the Ratlings. They did it to trap an older, more powerful evil and strip it of its power. One that could kill all of us with ease if it was still alive. The trap will just find new rats and empower them in the same way if you kill all the Ratlings. So just break the trap and keep killing them. How could I convince her to leave this be? Triumphant had seemingly left the spell alone, but I doubted that would do anything except convince Lawrence that breaking it would be the right choice. No. Yvette shouted before I could speak. Breaking the trap is a terrible idea that will kill all of us. We need to find some way to change the nature of their curse, maybe give them the essence of suffering instead of hunger. Yvette, I cut into her diatribe. Don't tell me they don't deserve to be punished. Every older Ratling is evil. They have to be, because being good doesn't keep them alive. They have suffered enough already. Break the spell. Lawrence rapped her knuckles on the table. Even if we die, someone else will rise to bring about its end. How can they be good if they don't have a choice? I shouted over both of them. That's what creation is about, right? The only choice that matters? They don't have one. Death is a kindness to them. I want them to pay, and making them suffer is only fair if we can't kill them. Listen to what you're saying, I hissed at Yvette. It's not a good thing to do. I don't. Don't tell me you don't care, I interjected. Does none of the time you spent with me mean anything? She flinched. I'm not a hero like you are. Why can't I have this, Ma? They took everything from me and I can't have anything back. Because it won't fix anything. All it will do is give you something to regret in 30 years. Taylor's right. Making a new kind of evil is a mistake. Yvette's eyes darted between both of us. Her hands clenched and tears ran down her cheeks. She looked like a cornered animal. Fine. I'm going to sleep, she stormed off. The door to the furthest bedroom on the left opened and slammed shut. I was about to follow behind her when Lawrence spoke up. Leave her. But she needs time and space. Give it to her. I disagree. A sigh echoed from behind me as I made my way after Yvette. I opened the door and padded my way towards the bed. She had buried her head under one of the navy blue pillows. I could hear choked sobs from beneath. Hey, the bed creaked as I sat down beside her. Go away, it's not fair. She shrieked. I muffled the sound in the room. I sat down beside her. It never is. I nudged her gently with my left hand. Come on. Sit up. What for, you are just going to give me a hug that isn't going to make anything better. She still did what I said. That's a lie. Hugs help when nothing else does. There were plenty of times I wished I had someone to hug me when I was all alone. I was just too scared to say it. I hugged her tightly. Snot smeared itself on my right shoulder, but that was okay. It was for a good cause. My daughter leaned into it. I wasn't sure how I would have responded if she had shied away. You want me to forget what the Ratlings make me feel and focus on trying to help them even if they killed my family, don't you? I'd be okay with you not doing anything at all. Wait, what? Yvette stiffened in surprise. You aren't the only wizard in the world. Neither of us know enough to solve this problem. We will need to consult with the Gigantes before we even have a hope of starting on this. I'm not about to experiment with the Titan's magic without an expert that I can call upon for help. Doing so is a recipe for disaster. I care about you. If this hurts you too much to work on, then you can leave it to someone else. I don't want to leave this to someone else. She whispered. Then don't. But could you live with yourself if you made a new evil race just to get revenge? Imagine if you actually solved their problem. There is no way they would ever be able to pay you back. Isn't that a better kind of revenge? It was still the wrong way of thinking about it, but the idea seemed to mollify her for now. We sat in silence for a while. Yvette calmed down, then eventually dozed off to sleep. I gently pushed her under the duvet, then tiptoed out of her room. Lawrence was no longer in the lounge. With nobody else around, I made my way outdoors. It was time for me to begin my first attempt at communications with the Horned Lord. I ended up transmuting some of the plane into a colossal boulder that towered at roughly 2/3 of the Horned Lord's height. A list of questions was chiseled repeatedly onto one side, with space on the other for the Ratling to carve with its claws. I already knew those were sharp. We are limited to one exchange of messages per day. What is your name and the name of your people? What would it take for you to stop sending your people south permanently? Why don't you send your people into the kingdom of the dead? What would you trade for a 10, 20, 30, 50 and 100-year reprieve to the spring raids respectively? You have seen what I can do. I am able to offer much myself. That includes trading for information. I have some measure of authority to negotiate for the Lycaonese. I can take anything else to the first prince. Do you have any proposals of your own? I am willing to act as guarantor for any agreement reached between your people and the Principate. The first message on my part was unfortunately very brief. The main problem I was faced with is the amount of time between messages. I didn't exactly know which languages the tumult could read and write in, so I had engraved the same message repeatedly in every language I spoke. It felt like trying to negotiate a peace treaty by mail, but it was the best that I could do. We didn't have years to negotiate this, which meant that both of us were going to have to be economical with words. It meant being clever in how we phrased our questions to each other. I needed to think carefully about what questions I sent the tumult, as we were rate limited to one transfer of materials per day. The limitation was unfortunately something that I couldn't avoid disclosing given the circumstances, but I hoped that it didn't spell trouble for me later on. Dawn arrived and with it, we made our way deeper into the Titan city. It was finally time to see what had been calling me in my dreams ever since waking up in the Principate. The three of us arrived at the intersection once more. We should hurry. Hesitating here will have a cost. I know, I agreed. This time, we took the path on the right. We began to make our way up a ramp that sloped gently around the hill. There was a truly gigantic metal railing running around the edge. It was likely there to prevent people substantially larger than us from falling off. At our size, it was possible to fit through the gaps. All the railing was engraved with highly detailed images of leaves. I feel like a grave robber or an invader walking around this place. It's so quiet that it's uncanny. There's no animals or merchants hawking their wares. Even the absence of birds singing is creepy. Time cuts down all of us, kid. We reached the top of the ramp, arriving at a flattened out section of the hilltop. There were fewer buildings, but all of them were far more extravagant. The wind whistled above us, dancing between the mirrors meandering high above us. Wow, I said. My voice was tinged with just a hint of awe. Even from high above, the Titan city towered tall. Despite its age, everything still stood untouched by the ravages of time. The floating mirrors rotated at a height currently level with the horizon. The harsh, reflective rays meant that I needed to shade my eyes to observe them properly. It was hard to even conceptualize something like this city, especially considering how fragile many features looked. I led on. We passed a bubbling fountain, then came to a stop outside an amphitheater with an open domed rooftop. Finally, we had arrived. I'll stay here and keep watch, Lawrence stated. Are you sure? I didn't bother to suggest that it might not be safe for her. Even injured as she was, I didn't doubt she was one of the most dangerous people alive. I am. Yvette had come to a stop as well. She looked torn between deciding whether to follow along behind me. If I, come with me, I encouraged. But Lawrence is staying outside. Doesn't that mean I should wait with her? You're my daughter. I promised I'd take care of you. Whatever this is as much yours as it is mine. Her disagreement faded away. The two of us started to ascend the stairs. The deserted room was exactly the way I had dreamed it to be. It was empty, save for bits of rubble strewn liberally across the floor. Those were the shattered remains of the steel I needed to reconstruct. I climbed up onto the raised platform in the middle, looking at what I had to work with. This is what you insisted we come back into the city for. It looks like a pile of broken rocks. What makes it so special? I don't know, but we're going to find out. Come on. Let's do this together. She grumbled for a while, but helped out regardless. It didn't take long for us to lapse into a comfortable silence. It was quiet, peaceful. I could have gathered the remains of the steel using either magic or even the force of my own will, but the idea of doing either seemed wrong to me. This was a task that should be performed by hand. The routine was simple. Pick up a puzzle piece, then carry it back to the center of the room just short of the podium where they all belonged. We organized them at the base. It was best to arrange them into groups before we began the task of reconstructing the steel itself. Time passed. The floor under the soles of my boots first heated and then cooled with the rising and falling of the sun. We stopped outside briefly by Lawrence for lunch. Even that didn't break the tranquility of the task. Walk, pick up, put down. Repeat. Both of us fell into a trance. It almost felt like a ritual. Eventually we had gathered all the pieces. The process of reconstruction began. It was slow and laborious. Figuring out what went where was hard enough on a two-dimensional puzzle. This puzzle occupied a third dimension. We started from the base and worked our way up. I was exceedingly careful in only fusing chunks of rock together once I was certain that the pieces I had found belonged with each other. It grew dark. We debated returning to our cabin outside the city. Lawrence suggested that we stay. Dinner came and went. I considered suspending orbs of light inside the interior, but decided against it. The light from the moon and stars would be enough. I paused for a while and watched them, reminiscing. The sky was different from Earth. New stars set in their own constellations, with a similar, but not the same moon. Despite that, one thing remained constant. When you looked up and stopped to really think about it all, we were all so very, very small. That didn't mean small things couldn't matter. I started up on my task again. Yvette had fallen asleep at the base of the monolith. The moon was overhead by the time I had finished piecing together the puzzle. What now? Nothing appeared to have changed. There were still thousands of pieces left over. It confused me. The puzzle was complete. I was certain of it, but it felt like there were enough pieces left over to assemble a second one. Maybe if I examined the engravings on the steel further? I stepped in closer. There were a lot of details written in the Titan's script, but most of them were lost on me. What I could make out were the larger structures. The sphere inside a sphere, with two smaller spheres on either side of it. It was a map of creation. A map that had been carved down to even the smallest of details. The hells on the Platonic left, the heavens on the Platonic right, the world in the middle and Arcadia around it. I may have been uneducated on magical theory compared to the wizards of Pries, but the basics of the image did not go over my head. Unfortunately, everything beyond the basics was far beyond what I could hope to understand. I just didn't have the right perspective to make sense of it. I felt like I was supposed to learn something here. It frustrated me. I felt stupid. As if I was failing a test that had been set. Parched, I removed the flask from my hip and drank deep while I dwelled on the issue. I decided to take a brief rest. I sat down for a moment near where Yvette slept on pillows that I had provided her with. Focus Taylor. I turned back to the monument. It was missing. I blinked, then rubbed my eyes. Nothing changed. I'll help. A voice called out. It sounded familiar, as if I should know it from somewhere. I couldn't place where. I looked up in surprise. A figure was standing to the left of where the steel should be. She stood only a little shorter than me, wearing a black and grey silk outfit. Her face was clad with a mask sporting mandibles, and her eyes were covered in yellow lenses. The figure stood unnaturally still. She didn't move at all, she just stared at me. It was me. More specifically, it was me when I had still been Skitter. I must have fallen asleep. I looked around the place wearily, not being able to see the difference between where I was now and reality before. Just like the waking world, Skitter said. Ready for me to help. It sounded more like she was stating she would be helping me regardless of my wishes, despite phrasing the words as a request. So I was in a dream then. An exceptionally vivid dream, but still a dream. I already knew that dreams had power here, though. I was about to reject the offer on impulse alone when I thought better of it. She was a part of me. If I rejected help from her, how could I accept help from anyone else? It struck me then. She looked so alone. It was as if she had nobody in her corner. I knew that I wasn't alone anymore and I didn't like it. So I stood up and hugged her. She stiffened. It was as if friendly human interaction was foreign to her. The thought left me with a feeling of nostalgic melancholy that I hadn't expected to have. I had been like that as well years ago. Sure. What am I supposed to do? Build it a second time. She pulled away, her eyes avoiding my own. Okay. It was tiring work, but I needed to go on. I considered the remaining pieces carefully, trying to work out how to fit them all together. I hadn't expected being in a position where I had to build this structure more than once. It was harder than I thought. The second structure wasn't the same as the first one. It wasn't just the shape of the pieces that were different. The image that was building up on the face of the steel told a different story to the one that I had already seen. For a while, the two of us worked together in relative silence. It was comforting, as odd as it was. You should do it again. Oh. I replied, confused. Do what? Nobody here can be trusted with power, so you should take charge, she explained. That didn't work out so well for me the first time, I countered. But it did. She argued. Sure, you died at the end, but the world got to go on. I think if I had trusted others more, we could have come up with a better solution, I evaded. The response felt weak, but I was trying to be better. Sure, Skitter sounded doubtful. It doesn't matter, though. In this world, you actually do know better than everyone else. It isn't hypocrisy if it's true. You should try to take over. Not doing it is just irresponsible. Just look at the mess in the Principate. No one person can fix everything. It doesn't matter how strong they are. Everybody needs guidance. Everybody needs help from somebody else. How about Triumphant? Neither of us know her life story. It doesn't matter. She still relied on others. Even if it was just from existing academic knowledge and written texts. We could. She was just a human. We're better than that. There was so much wrong with that statement. She's lying, you know, another voice interrupted my thoughts. I turned. This figure wore a copy of the robes I wore. I felt a kinship with her. It was almost as if the two of us were nearly one and the same. She didn't look like she needed a hug, but I gave her one anyway. She returned the gesture warmly. You're making me proud, Taylor, she said softly. Do you mind if I help? Of course not, I smiled back and tapped against the broken base of the plinth. I took the time to consider the two of them while we worked. A suspicion was beginning to gnaw away at the back of my mind. I turned to face Skitter. No, not Skitter. She was me, but a version of me who had chosen to side with below. That made the other one a version of me who also stood with above. Each of them was an eidolon standing in to represent their respective sides. Is this a test? I directed the question towards the version of me that I trusted more. If you want it to be. I don't need to kill my evil self. Some people test themselves like that. We're not a brute. Evil me snorted. We like ourselves as we are. You've moved past self-flagellation. The good version of me translated. Then what's the test? Me first, evil me said, fitting another piece into the monument. Tell me why I should embrace evil. I didn't see myself changing my mind, but I would at least hear what she had to say. Good is ineffective. It's reactionary. Slavery was ended by evil. You know that deep down. Good doesn't improve the world, it only keeps it locked in place. I turned towards my good self. She was continuing to build up the steel while the two of us debated on the side. Not going to contest that. You're not going to fall, Taylor. She smiled at me. You're almost a saint. It isn't moral guidance that you need. Just a little help and support. A nudge every now and again. I trust you to stand on your own 2 feet. Evil me snorted. Saint? No, she isn't. How many people suffer because she doesn't take charge? It's true that good is largely reactionary, I agreed. It doesn't need to be that way. Change can be guided. I have no way of measuring how many people suffer because I'm not in charge. It's entirely hypothetical. What isn't hypothetical is the thousands that would need to die for me to take over, or the thousands more that would die once I was there. You could just kill or mind control all the leaders. Don't pretend you don't think they're awful. Nobody can fight you. Lawrence could. I doubted anyone would allow a villain to remain in charge of a good nation. She really couldn't. You know that. Open a few permanent gateways to the hells and hide out somewhere else. Take some refugees with you. That was a big step up from taking over by removing the leaders. How does genocide make people's lives better? Social engineering. Lawrence would tell you that you could build something better from the ashes. Evil me grinned. It wasn't pleasant to look at. I turned towards good me. A sad smile adorned her face. The expression alone communicated all that I needed to know. I don't feel like you are trying very hard to sway me. I told my evil copy. I don't need to. Why is that? You'll fail her test. I want you to know what you are signing up for once the blinders have been ripped off. I felt like it was supposed to be ominous, but if anything I felt more reassured. Anything else? Evil is more open-minded. It's easier to reform. Really. Just need to convince people with logic, rather than emotion. Prove your system of morality serves their best interest better than being selfish. That was a more persuasive argument than her last one, but it still wasn't good enough for me. For one, I doubted that it was true. The vision of life in Wolof had given me a better understanding of evil, even if I now appreciated it less. Evil was unfortunately ideological. I'd run the risk of coming to like mass murderers. Then I'd start to think like them. Better to surround myself with good people. Mass murderers like Lawrence. All the people she killed deserved it, I defended. She gave me a flat stare. Point. I had no way of knowing that for sure. Evil isn't asking you to follow anyone. Just do what you believe in. I need to work with others to make the changes I want. I couldn't just live alone in the middle of nowhere. It would be lonely, and I would hate it. Make friends with others who worship below. An appeal to faith won't work. Above and below aren't morally equivalent. Above has angels that truly represent virtues. Below has devils that bargain for people's souls. Don't worship below. They don't ask you to. The idea that there is a third side here is a lie. Everything in creation is a form of worship for one side or the other. Choosing to try to sit out of the fight is just one of the least offensive ways to side with below. I'm not a coward, and I'm only a fool sometimes. I've chosen the side that I believe in, rather than being stupid and believing that by declaring myself neutral it makes it any more true. Everything good has done shows them in a better light than evil. Actions matter. I'm not going to consider switching sides. The argument ended there. All three of us continued with our task in silence. One last piece slotted into place. The steel was not complete, there was still a coin-shaped hole in it. Apparently, it didn't need to be. Blue lines burst out of the image carved into the surface of the monument. They enveloped the room. We were swallowed by a huge virtual three-dimensional map that stretched from one side of the stadium to the other. Planets, stars, constellations, galaxies. All were laid out in exacting detail. I turned my thoughts towards the idea of Calornia and the focus of the map narrowed in on a single speck. It was almost as if it knew what I wanted. What about Earth? The map expanded once more to its full size. The focus did not switch to anything else. It was a disappointing but expected result. It was only then that I noticed the two emissaries were holding scintillating pieces in their hands. They were blinding in their incandescence. I shaded my eyes, then conceded even that was not enough and squinted away. I thought this was supposed to be your test. I asked my good counterpart. In the time that you've spent in creation, you've told the world 2 stories. She began. The story of who you were before. Evil me held out her piece towards me. I looked towards good me. She would tell me if this was a trap. It's safe to take. This isn't a test, despite what she says. Evil me cackled in a way that reminded me of Aisha. I ignored her. I reached towards the glowing chunk of rock now that I had been reassured. It was the size of my palm and shaped like a coin. The light faded from it as it came to rest in my hand. The token had an engraving carved onto it. A golden crown ornamented with a set of silver scales. There was a spider on the left of the scales, balanced by a butterfly on the right. That isn't the only story you told creation, Goodme held out her piece. I reached out to it. It was identical in size and shape to the other one, but the engraving on it was different. This one I was already familiar with. It was the image of a golden staircase that I had created for myself. What am I supposed to do with these? Your choice, Evil me said. I turned my attention back to the steel. There was a hole there. A hole that either of them could fit into. What happens if I put one of these in there? I asked. You give up that story and everything that comes along with it. My good simulacrum answered. That means, if you choose to give up the stories of your past, then you will no longer be a demon. If you choose to give up the stories of the present, then you will no longer be on the path to redemption. Why would I give up either? Exactly. Evil me smiled to emphasize her point. Weeping heavens, that smile was creepy. It's not a sacrifice, it's a trade. If you put in the stories of your past, then they will apply to everyone everywhere in creation. And if I give up the redemption story, then everyone except you could follow through with it as well. See? You should do it. Give up on being good. It's better for everyone else. This was a lot to spring on me. Do I need to give up on either? You don't, Evil me answered. Keep both. It's smarter. And here is the real test. You want me to give up on one of them? I directed the question to my mirror image. Your past stories, she agreed. Why? You carry with you the stories of an entire world. A world that is in many ways closer to what you and I want for creation. Giving up your stories won't get it there, but it will put the grooves of those stories into place. You know those stories better than anyone else. You can help guide everyone. It's a new battlefield skewed in favor of good. Not all of my stories were good. There's a reason she carried that token, Goodme acknowledged. Your story was the strongest on Earth bet. The version of me in the skitter costume explained. You carry enough stories with you to form a new Fey court, and your story will be the crown to it. And you still want me to give those stories up? I asked my right half. The thought made me incredulous. I do. Keep them. It's the right thing to do. You can't trust anyone with that kind of power. Villainous Taylor countered. I looked at both of them closer. I realized that they weren't just emissaries. They were also both part of me. My doubts and fears. The little voices urging me to do one thing or the other. Is there anything else I'd be giving up while you're at it? There is, but I can't tell you what, Goodme winced. Oh. So that was what this was. I had claimed that I was faithful. This was a test of faith. How am I supposed to do anything? Without immortality or power to influence the world, you're asking me to give up on my dreams. I'm not, her voice raised in pitch. Your dreams are good. I want them to happen. The angels want them to happen. Our gods want them to happen. If you win, they win. We are all fully behind you. Then why are you asking me to discard both my powers and my past? It's part of what makes me who I am. That's not what I'm asking. Think about how much good your stories could do if they applied to everyone. You know how hard it's going to be to change societies. How much blood will be shed to get there. Even the most peaceful path is going to see millions or perhaps billions die. How much has Ain really changed now that the revolution is over? So this was the other side of the coin. This is why she thought I'd fall. I'd be weakening my story if I kept both coins. My gods were offering me guidance. They were suggesting that this was a better way. I wasn't about to let go of my redemption story. That made it a choice between keeping and letting go of my largest advantage over anyone else. It felt like I'd be losing out no matter which choice I made. Told you that it's unacceptable. Terrible Taylor folded her arms. I got the sense that the entire exchange left her feeling satisfied. I turned towards my reflection. Will I still be in a position where I am able to negotiate with the tumult? You know the answer deep down inside. My good twin evaded. How about my leverage over Cordelia? My abilities in a fight? This throws all my plans away. I won't be able to escape stories, or see them before they unfold. Are you asking me to swear not to kill as well? Good me came close and hugged me tightly. Taylor, have faith, she whispered into my ears. Have faith. Are my dreams dead if I do this? She shook her head vigorously. Even in dreams, my mouth had gone completely dry. Even if she ignored all the other questions, there was one that I needed to know the answer to. Are my gods asking me to die? Do you believe that they would? No. No, I didn't. This was a trust exercise. My gods wouldn't ask me to die, to kill my friends, or to become a pacifist. Nobody would follow them if the guidance they offered wasn't in the spirit it was asked for. Am I really considering this? It was hard. Harder than any decision I had ever made before. Even the ones that I had made at the end of the world. They might have had more far-reaching consequences, but none of them required me to act on faith alone. I turned towards my evil twin. Trust isn't good enough, is it? She grinned at me. It was her grin more than anything else that helped me make up my mind. I didn't want to ever be like that. I didn't want to be like her. My new friends and faith had made me happy. Happy in a way that I hadn't been in a long, long time. I'm really doing this, aren't I? I felt a sense of certainty wash over me. A clarity that I had wished for. Yes, this was my purpose. This was what I wanted to do. They were my gods, and I was one of their priests. If my gods asked me to believe in people or organizations, then you would have been right. I don't believe in any of them. I doubt that will ever change. When I negotiate with Cordelia, I do so with the implied threat of what I can do hanging over her. She knew at all times that I could just walk across to her opposition if I didn't like what she said or did. She knew that if I wanted her dead, there was nothing that she could do about it. It's a part of me that I don't like. It's something that I was made into by others. Sadly, it's a part of me that will never go away. You're really considering this? The range of my evil self's voice went higher than my voice had ever gone before. I am. You're just giving the gods above power over you. They already have it. Omnipotence didn't go away because they chose not to exercise it. Think. It's a lie. A trick to kill you. My gods did not need to trick me to kill me. If the gods wanted someone dead, they immediately ceased to exist. I've made up my mind. My good reflection was right. This wasn't a test. I had already decided where I stood. I worshipped the gods above. This was simply me affirming my own faith. It's going to be okay, Taylor. They were my gods, and I believed in them. My friend, my family, and everyone else that I had come to rely on were all together under the banner of good. Trusting them all had gotten me this far. I'd trust them all just a little bit further. My gods wouldn't lie to me. They wouldn't just cast me aside. They knew where my lines were just as well as I did. Good luck then. My villainous self patted me firmly on the shoulder. I thought you disagreed. We don't hate ourselves. You're still me. I want to be happy. I just don't agree on the road to get there. Thanks. Don't forget the other choice. Be more selfish. Assert control. Make some decisions on your own. Not every choice needs to be guided by somebody else. I knew that. I didn't ask for guidance when I felt certain of what was right or for trivial problems. It was only something that I did when I felt lost. This wasn't about relieving myself of the ability to choose, it was about having the opinion of someone much older and wiser than myself when times were hard. I turned away from her. Do you have anything to say? I asked my good simulacrum. You know my mind as well as I do. I was about to disagree when I realized that I did. I was her and she was me. Both of us had positioned ourselves firmly on the side of good. There was only one thing left for me to do. Your priestess offers this to you in the spirit it was asked for. She trusts you to take good care of her, I prayed. My hands shook as I walked up to the hole in the Titan's monument and slotted the piece of my past into it. I could feel the hands of my gods reach out to me and lay a finger on my forehead. It came as a shock. I had never heard of the gods intervening before, but it made sense. If anything required direct intervention, then changing the nature of a demon into something else would do it. This wasn't what I was expecting. I had expected them to turn me back into a human. My perception began to expand. My mind began to change. It was similar and yet different from what I had experienced within the void before anchoring myself to Yvette. My gods were there to guide me through the experience every step of the way this time. It was comforting. They kept me from losing myself. I was still me, but I was also something different. There was light. It was everywhere. It suffused every part of me. The experience didn't hurt, but it was overwhelming. So much. Too much. My consciousness began to fade. I could have tried to stay awake, but I trusted my gods to take care of me. I didn't know what I would wake up as, but I had faith in them. That was good enough. I had faith that I would still be me. Faith that whatever they turned me into would preserve my humanity. Faith that I would still be able to achieve my dreams. A comforting blanket of darkness wrapped itself around me. Ingress 4.0x 144. If you come into the possession of any strange or enigmatic objects with no apparent purpose, ensure that they are never lost, broken, or misplaced. They will almost certainly be of critical import in the distant future. 200 Heroic Axioms, author unknown. Cordelia Hassenbach. Routine was something Cordelia Hassenbach embraced. Which was what made breaks to her routine all the more tiresome. She had broken her fast and had been going over the expected difficulties of the day with her closest advisors. The boon of coin they had received from the Chosen had created new avenues of negotiation with the kingdom under that needed to be accounted for. She was walking around the walls of one of the autumn palaces in Salia when a breathless attendant brought her a missive. Taking it, she leaned over the crenellations and then started to peruse the contents. She schemed over the letter twice more, while allowing the sound of her soldiers' morning drills down below to wash over her. Despite being 18 and well-bred, the contents of the letter made her want to throw a tantrum. Even beyond the grave, it appeared Princess Constance saw fit to make problems for the Principate. Biting back an oath, she considered what to do. The matter of Constance's scar had risen in priority and was now a pressing concern. Shortly after the tragedy had first occurred, travelers in the region had started to complain about an uncanny feeling when venturing near. Priests should have been dispatched in the aftermath to contain any potential undead breakout, but with the state of the Principate, the task had fallen by the wayside. As time marched on, that expanded from the ill-founded superstitious mutterings of peasants to claimed sightings of ghosts. At the start of her campaign, word had come that phantom raiding parties bearing Constance's banner had been attacking anyone who ventured close enough to the scar. The missive that Cordelia had just received warned of the rise of entire legions of angry shades. Cordelia was uncertain how to deal with the matter. Traditional weapons had so far proven ineffective against the creatures, although the workings of priests had shown promise. By Klaus's reckoning, the threat had grown to the point that the Principate did not have sufficient priests to see it properly excised. It was fortunate that Taylor's origins remained clouded in mystery for most. The Alamans princes would undoubtedly have Princess Constance cast as a folk hero should the place of Taylor's arrival be known. The brave princess who had so cruelly lost her life in an attack called down by the perfidious schemes of Cordelia up north. They would treat Taylor as nothing more than a tool to have Cordelia's reputation tarnished and forget the cost of earning the Chosen's ire. The matter of Constance's scar was of critical import. It would have far-reaching consequences if serious effort was not made to see it properly contained. The imperiled region included a not insignificant swathe of Purser's heartland. The spectral raiding parties had begun to pillage along Julien's highway. One of Purser's arteries was under threat. It had already forced Klaus to consider alternate routes for staging the next part of the Lycaonese campaign. After Lang had fallen, she had marched on Salia with the intent of using it as a rest stop before giving battle at Cantel to the south. It was likely that there was where the final confrontation with the coalitions of Princess Inner of Equitan and Prince Amadis of Isère would take place. Despite Agnes's assurances that the outcome of the battle would resolve in Klaus's favor, she couldn't help but be nervous. Be a dictator or don't. As a girl, Cordelia had made a deep study of ruling, knowing that she would one day inherit Rhenia and intended to serve her people as best she could. She was acutely aware of the limits of Lycaonese wisdom, and so she searched for answers among the learning of other realms. She had looked far, in acquiring tomes. From one side of the continent to the other. She had yet to acquire any political treatises penned by the hand of dread Empress Militia, but it was not for the lack of making the attempt. Her initial overtures to recruit the Chosen had been made at the behest of Agnes. Foul portents of what could come to pass should Taylor decide to stand on the opposing side of the field. She was a foe that Cordelia could not afford to contest with the strength of arms. Even should she be victorious, the cost would prove ruinous. According to Agnes, not all futures along that road ended in defeat, but enough did that Cordelia had considered the imposition of courting the Chosen worth the price. The arrangement was not entirely to Cordelia's detriment, and not only in the form of material assistance. Taylor had presented the opportunity to excavate the mind of someone from beyond the shores of creation for insights. The attempt had borne little fruit. For once, it had galled Cordelia that a hero had been so unschooled in matters of politics. She had been tempted to castigate the hero for the shortfall in her education, but had instead withheld her thoughts. The station of the girl's birth was not a failing of her own. The hero's inadequacies in matters of statecraft did not make her assessment of Cordelia's protracted strategy any less correct. The seeds of her plan for the foundation of a grand alliance had only just planted themselves in the fertile soil of her mind. She would have presented it as a council of nations participating in the 10th Crusade that could adjudicate internal disputes, but would not include clauses forcing the alliance to end after Pries was laid low. Cordelia had believed it would see the pillars of her reign cast in steel and forge a principate that could finally turn its attention towards the true enemies. She had been teetering on the brink of a decision, when Taylor had presented her poorly argued dismissals of Cordelia's long-term strategy. Cordelia hadn't given much weight to Taylor's castigation of her plan at first. After consulting with her advisors and having them scour historical records of the previous crusades, she had conceded that staging the 10th crusade was more likely to fracture the principate than see it forged anew. And so Cordelia had begun to revise her vision for the future of the principate. She had her advisors scour old records and unearth every fragment of name lore that she could. The cost in both time and silver might have deterred her once, but not when confronted with the evidence of how close she had come to skirting the edge of ruin. The bitter taste of how close she had courted disaster stung like salt water against an open wound, but Cordelia already toiled to close the holes in her schemes. The strategy that emerged from the furnace had been tempered by new wisdom. Her dreams of a grand alliance were not dead in the water, it was only the initial purpose of the alliance that required adjustment. The pact would be defensive, an agreement to unite in the event of extraordinary actions committed by any major evil polity. It was unfortunate that a war on Callow could not be prosecuted to the last holdout, but Cordelia had conceived of an alternate method for scouring every trace of evil from that backwards kingdom. Taylor had delivered both the revolutionaries' drafts for his vicious scheme in Ain and what little of the Carrion Lord's additions to the plans she had been able to unearth. It would take little work for Cordelia to see them wielded against Pries, and it would come as a significant blow. Her investigations of the Provis Bank had provided unrelated insights into the economy of Pries. The nation's food shortages came as no surprise to her given some of their cultural practices, neither did their long history of grain imports, but it spoke to the presence of an easily exploited vulnerability. One that Cordelia would not hesitate to take advantage of. The calamities were villains, and stories were weapons that cut best when wielded in the hands of those on the side of the heavens. They had seen fit to stoke the flames of madness within both Ain and the Principate at large. Militia's thrust in Ain was but one move of many in their contest, but it was a thrust that Cordelia had yet to return. Cordelia would see their madness returned in kind. The people of Callow were a vicious lot of backward peasants, known for their long history of fostering grudges. Cordelia would turn the schemes of the Tower over to them, with her own additions outlining the fragility of Pries's economy. She had no doubt that the people of Callow would burn their own fields to see their tyrants brought low. In matters of internal conflict within the Principate, she intended to use Taylor's reforms as a platform to quell her opposition. She had initially dismissed the idea of providing a political education within schools for the peasantry, for their lot in life would find no benefit from it, but circumstances had seen fit to change her mind. Cordelia thought that she could maintain her hold on power for at least a decade without calling for a crusade, before the other princes had eroded away her power. That was sufficient time to educate opponents for each prince within their own principality and collect an abundance of incriminating evidence on every last one of them. She would use the information she gathered to incite dissent should they make the attempt at unseating her from power. It did not suit Cordelia to care about who ruled the lands to the south, provided they did so capably and were not plotting to undermine her rule. In light of their origins, were the Malanses to be wrested from the reins of power, it would be a fate that they had earned. It was an unconventional scheme that would rely on her maintaining an unblemished reputation within the confines of the Principate's internal politics. Cordelia considered it essential that she be viewed as an acceptable candidate to rule in the aftermath of her grand reveal, but she knew that it was not beyond her faculties to do so. Cordelia wagered that so long as conflict remained situated at the level of principalities rather than the broader Principate, they would be willing to band together in the face of an external threat. While each principality turned their attention inwards like vultures fighting over scraps, Cordelia would see to it that her purpose remained fulfilled. She would see the walls were manned and fortified, the roads were safe, and in accordance with her agreement with the Chosen, the lives of the peasants were improved. It would cost her political capital in the highest assembly, but her reputation would soar. She was Cordelia Hassenbach. She would salvage a nation from the madness the Tower had turned the Principate into, no matter the cost. Lennox the Revolutionary. The measured plodding of his boots against the forest floor matched the care that Lennox had once shown as he put quill to parchment. Prod. Step. Prod. Step. One could not be too careful when embarking on a journey through the waning wood. The forest was fraught with perils both wondrous and mundane. He questioned the wisdom of the road he traced once more, but chose not to shy away from this turn of the page. He ducked beneath the covers of another tree, then felt his boots sink into the loam. The faint bubbling of a spring echoed in the distance like the sound of rainfall over his family's farm. A twinge of resentment. He dismissed the memory once more. Mercantise was the spine of the ledger that upheld Calurnia. It was no mere whim that motivated his choice of destination. Revolution whispered to him like the blossoming of new shoots come spring. It whispered and he decided to answer. Lennox would burn through the rot like fields of sugarcane faced by summer flames. The city of bought and sold would trade coin no longer, as he consigned it to a pyre of its own make. The revolutionary passed between the painted pages of a fern and stepped out into the fading golden light of the late afternoon sun. The brook babbled before him. Weary from his journey, he peeled off his boots and soaked his feet in the cooling water. It was almost ink-like in its viscosity. Like the crunch of discarded parchment, twigs crackled nearby. Lennox turned his attention towards the sound. A pale-skinned figure with a black silken blindfold over one eye, clad in a sober long-sleeved tunic with buttons of shade, approached from between the trees. The revolution sung to him then. It sang like it never had before. Lennox could see all the uses the Prince of Nightfall could be put to. He could already taste the fruits of their collective harvest. Would you consider extending your banking into the fine city of Mercantize? I would serve as your intermediary, and there is much coin to be made. In his mind, Lennox could see the seeds of the story he was planting take root in the creature's head. It was likely that the Prince of Nightfall could escape the furrows he had plowed, but Lennox doubted that the raven-haired creature would choose to do so. Why should I decide to fund this branch? He replied. I would offer loans to the greedy and desperate within the city of bought and sold. Loans where they need only offer up their souls when signing their name to the agreement. It is within your means to offer coins at no cost to us both. Lennox knew that the only coin the Fae could offer would fade like summer crops with the changing of seasons, but that only served to further his goals. Coins would pour forth into the city of Mercantize like ink spilled from the well. The economy would adjust to its presence with the passage of years, then one day it would all evaporate like mist. It would all come tumbling to the ground like books on a knocked-over bookshelf when that time finally arrived. And what of your desires? What you want is what I want. In this undertaking, there is naught that I seek for myself. A gaggle of children sounded out as the Prince of Nightfall laughed. A well-laid trap. A well-laid trap indeed. Their bargain had yet to be struck. An agreement was still to be found, but Lennox could see which way the wind had blown by the shifting of the grass. Lennox had not set foot in Mercantize yet, but he could already hear the roaring of flames. Akuasahilian. Show me not my reflection, she spoke in an ancient Mdaithwa dialect, but the face of your brother. Banzi, her father grinned. She missed his company. Their only allowed contact was when she received his tutelage in sorcery, although both of them had been finding ways to subvert those restrictions regardless. She would be with him right now, were she not about to attempt another summoning once again. Secrecy was paramount. The moment any other practitioners within the Empire became aware of what she was calling upon, they would immediately move to kill her. That required her to perform her experiments on the outskirts of Wolof, away from prying eyes. It had taken the best efforts of her family agents to procure an object tainted by the aspirant from deep within the bowels of the tower. It was a book that had been written in a language nobody spoke. The fact that any corrupted artifacts had remained came as complete a surprise. The Dread Empress had tasked the warlock with purging that corruption, and surprisingly, the edict had been met with great fervor and enthusiasm. Papa, Akua returned his grin with a smile of her own. I've finished converting that old Wolofit ritual from Petronian to Trismegistan sorcery. Some of the improvements I made along the way look like they will bear promise. Dread Empress triumphants, may she never return. Old seeking rituals were horribly wasteful in nature. While it would certainly locate and bind demons, it did so through brute force. The grin on Akua's face remained firmly in place. While she would have liked to ask her father to elaborate, she had precious little time right now. Can you send them to me? Akua required sharper tools to bring about her long-term goals. Of course. I'll send them the usual way. Yvette. The world rippled. Surprised, Yvette felt something calling to her. What was wrong? Trying to push away the calling of sleep, she rubbed her eyes and looked around. Her ma was standing beside the finished Titan's monument. Yvette's feelings were complicated. Taylor had promised to be there for her. Taylor had kept her promise. Everything would be fine if that was all there was to it. It wouldn't be perfect. Her old family was still gone, but she had a new family and that counted for something, right? But Taylor also wanted her to let go of her revenge. It didn't help that Yvette couldn't even think of a way to get her revenge, or that Taylor was usually right about things. It made her feel so helpless. What was she thinking about again? Oh, right, Taylor. She was standing with her hands against the steel and there was light. There was so much light. The glow of dawn shone in through the open rooftop, but it was completely overshadowed by the light. Yvette didn't actually know how much light that was. She didn't bother to try to determine how much light was present. Yvette didn't really have a good way to measure those things. Not without tools that she didn't have, available only to those living in the East. The theory she had read about the light talked about doing comparisons to lights summoned by sorcery. How much power would it cost her to summon that? It was a terrifying amount. Somewhere between destroying the city of Ain and blowing up all of Prisser. The last of Yvette's drowsiness fell away, and all she felt was alarm. What was Taylor even doing? Was she calling down an angel? Yvette felt numb as she stared at the broken body beside her. Blood. There was so much blood. The fight with the tumult had gone wrong from the very beginning. She had tried to help. Nothing she had did worked. Was that a bit of brain smeared against the tunnel walls? Yvette's breath came quickly to her. I warned her that you would drive in the knife. The Saint of Swords dropped Yvette on the ground. Was this her fault? Lawrence seemed to think so. Maybe it was. Yvette started to bawl. No, no. This wasn't okay. Taylor couldn't be dead. She had promised that she would look after Yvette. She had said she would be her ma. Come on, kid, we can't sit on our asses. Let's move. It was just like the Rattlings to take that away from her. They would never let her have a family. Was even the smallest corner of happiness too much? Taylor's legs were all wrong. The left one was snapped at the knee and the right was driven through her gut. Taylor had promised. Akua saw Helien. The golden mirror clouded over and Akua turned back towards the room behind her. Her gaze settled on men chained, paralyzed and, whimpering on the ground inside of her ritual chamber. Chained. She wondered why the thought bothered her. Not the pleading, not the cries, not the spilling of blood. Only the chaining. A hell egg, Baraka said from beside her. You are really trying to make one. Start checking the ritual. Those papers on my desk explain the necessary corrections. Be sure not to touch the basilisk skin by accident. Even skin contact with it is deadly. Baraka turned away from her and began to follow her instructions. Akua's eyes slid off the half-dozen men to the inscriptions surrounding them. A page from the aspirant's book had been torn out and placed at the center of the boundary as a focal point for the ritual. A circle the boundary marked the inside of the spell. She could not afford for the creature to escape by modifying its own bindings when her summoning succeeded. Already her mind had picked out the additions she would need to make to the ritual. Akua turned towards the desk to her left and seized an engraving pen, a vial of blood as well as another containing powdered wallenfaum. She stepped carefully as she entered the chamber, making sure not to disturb any of the myriad runes inscribed onto the floor below. She knelt, taking care not to crease her silk dress as she did so, then began to finish this final series of corrections. Akua looked down on her work half a bell later, satisfied with what she had assembled. Leaving the chamber, she returned the remnants of her reagents to their rightful places, then entered the chamber once more with her ritual knife in hand and a banner in the other. I could find no further errors, Baraka stated. Leave the chamber. Baraka was out in a heartbeat. Akua walked around the outside of the ritual circle languidly as she chanted. She gripped a knife in her left hand and a banner in her right. She did not expect the banner to see use today. It was unlikely the demon would be found on her first attempt, but it would be remiss for her to not come prepared. The standard had been modeled on Triumphant's work, not just the bindings but also the embroidered design, a snake swallowing its own tail. With the help of her father, the enchantments had been refined, adjusted to account for the exact nature of the creature that she sought to contain. Experiments with the book had proven essential in establishing what it was that the demon could do. Akua's movements were unhurried, for the spell was a compound of many smaller seeking spells designed with the intent to locate demons. One at a time, each of the throats were slit. She came to a halt before the control array for the ritual. Her chanting concluded, the final man gurgled as his life came to an end. An inky blackness blossomed into being inside the barrier. These first moments were pivotal. Akua turned towards her instruments and made adjustments to the ritual as she worked. She had designed the spell to be modular. With the control panel, she could adjust variables in order to narrow in on what it was that she sought. One of her instruments let out a shrill whine, indicating that her prize had been found. Akua looked up into the blackness within her circle. Within it stood a tall girl clad in the attire of one of the priests of above. Akua was about to start the process of binding the demon when her paranoia called to her. She turned back to her instruments as a final precaution before she chose to act. It took effort to suppress the surprise she felt from the readings they displayed. Her measurements indicated that the nature of the girl was changing. It would not be long before nothing remained of what she had attempted to bind, and something else existed in its stead. She assessed the information she had a second time and came to an unlikely conclusion. The girl was either changing into an angel, or another construct that emitted similar levels of light to one. Akua dismissed the first outcome as impossible, but the second was no more reassuring. The situation still presented a tempting opportunity despite the hazard involved. The creature's nature had not fully metamorphosed just yet, and Akua was capable of modifying her existing bindings to match the emerging nature of her prize. While she had come prepared to bind a demon, an angel was in many ways a much more powerful tool. Yvette. Yvette climbed off the pillows to her feet and ran towards Taylor. Ma, what are you doing? Whatever it is, stop, it's scary. I don't know what's going to happen and I don't think any of us can survive that. She panted and pulled at Taylor's arm, but Taylor didn't move. Her breathing came quick, ragged. What else could she do? Should she call the saint? No, she would just tell Yvette to kill Taylor again. Or she would tell Yvette that it was perfectly fine. Yvette didn't trust the saint. Hey, the shadow cast by that rock looked kind of like a sparrow. No, think. Can't be distracted. Her attention narrowed inwards from every animal on the farm to only the sheep, Right. How about a diagnostic spell? She needed to find out if anything was wrong with her ma. Yvette began to cast. The last word left her mouth and her spell took. Yvette frowned. Something was different. Taylor was changing. Was she dying? No, she was fine. There were also trace amounts of Trismegistan sorcery. Someone was trying to teleport Taylor somewhere, but that wasn't important. That wasn't what Yvette was looking for. But wait, if Taylor was different now, then how was Yvette supposed to continue her research? Don't scream, don't scream. She couldn't help it, she howled in frustration. The back of her neck prickled. All of her notes had relied on Taylor, and now they were all wrong. Well, not exactly. She just didn't have an easy way to continue. Wait. Something was wrong. Yvette frowned and looked at her diagnostic spell again. Someone was trying to teleport Taylor somewhere. Teleportation magic was ruinously expensive. How was that person even affording the cost? Components already in hand, Yvette incanted the diagnostic spell once more. She needed to verify the results. Who was doing this? It had to be someone from across the sea. Nobody else bothered with this kind of sorcery. Maybe Yvette could learn something from them? No, focus. Bad thoughts. They were stealing her ma. Yvette reached into her pouch for components, then turned to her gift and muttered a diagnostic spell. She fumbled it twice between her snot and tears. What was she missing? Was it an inkwell, a quill, or paper for analysis? No. She needed to focus. One more fumble, but the spell took. Relief flooded Yvette. She relaxed. Taylor hadn't lied. She was alive. Her ma was alive and everything would be okay. Even though Taylor's head is caved in, and her legs are a mess, I'm certain that she's not dead. She promised she would be my ma. She promised that she wouldn't leave me, and I believe her. Besides, she's still alive, I can feel her. She isn't human like us. Just wait a little while longer, and she will be back. Necromancy is dark magic. If she isn't dead, then we should lay her to rest. Dust. So much dust fell down from above. What? Lawrence wanted to kill Taylor? Why? Taylor hadn't done anything wrong. Just because she's not human doesn't mean she's evil. The elves exist, and they are a good race. Think about all the good she's done, does that seem like the kind of thing an evil person would do? Harden your heart. Steel is the only end a revenant deserves. She's chosen by an angelic choir, and you aren't. If anything, that makes her better than you. So, if we're using that as a scale, she's the hero, and you're the evil monster who doesn't do anything except judge people unfairly and swing a sword. When have you ever built anything? She helped rebuild a whole city. Oh look, Ma's woken up. Wait. Revenant. Why was Lawrence calling Taylor a revenant? She wasn't undead, she was. Aqua Sahelian. Aqua let out a long breath and felt her mind cool as she sunk into the meditative trick that her family had tortured out of the watch. The quantity of modifications she had needed to make to the ritual in order to adjust it to the new nature of the creature had almost had her call the attempt at binding the creature off. Instead, it appeared that her contingencies had borne fruit. The bindings were not as thorough as they would be had they been purpose-built for an angel instead of a demon, but the threshold for failure was within acceptable margins, and thus she was prepared to push ahead. Aqua touched her finger to the rune on the standard, then triggered the adjusted array. She frowned as she felt interference from the other side. A single glance at her instruments reassured her that it did not come from the creature, it had mercifully remained placid the entire time. It appeared that another was making the same attempt, instead. This presented a complication of the type that Aqua did not expect, but their first exchange had given Aqua enough information to determine that her opponent was far less skilled. The binding would go ahead. Yvette. Her hand slipped. Oops. The spell finished casting despite her mistake. Yvette's eyes narrowed. What did she mess up? She asked it to determine more about whoever was summoning Taylor. That would be useful to know anyhow. She looked at the results. Yvette was not happy with what she found out. The point of origin the spell pointed at was somewhere to the southeast. Yvette wasn't exactly sure where. Her diagnostic spell had failed when it passed the maximum distance she had accounted for. It was too far away to accurately judge. That didn't mean she was unable to work it out on her own. Taylor had fought the warlock before. Was that why Taylor was summoning the light? Was she fighting with the warlock right now? Yvette's alarm spiked when she saw another spell start to thread itself around Taylor. It looked like the start of a binding spell. Yvette muttered out an incantation and severed it. Good. The problem was gone. It was only a few heartbeats later when another binding appeared. This one was far more complex than the last one. Yvette tried to shatter this one, only for her attempt to slip through it like a knot and come back towards her as an arrow of force. She yelped as she dodged. She concentrated, then made another attempt. It was harder this time. She needed to account for her opponent being tricky, but Yvette could be tricky too. The purpose of wards could be modified. So she started to corrupt the variables. It worked for a few heartbeats, before her opponent started to undo her sabotage. Whoever you are, I'm not letting you take my ma, do you hear me? She shouted out in anger. It wasn't fair. Everyone kept trying to steal her family from her. Yvette scrambled against her enemy, but they were clearly better at magic than she was. Maybe it really was the warlock? Taylor's presence began to shrink. Yvette felt the early onset of despair. Don't you dare steal and bind my ma, she's good and I know how much she hates being trapped, I won't let you do it, I won't. No, this couldn't be it. Yvette wouldn't allow it. What else could she do? She continued to fight while she thought. Taylor's presence had shrunk to the size of the room. There was a magical law that prevented two bindings existing simultaneously. She could bind Taylor herself. Should she do it? Yvette doubted that Taylor would be happy, but there was nothing stopping Yvette from releasing the bindings afterwards. Taylor vanished from the room. All that remained of her was the faintest trace of her presence. Yvette panicked. That settled it. The other caster was far too skilled for Yvette to contest her like this. It felt like she was 6 years old again and Herda was shouting at her for counting wrong. Yvette didn't like what she was about to do, but she would do it anyway if it would protect her new ma. She would have to be quick. First she needed to slip Taylor free of this ward, then she would need to substitute her own. Could she do it? If she wanted to save her ma, she would have to. 3, 2, 1. The ward was changed for a moment. That would have to be enough. Guilt ate at her as she began to incant as fast as she could. 4 bars, unyielding chains. Cast in kindness. Your servant beseeches you. Heed my call. No, not call, call. It was a plea. She felt something then as she reached out. Her call reverberated outwards into that non-space that Taylor called her own and struck against the changing presence there. Her spell settled into place. She realized then that she had made another mistake. Why wouldn't she? Yvette always made mistakes. She always forgot something. Normally it didn't matter. Usually it was fine. It wasn't fine now. The temporary cage she had made wouldn't work. It was designed for Taylor's old self, not whatever she was now. Tears of anger and frustration began to rain. Yvette felt a presence turning towards her as she cried. It was heady, overbearing in a good way. A strong sense of caring and approval smothered her. That was weird. No, it was Taylor. Her ma reached out and modified Yvette's spell before it faded away. She changed it so that it would bind her. The binding settled into place. Taylor appeared in the room once more, only a few heartbeats later. Aqua Sahilian. Aqua felt a moment of clarity as her binding fell away. For in her failure, a truth had been glimpsed. For the span of a heartbeat, Aqua had seen beyond the veil. She had sought for some time to settle on the scope of her goals, to find what it was that she intended to claim. Now she knew without a doubt what that was. She was no Black Knight, no warlock, no Empress Most Dread. Aqua would not settle for an empire, a continent, or even the whole world. She was Aqua Sahilian and one day she would not only inherit creation, but everything else beyond it as well. Concord 5.00 A/N, Arc 6 will be from Catherine Foundling's POV. For the duration of Book 2, POVs will alternate between Taylor and Catherine every other arc. While it is true that there is nowhere an angel fears to tread, I find that there are many places they don't bother to visit. A roof over the head is usually enough to avoid a proper smiting. Dread Emperor Abominable, the thrice struck. Out of my many out-of-body experiences, this was by far the strangest. I was asleep and I was aware of that. I also felt like I was wrapped in a comfortable, warm blanket, sitting next to a fireplace during winter. At the back of my not mind, I could feel the changes being made to the shape of me. It was reassuring to find my faith reaffirmed. I had wanted some way to carry out my dreams. I had wanted some way to continue my goals. This wasn't what I had been expecting, but it was in many ways better than I had hoped for. I turned my attention back to the dream I was submerged in. The first of my ghosts approached. Lightning crackled. 5-year-old me whimpered in bed, before climbing out and scampering outside the room. She made her way to my parents' room. The door creaked as she let herself in. Mom, I can't sleep, 5-year-old me poked at my mother from the side of her bed. The storm is scary. Can you please read to me? Okay, little owl, she replied after some time. Oof, you've grown so big. Climbing out of bed, she reached down and picked 5-year-old me up. My younger self squealed as she carried me to my room. She put me down in my bed and tucked little Taylor in, pulled up a chair beside the bed and picked up the book on the bedside table. She licked her index finger, pulled at the rose-scented bookmark within it, and opened the book to the appropriate page. Bilbo had escaped the goblins, but he did not know where he was. He had lost hood, cloak, food, pony, his buttons and his friends. The dream faded. I was being made into a living story. I had expected to be turned back into a person. It's what had made the most sense to me. Instead, my other story was being personified. The end result was something alien. A living, breathing redemption story made entirely out of light, but still very much a person. Nothing about me had been left out or abandoned. It would defeat the purpose. A redemption story had to include the bad for the good to be a redemption. That didn't make it less of an odd flavor of existence that I would have to acclimatize to. I knew that I was still able to fall. A redemption story didn't mean anything if the possibility of falling wasn't there. I wasn't sure what would happen if I fell, but I could do it if I was struck by a sudden onset of insanity. It didn't concern me much. I had no intention of falling at all. My second ghost approached. The funeral was grim. Dad was listless as we left. It was as if when Mom died, he followed her into the grave. The silence was stifling as Dad drove home. Younger me sat beside him and wondered if it was her fault. She didn't think it was, but she couldn't help herself from asking. She found it difficult to talk now. Difficult to express joy in the way that she used to. They arrived home and her dad cooked them a meal. There was no life to his movements as he worked. It was all mechanical, formulaic. He was like a computer program carrying out a script. Father and daughter ate the casserole together. Only the scraping of cutlery could be heard. "Good night, Taylor." "Good night, Dad." The second dream faded. Each ghost was a part of me. A different person that I had been before arriving in Calornia. They were small shavings of my life, glimpses into my past. The final shape of my new existence wasn't all sunshine and roses. The changes hadn't finished yet, but I had undergone enough of them that I could see what was being done to me. The amount of light I wielded depended on the strength of my redemption story. I couldn't be slain because I was a story and not a person. Well, my body could be dispersed, but it would reform. It was hard for me to evaluate how much light I would have at my disposal without a good point of comparison. This operation didn't count. It was taking a significant amount of light to modify me. So much that it couldn't be quantified from up close. I wouldn't have access to nearly that much of it. It did mean that for the duration of the miracle, I was able to experience what it would be like to hold the power of an angel within me. It was terrifying. I never wanted to be responsible for this much power. I knew that I liked power more than most. That I needed it to feel in control. There wasn't any part of me that wanted to be in a position where smiting countries became something I could do in my sleep. I was both fortunate and unfortunate that I would not be having that problem. In more ways than one, I would be a lot weaker than I was before. I couldn't do as much at once, and I was more limited in what I could do. The light was nowhere near as versatile as living life as a demon. It didn't mean that I was weak. Most priests had an upper limit to how much light they could use at once before burning themselves out as a husk. My body was constructed from light, although it looked like flesh and bone. I could use as much light as my gods made available to me without hurting myself as a result. Calling upon miracles would tire me, but it did little else. In theory, I could far surpass what I could do before in terms of raw power, if my story ever became strong enough. It was a very direct way to encourage me to keep walking the same road. I didn't need the extra encouragement. It wasn't why I had chosen to follow my gods. The third of my ghosts approached. Younger me stood in a line to use the payphone. Her clothes were dirty, covered in mud, but her face sported a grin. She hopped from foot to foot with an energetic enthusiasm that she didn't even realize that she had. The line moved forward. It was eventually her turn. She paid, dialed the number, and fidgeted with her curly black hair as she waited for someone on the other side to pick it up. Finally, the call went through. "Emma!" she exclaimed. Her voice was loud. It needed to be to ensure that Emma heard her over the din. "Taylor," Emma replied. "Okay, I gotta talk fast because I only have 2 minutes and I need my other 50. The third dream faded. It was me a few days before Emma had cut me out of her life. I had started to recover and was almost a person again. Relinquishing my stories hadn't been entirely negative. There were also new advantages. I was a story come to life. While I could no longer peek behind the curtain and see which way other stories would travel, I could view the lay of my own story's past as if it was written on a page. I couldn't manipulate my past at all, but I could read it. It meant that I would not need to worry about forgetting where I came from anymore. It was also a much more useful ability than I would have thought. I hadn't given nearly as much importance to the creation of the stone in Ain as fate appeared to. It was the point of my story where most of my power came from. Knowing as much helped me to plan for the future. Something else I had struggled with was subtlety when working on a large scale. I hadn't been able to manipulate emotions on an individual level during the confrontation in the swamp without outside assistance. It was unlikely I would be faced by a situation like that anytime soon, but, if I was much better suited to dealing with it now. The light was specialized. It was good for some tasks. It would take me time to learn how to use it without assistance, but it was excellent at doing those tasks. I no longer had a general purpose tool. There were many parts of that which I would regret. Having access to the light was not one of them. It felt like a quiet assurance of my faith. A promise that I was never alone. I turned my attention towards the tumult. It had finished eating and fallen asleep in the time since its imprisonment. I wasn't even sure if it had responded to my message on the rock. I hoped as much, but without checking I couldn't be sure. Was I far enough away from it? The tumult was a villain, and while the light felt gentle to me, it was impossible for it to feel otherwise now. I knew that it would be unpleasant for the Horned Lord. I was doing my best to make it stay comfortable. I did not want to wake it up. That was my main disappointment with my change in circumstances. It made it challenging for me to negotiate with villains. My mere presence would be unnerving for them. I hadn't met any that could be guided to a higher purpose, but that didn't mean that none existed. I was not happy that an already challenging task had been made even more insurmountable. It was not my only new difficulty. I couldn't use magic anymore. I hadn't tried to, but I knew that I just couldn't. That was the other loss my twin had been hinting towards. While I could still read and learn the theory, the gift had been burned out of me. It wasn't done out of malice or an attempt to deny me of magic. It was just that in order to be able to channel the light, I couldn't be able to use the gift. The two powers were incompatible with each other. It didn't make it any less disappointing to me, but I'd already made my choice, and I was happy to have the light. Maybe there were heroes with graces that allowed them to overcome that natural limitation, but I wasn't one of them. It stung, but I was okay with it. That might have been different if I had actually had time to become used to having magic. But I hadn't, and so I couldn't properly appreciate what it was that I had lost. It felt trivial compared to what I had given up intentionally. I had known there would be a cost to my decision when I had made it. The choice was one where I had known that if my faith was misplaced, it would kill me in the making of it. I trusted that my gods wouldn't do that to me, and they hadn't. The fourth spectre approached, but I didn't pay much attention to what the vision showed. It was me after I had been broken down by Emma. These memories had not faded yet. While they had scarred over, I still didn't like dwelling on them. The first three visions had started to slip from my mind. I was glad to have those remnants refreshed. I wasn't sure how my gods had found them again, but it was like a part of my past had been returned. The fifth followed. It was my time as Skitter, and then came the sixth. Weaver. Those were also memories that were vivid in my mind. There was no need for me to think about them. Someone was looking in. Without moving even a speck of light, I turned my attention to the voyeur. The first feature that I took note of were the golden eyes. I knew that face. It was one that I had seen before, albeit a few years older than the person I had seen in the vision of Zion. Going by looks, I'd guess she was maybe 12 to 13. Why was Aqua Sahilian looking at me? I wasn't even sure she had been a real person. I had thought she was just a hypothetical what-if conjured up by my mind. It seemed that she wasn't someone I had made up after all. It made sense. The dream involving Catherine was also false, but she was a real person. It just meant that I had seen an alternate version of Aqua. Was she looking for the ghost of her cradle sister? No, I doubted she would care enough. Everything I had glimpsed about pre-sea culture from that vision indicated otherwise. I felt her try to bind me. I should have felt disgusted, and a part of me did, but a larger part of me felt amused. The Aqua I had memories of had been smart. She should have known better than trying to bind something like me. Even if she ignored the fact that my body was in the process of being reforged by something equivalent to an angel, light in the much more limited quantity that I had at my disposal was anathema to sorcery. I could break what she was doing with only a thought. Could I take advantage of this? This seemed like a story. A story of an overly ambitious pre-sea sorcerer reaching beyond their remit. I could go along with this and pretend her bindings held any power over me, then use it as an opportunity to try to drag her kicking and screaming off the road to hell. I wasn't sure how feasible the idea was. What I did know was that if I acted before she pulled me through, she would certainly have a failsafe to protect herself. What would Zion have thought of this? A part of Zion would have been proud of Aqua, even if she also felt betrayed. She would have been proud that Aqua had been strong enough to murder her. Everything about pre-sea culture made me feel sick. I gave a small prayer within the confines of my mind, then began to change the intensity of my light so that it wouldn't erode Aqua's spell. I needed to do that merely to buy enough time to think on the matter. If her bindings broke while she was attempting to lay them, it would alert her to the mistake she was making. It was novel how easy light was to work with. I only had to think of what it was that I wanted, and my gods would help with the parts that I didn't understand. I still wanted to learn how to manipulate the light myself. There was a difference between being guided by my gods when times were hard and being fully dependent on them. I was willing to accept the former, but not the latter. I remained as still as I could. It was important to not let on that I had caught wind of what she was doing while I thought this through. What were the risks? Well, I'd end up somewhere in Pries. If anyone could kill me, it would be somewhere in Pries, but usually the story involved in summoning something like me relied on banishing the entity and not killing it. What I was considering doing reminded me of what the Choir of Compassion had done to prevent me from killing myself when I had first looked in. Her first set of bindings were about to settle on me. No matter, I still had time to think this over before I would be pulled through. That was when I saw them break. It came as a surprise. It took effort not to react. Did I break them anyway? No, that made no sense. It took me a moment to notice the other person watching me. Oh, Yvette. The thought was fond, but also exasperated. She also should have known better. She should have known that Aqua couldn't bind me, although I'd give her more of a pass. The education I was trying to give her could not measure up to what Aqua Sahelian was receiving. I didn't like how uneducated I was. I'd take time to correct that after I returned to the Principate. Aqua tried again. What concerned me is I didn't know how she found me in the first place. I could see her trying to bind a demon. Zion had been brought up with the idea that war crimes were a matter of faith. I could only imagine how much worse it must have been for Aqua. What I didn't understand was someone from Wolof peering into the heavens, because the heavens very much were where I was situated. What had even possessed her to try? I ignored the vision of the seventh ghost, of the time spent fighting Sion, only to be confronted with one more vision. The vision of my arrival. Darkness. No light, no sound, nothing. An empty void stretching on to eternity. With nothing to observe, nothing to contrast against, my mind had numbed. I drifted, bereft of purpose. I drifted, lost in dreams. Then a sound, a voice. It reached out to me. It called. I followed. It was my lone anchor in the abyss. I arrived, only to feel chains try to tie themselves to me. It only confused me at first. I had been so lost, so estranged from myself, that I couldn't even muster the will to fight. I could hear people fighting. It was distant, as if I was listening to a conversation across an open lake. Who was I? Taylor. I was Taylor. My mind came back to me. It was slow. It was gradual. The scene resolved. Two people fighting on a rocky knoll. One wore a metal plate. It looked like something out of a Renaissance fair. The other wore blue robes. Capes. They had to be capes. The one in robes kept throwing lances of shadows at the other. Someone was trying to chain me. The robed man darted behind me. Why was I surrounded by blood painted on the ground? At long last, my scheme has finally borne fruit. Demon, I command. Not again. Never again. The thought was angry, vicious. I felt something within me lash out. The chains tightened. I faded from consciousness. The vision came to an end. In the interim, it seemed that my daughter and Aqua had sparred for some time before Aqua eventually achieved supremacy. I felt myself being tugged in her direction. Was this what I wanted? Despite the good that I could theoretically do, I didn't think it was. It was an opportunity for me to attempt to redeem a sorcerer in Pries, but it felt like I would be abandoning my friends and family in the process. My transformation ended, and the staggering amount of light withdrew. Then Yvette made one more desperate attempt to sever Aqua's spell. I felt Yvette's clumsy attempt to bind me. It was just as ineffective as Aqua's far more sophisticated ritual was. I felt like I was watching two intelligent teenagers make stupid decisions because they didn't think things through all the way. It was nostalgic. Then I heard a sound. No, I heard a call. It wasn't conveyed in words so much as impressions. The impression of an empty home. A hearth with no wood, empty drawers, a bed with no covers. The windows had no curtains and dust covered the floors. There was a cry. Teardrops fell, but nobody was there to comfort her. I felt a pang of guilt. Yvette was worried about her mother being stolen away from her again. She was asking me to come home. An attempt to redeem Aqua would not work. Not because it couldn't work, but because I was unwilling to pay the price. Even if I told Yvette what I was doing, she would feel like it was a betrayal, and I couldn't disagree with that. I had promised myself that I wouldn't abandon my new friends and family. That included leaving them temporarily to try and redeem someone else. I wasn't sure if it was a mistake to leave Aqua Sahelian alone. But if I had to choose between comforting my daughter and helping someone I had only seen before in dreams, I knew which choice I was going to make this time. I was done with making choices that hurt but were arguably pragmatic, just because they might be easier in the long run. So I reached out and answered the call. The spell didn't fit me exactly. I slotted myself into it. The binding was evidently enforced by her grace. There was no other way for it to hold in contact with the light now that I had stopped stifling myself. It wasn't a well-designed spell. It looked like she was trying to tie up a donkey with a piece of string. A work of desperation, not a masterpiece. I didn't think it could actually compel me to do anything at all, other than appear in her presence. I could have done that without being bound, but I would wait before I disillusioned her. She was likely distraught and needed some form of reassurance. I understood why my daughter had done it, and it didn't upset me. She knew that with one binding in place, another could not be enforced. It did frustrate me that she hadn't stopped to think about the feasibility of binding me in the first place, but the intention was still good. Actually, maybe I was being too judgmental. She knew what my nature was like before she made the attempt, and all of her preconceptions were built around that. I was not willing to extend the same leniency to Aqua. She was digging around in the heavens for who knows what reason. She should have known that she didn't have any bindings that could hold anything living here if it wanted them gone. And I was okay with being bound to Yvette. It was a decision that I had already made on my own. This was just something symbolic being made literal instead. I felt Yvette's binding settle onto me. I reappeared next to the monolith and felt something slam into my stomach like Roland's attempt at a curry. Ma, you're safe, I'm so sorry, I almost lost you, I wasn't good enough and somebody was trying to steal you if. It's fine, I'm fine. I would leave pointing out her mistakes for later. She looked up. Her emerald eyes narrowed. What have you done to yourself? You're different now, just think what you've done to my research. Oh, this is going to make everything more complicated. You know, I've been trying to figure out how to shape the world. How do you think I'll do that without being able to reference you? Well, the concern did not last long. Why don't you tell me about your new name first? I asked, amused. Her cheeks reddened. She tilted her head to her right and mumbled something into the green of her collar. What was that? I didn't hear it. I said I'm the bumbling Hierophant. It's embarrassing, even my name agrees that I always mess up. Where does the name Hierophant come from anyway? It's not one I've ever heard of before. So it begins. It's a word from my old world. We're going to have to talk to Lawrence. Come on. You're certain? Lawrence asked from beside me at the edge of the fountain. There was a lip around the outside of it that both of us sat on. It was uncanny seeing water flowing from something that had been left to gather dust for millennia. Her voice was measured, but I could tell that she was concerned. I am. We need to act fast on this. Which stories cut deepest? She continued to sharpen her blade while we talked. The noises grated at my ears. I don't know, I admitted. There were lots of stories. I think I was better schooled in my world stories than many, but I still only knew a handful. And from those, I took a moment to consider the stories that I knew. From fantasy like The Lord of the Rings, to the classics like A Tale of Two Cities, to religious texts like the Bible. There were a lot of written stories on Earthbet, and that was only the tip of the dragon's snout. Then there was also history. From artists like Michelangelo, to inventors like Leonardo, to conquerors like Alexander the Great, to atrocities like the Second World War. Mythology was the most concerning. Myths like Prometheus, Fimbulwinter, Apep, Cronus, Arachne, or even Loki were all stories from Earthbet. It was a little reassuring that they weren't exactly easy roles to step into, but that didn't stop them from existing. I knew nowhere near enough about Earth's different mythologies to grasp the full scope of the changes that introducing these stories would lead to. So long as nobody stepped into one of them, I didn't need to worry about too much going wrong at once. Video games were another concern, but I didn't know nearly enough about them to even begin speculating on what stories would come from them. It was complicated by the presence of Earthbet's modern history as well. My story was likely one of the stronger stories, but it was not the only story. The Endbringers had been terrifying, although I was less concerned about them. Calurnia had plenty of monster-slaying stories. The Ranger could do some good for once. I was more worried about the subtle stories. There was someone called Contessa who always won. I don't know enough about her history to guide someone into her role, but we don't want someone with that role as a villain. Unfortunately, I could not pick up the roles of any of my world stories now. I was limited to guiding them from the outside at best. Calurnia's stories were available to me, or any completely original stories that I walked into on my own. I'd go as far as playing mother to whoever inherited Contessa's role to make sure that they weren't a villain if it proved to be necessary. The thought of someone like that as a villain terrified me. Other heroes need to know about this. I know. I'm taking it to both Cordelia, and the House of Light. Those squabbling children. It's the best way for news to spread. I'd decided that the church was my home. It was best to put my own house in order before I started to mend anything else. That didn't mean I was abandoning the ground I had made with Cordelia Hassenbach. If anything, I expected the two of us might see a lot more of each other in future, just for different reasons. There were many things that I felt I was not the right person to lead, but my own faith was not one of them. Even if I did not have the right body of knowledge to do it at present, I'd put in the work until I could step into the position I wanted to take. I'd decided that I was a priestess, and one day I'd be the head of my faith if my gods willed it. When we arrived back in the Principate, I'd catch up with Cordelia, then learn whatever I needed to know to best fit the position I wanted. Somehow, I suspected that the plans I was likely to settle on would make a lot of people unhappy. It was too bad for the Principate that I had made up my mind about what it was that I wanted to do. They're good-intentioned but ineffective. Then I'll organize them and make them effective. You should start in Levant then, Lawrence mused. The lanterns. They also know better than to try solving every problem with words. I knew what she meant. Priests in both the Procieran and Calawan denominations swore off violence. I was not willing to do so, but it was not a requirement for the faithful. The warrior priests of Levant were more than willing to wield the light in combat in service of our gods. I fit in better with the Procieran clergy. Just because I was willing to commit acts of violence didn't mean I was keen on the idea of hunting monsters in the forest. It might serve to prevent attacks on population centers, but it didn't improve life within those places so much as it prevented life from becoming worse. I wasn't an exact match for any existing variation of the faith. Fortunately, I didn't have to be. What about your other changes? I reached into our bags and pulled out a knife, then cut my arm. Fake blood welled out for a moment, before light returned it to wholeness only a heartbeat later. I'm not physically human. I don't need to eat, or drink, or breathe, or sleep, although I am choosing to do all of that. Kid, will we need to eat rattling? Lawrence barked. I winced. Yeah, I admitted. I'm limited to what can be done with the light. Buildings can be done, but they will be temporary. And I was looking forward to not dining like an orc, Lawrence complained. I couldn't exactly blame her. There is a way I could make food for us, but... Lawrence stopped sharpening her blade and looked at me. I have to use one of my graces to do it. I could use persevere to help with miracles that the light was not usually used for, however there were still far more limits than before. I wouldn't be able to perform necromancy, or summon shadows, anything that fell under the banner of evil really. That didn't upset me. I hadn't been planning on leaning into evil abilities anyhow. Creating permanent food was not too far diverged from what the light was usually used for. It still felt like a waste. I could still, in theory, do large civics projects. In practice, I would need to plan out projects that were massive in scale before it was worth the investment. My immediate goal was handling the fallout of introducing new stories. It was far more pressing. That didn't make the loss sting any less, but it was for a good cause. I had known what I was giving up when I made the choice. While the light was less versatile, it was the best at what it did. It was undeniable that my bargaining position with Cordelia had weakened. I no longer had economic leverage over whichever country I walked into. I wasn't sure if that meant she would no longer have any interest in me, but I believed that she wouldn't just cast me aside. Not because I believed in her being a good person, but because I had faith in my gods. It did mean that our relationship would become much more even in the future. She would feel much less pressured to listen to what I had to say. But it was fine. My gods wanted me to succeed. There was at least one story on Earth bet that ended in utopia, and I could think of half a dozen more than that. Most of them were religious, but that was good enough for me. I was religious as well. It would just take adapting them to my own beliefs. Once I was done mitigating the fallout and making changes to the church, I would find whichever utopian story best suited my goals and guide Calurnia along it. Best not to, the wrinkles on her face contracted as she squinted at me. Trust your choosing. What? It sounded almost like a reprimand. This trial is a test of faith. You will come out stronger for passing it. I felt as if the test of faith was already over. I didn't bother to correct Lawrence. Are you sure you don't want me to try healing you? There were more than enough stories on Earth that Lawrence should be able to step into, even if I couldn't. Don't cut yourself for my sake, kid. You said it yourself. You're stuck with the old stories. But think of. Don't weaken what you have just to make my passing easier. Lawrence cut me off. It will do the opposite. I felt like if anything should be a part of my story, this should. Even my new biology didn't disagree with me. It's my choice, kid. Fine. It frustrated me that she wouldn't allow me to try and heal her. I understood her rationale from the perspective of the stories that she knew, but it didn't mean I agreed. She believed that my story was a continuation of the ending of hers. That by bringing back hers, I made my own weaker. I'd respect her choice, even if I felt it was the wrong one. I need a moment by myself. Do either of you mind? Don't wander too far, Lawrence warned. I'm coming with you. I don't care if you want time alone. Maybe someone will steal you again. Also, I want to go over what's changed about you. I'm not sure that I can learn from you anymore, but I want to be sure. She bristled as she talked. Her hands were balled into fists, and she glared as if she dared me to disagree with her. Dressed as she was in her green tunic and leggings, she reminded me of a baby orc. I won't go anywhere, if I don't care. I promise. She pouted for a few moments. I smiled back, amused. Fine, but I'll summon you back if you're not here within an hour, she relented, folding her arms as she glared. Brat. She sounded as if she was doing me some great favor in the process. I walked off between more of the abandoned streets of the Titan city and headed back towards the section scorched by Triumphant. I went far. Miles away from anyone else. It took a while before I found a sheltered building. I took a moment to reduce my presence. It was a shifting of perspective, a lessening of the light that I was. I was still there, but people would pay less attention to me. Merciful gods, I pray to you that this horned lord remains asleep. I felt a sense of reassurance from my family, but this was a decision I was following through with regardless. The longer the horned lord remained contained, the more damage was done everywhere else. It being absent was such a large upset to the existing ecosystem that I couldn't keep it on me for any length of time at all. This was a risk that I needed to take. The first two of my ghosts vanished as I prayed, and a giant tailless slumbering rattling appeared nestled inside the shelter. The horned lord remained asleep. I breathed out a long sigh when I saw that its dream had not changed. Good. I don't need to worry about having to kill it because it changed its goals. I hadn't truly been worried about it. The horned lord was thousands of years old. Any goals that it had were set in stone. That didn't remove the small voice of caution whispering at the back of my mind. I started to sneak away. The horned lord didn't wake up. I'd look over the rock once we were somewhere safer. I was in the fortunate position that I was confident I could come back and continue negotiations alone at a later date. It would have been much more convenient if I could just sit around and resolve this permanently in a single sitting, but that was unfortunately not on the table. Easy solutions to problems didn't exist, as much as I wished they did. It was frustrating not being able to resolve this. I felt like I had been giving an unknown quantity of larger issues that made solving this one concern less critical. It wasn't time sensitive, the others were. We had notes on the rattling's curse. That was enough to research a permanent solution from outside the chain of hunger. Diplomacy with the horned lord would have been ideal, and I wasn't willing to just give up on it, but I needed to prioritize. It was time for us to begin our journey home. I had stories that I needed to preempt, a house that I wanted to learn more about, then one day to put into order. The rest of the world could come afterwards. Concord 5.01. Never convince a hero that you've backed them into a corner. The dawning look of defeat on their face comes at thrice the cost. Extract from the personal journals of Dread Emperor Terribilis II. Put us down if you don't want bolts for breakfast, Lawrence advised. My ball of light continued to hurtle between the crags towards the fortress city of Renia. They won't recognize my miracle. They're a twitchy lot, the Lycanese. If they see something unfamiliar, they shoot first and ask questions later. I withheld a sigh and followed Lawrence's advice. The incandescent sphere surrounding us slowed, then descended. We were all deposited on the cold, hard soil below. Not even a speck of dust dispersed as we touched the ground. The ball flickered, then faded away. You're really making us walk the rest of the way, Ma. I was getting used to just flying like that in the sky. There's so much to see from up high. It also gives me plenty of time to read through the notes we made in the Titan city undisturbed. Yvette spoke from my left as she shoved the notes in her hands back into the satchel at her side. It's not that far to walk, Yvette. But this is much faster, and I know you said that we couldn't use it in the chain of hunger because then you couldn't focus on defending us, but we're out of it now and have been for a while. I like resting my feet. She stretched like a cat as she talked. It was hard to see her face in the pre-dawn light. Lawrence thinks it's for the best. I started to push Lawrence's chair along the soil from behind. The wheels made a harsh, scraping noise against the uneven ground. It came as no surprise that we were one of the few groups of people this far out at this hour. Everyone in Renia knew better than to be outside the defenses alone. Few would challenge that. She also thought we should eat rattling again, and you ignored that advice the first time you needed to consider eating one. Not that the food you made with the light tasted much better, so tell me what you think. I don't want any more blisters on my feet. You should spoil her less. She's like one of those flowery nobles down south. Lawrence cut in from her chair. We passed a nest of grass buried in one of the crags. A weaver bird let out a cry as we continued our jaunt. I don't see any reason to make my daughter's life worse. It's been hard enough already. There is no keeping her sheltered. She's earned her choosing. An artisan with a name won't be in many fights. Yvette isn't an artisan. Do you think we will run into another new name, either a hero or a villain, as we arrive in Renia itself, like the villain we found in the small hamlet who killed all those children? I hope not. Ma said there would be new stories, but I didn't believe it until I saw that. I hope not. I muttered in reply. Yvette's eyes tracked something that was scampering around in the distance. She started to wander away from us. Yvette, focus. She turned scarlet, then stepped back into my shadow. Fate doesn't cut that way. Lawrence denied. There are many stories, but only a few shitheads have names. There won't be a name if nobody steps into the role. The dirt trail evened out, then turned into cobbled stone as we stepped onto the road. Crags gave way to open space. Renia beckoned ahead. The torches on the walls shone bright through the murder holes. The city menaced in the dark. The mesmerizing musician was bad enough. Even if he was relatively small time. He had been creation's cheap knockoff of the Pied Piper. Same story, different book cover. It had taken us a day to properly hunt him down. It was good that you cored him like an apple. The light was good for killing people with long-range projectiles, although I wasn't happy about having to do it. I didn't regret killing the man, but I was sad that it was necessary to begin with. I was hoping we would run into a new hero first. Fate isn't that kind. At least Renia's defense is held. Taylor. Yes. You're glowing. I grimaced, then pulled my light back into myself. I like that now I'm not the only one who messes things up. Yvette sounded like the cat who caught the canary. I'm practicing how to use the light. You keep saying that, but I don't believe you. I think you're just messing up by accident like I do, but don't worry, I won't complain. It's nice to have more in common. No, really. When I shroud myself in light like that, it improves all my senses and washes away my fatigue. You both wanted me to guide us out of there as fast as possible. Didn't expect to acclimatize to it so fast. Now I keep forgetting not to do it. If you say it enough times, then maybe I'll believe you. After all, you told us that you didn't actually need to sleep, so if you don't need to sleep, why did you do that? It's smarter. Lets me discover what I can do. If I didn't experiment with it on myself, I wouldn't have figured out how to extend it to you. The sounds of other travelers echoed up ahead. It seemed we were not the only fools taking to the road before dawn. I'm sure you could have experimented with something else instead, but now you sound like me every time I make a mistake with my research. I especially liked when you tried to stick light inside a rock and it exploded. I learned something important in the process. It would have been convenient to know that objects infused with the light were highly volatile before I went ahead and tried it myself. Yvette nodded as she skipped ahead of us. Brat. Perhaps Lawrence was right and I did give her too much leeway. She tripped on a rock and fell face first on the ground. Careful, I admonished as she yelped. I was being careful. I swear that rock must have appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't there before I tripped on it, she grumbled. Glaring at the rock won't fix anything. Kid's got the awareness of a sea slug, Lawrence added. Need to hammer it out of her before it gets her killed. Lawrence will say something nice one day, and the world will end. We lapsed into silence as we approached the walls. It took a while before we came to a stop outside the weathered barbican. It towered over us. The polished steel gate was closed. A small crowd waited in an orderly line outside. My eyes trailed over them one by one, assessing their dreams. Dreams of marrying that girl. She dreams of marrying him. Both of them are too afraid to talk to each other. Say, Lawrence, I muttered from behind her. I didn't think the people I was looking at would hear me over all the other people talking, but there was no reason not to play it safe. Spit it out, Taylor. Should I stick my nose in somebody else's love life? Seeing people's dreams like this reminded me of Lisa. I'd try to be more considerate than her when it came to using what I knew. No. Her fingers dug into the side of the chair. Sometimes it seemed as if she was trying to break it. I think it's a bad idea, but this dream would be so easy to fulfill. The chains rattled as the gate started to open. Leave it. If it's easy, then it will come in time. It feels like such a waste. There's an opportunity for me to do good, and I'm just, not. Not that every dream I had seen was good. Some of them made me want to submerge myself in an ice-cold lake after observing them. Think with your head and not your bleeding heart. Keep to yourself if it's not another would-be torturer. It's not. Just two lovers who can't work up the courage to confess to each other. You should have cut the man down. I won't persecute people for their dreams. You'll know better in a decade. I told the local priestess. She should be able to handle it. She knew everyone involved. We didn't. There had been a few cases where I had warned the local priests. I didn't trust the guards to handle those situations with any level of care. I'll eat my own blade if you're not a jaded sack of vinegar by the end of the decade. There's more good dreams than bad, even if the bad ones are truly vile. Lawrence was about to reply when the gate finished opening. It wasn't long until the line began to move forward. We made our way along the most direct path towards the keep itself. You sure about this? Speak up. I can't hear you over the din. The clanging from a nearby forge were almost deafening. I wasn't sure what was happening inside, but it was hard to talk over. Are you sure about leaving? I shouted. I am. My purpose lies on the road, not inside the church. You could come south and help me out. Teach new heroes. I can do more good here. You're still planning to fight from horseback? Yes. But save your arguments for somebody who can be swayed. We lapsed into an awkward silence. It wasn't much longer until we arrived at the keep. Lawrence and I were recognized on sight, although it took longer for them to recognize me than her. It wasn't long until we made our way inside. We were led towards a cozy parlor by one of the servants. The room was dark and had no windows, lit only by the light of a scented candle. Until we meet again, I wished Lawrence goodbye. Let fate never see fit to end you. Yvette and I made our way out once more. We're leaving already, we just arrived, why can't we stay somewhere comfortable for a few days, she grumbled. We're not leaving yet, I denied. Oh, then where are we heading towards, because it looks like we're exiting the city. Just a brief detour. We headed outside the city once more into the surrounding wilderness. It took some time to find a place that suited my requirements. Yvette's attention drifted from place to place as we traveled. I almost had a minor heart attack when she tried casting a new spell. The sun was approaching its zenith by the time we stopped on a rocky outcropping. It was obscured from view behind a dense wall of fir trees. Now what, this trip seems pointless, there's nothing here, I don't see a reason for coming. I finished praying. The stone appeared as two of my ghosts left me. Why are you carrying around a large rock, is that writing on it? Oh. You see why I waited on this. Yvette turned her head from me to the rock to me again. Her hair bounced around as she did so. I don't think Lawrence would have been happy about this, and I'm not really either, but I can see why you did it, but are you really even going to consider this? It doesn't matter what it's asking for, we can't trust it. Let's read first before we judge. For the standing duration of 5 repetitions of. It shouldn't have surprised me that the tumult's response was excessively wordy. Somehow, it did. It took some effort to decrypt what it desired. We're not giving it what it wants, right? That seems like a bad idea to me. Imagine how much harm rattlings can do with magic. We should just be happy with the 5 years truce and find a solution on our own. Why is it offering a truce anyhow? The tumult is thousands of years old. 5 years means nothing to it. Its demands are selfish, but they make sense. It's trying to solve the hunger on its own. Why would it believe our intentions are good? But it wants us to give it books on magic, and even worse, it wants books on Gigante's magic. How will we even get those? And think about how badly it can go wrong. At least that proposal about the killing field is sensible, but it shows you how little rattlings care about each other. It never used sorcery when we fought it. If anything, that's even worse. Just think, it means that other rattlings will be learning sorcery. We should just leave this be. Yvette shook her head from side to side in anger. The hatred between the tumult and the dead king is interesting. It hates the dead king so much that it's unwilling to risk swelling his armies. Must be a story there. Shows that even rattlings knows how bad that idea is. I wonder what happened there. It must have a reason for that. We're taking this to Cordelia when we head south. That wasn't a refusal to consider this, Yvette glared at me. It wasn't, I agreed. I was considering honoring it myself, even if Cordelia refused. There were obvious downsides. The risk of what the rattlings could do with sorcery was one of them. It was unlikely that most rattlings would ever have the time to consider learning magic, but it was still a major risk. The pragmatic decision would be to not risk it at all. The two of us hiked our way through the firs back towards Renia. The autumn air was nippy, and the sun had started to dip. Where are we headed now? I want to rest. We've been on the road for so long now, and it's not convenient or good for research. I thought you liked nature. In small trips, not spending weeks outside eating bad food and barely sleeping, adventuring is not nice. She flicked one of her golden locks out of her face and scowled. We're headed to the House of Light. Oh, you want to talk to them like you talked to them at the outlying villages, warning them about new villains? That makes sense, but we're staying in the keep, right? We're staying in the keep, I agreed. I needed to send out plenty of letters. It was why we had made our way to Renia. While it was likely I could commandeer the messenger birds in any of the Lycanese principalities, I decided to play it safe. I'd been trying to find a way to send messages with the light. I was sure it could be done, but so far I hadn't been met with success. Every priestly miracle I was aware of relied on the properties of light in some way, be they natural or symbolic. Speed and communications were both associations I personally made with the light. The issue was figuring out how to manipulate light that way. Almost every priest that I'd talked to about the light was exceedingly conservative in their approach towards using it. I could only partially understand their perspective. The light was the power of our gods. It should be respected, but that didn't mean it shouldn't be experimented with. I believed that anything our gods didn't want us to achieve with it, we couldn't do to begin with. Limitations like necromancy weren't arbitrary. Good, it's much nicer than anywhere else. It means that I can get clean. Oh, look at that shop, the one with the tattered purple curtains behind the shutters. The stands outside have all sorts of interesting things. I wonder what that glass is for. Do you think they have something useful? I spared a brief look at the shop in question on our left, then dismissed it. It looked like an antique store. We passed another 2-story building, then beneath a clothesline spread across the streets. You're going to come to church with me in the morning. But why, Ma? I wanted to experiment with trying to amplify transmutation effects. Maybe I can do what you did before. I had an idea for crafting an appropriate focus, but I'll need help from a proper artisan and more silver than. If I make your mother happy and come to church. Her eyes bored holes in the ground. Maybe you'll find some new friends, or even someone you like. I didn't expect her to find any friends here, but with time I hoped that she would find some peers her own age. Being around people like me, Lawrence or Songbird all the time could not be good for her. You know, I have no interest in anything like that. Relationships are a waste of time. Why do you even want to go to church anyhow? It's not like you need to. We paused as a wagon hogged the road ahead of us, then stopped again as a group of giggling kids ran past. They were fencing with each other using sticks. I'm trying to have no regrets. That means I make time for the things that matter to me. My friends, my family, and my faith. I lost sight of that the last time I tried to be a hero, and I'm trying not to this time. A familiar laugh up ahead brought me to a halt. Is that Songbird? That sounded like Songbird. Why is she here? Didn't you send her away? I did. The two of us followed the trail of the sound and ended up at a familiar, shabby-looking tavern. Both of us went inside. The place was densely packed. It was quiet in spite of that. A dainty figure in a shabby leather jerkin was sitting on a tabletop. Two others were on either side of her. She was on the far right of the establishment with her boots on a stool, regaling everyone with some kind of tale. It was Songbird. One look at her, and my heart broke. The faintest edges of the broken remnants of a dream remained. Songbird has no dreams of her own. What must it be like to not have any dreams at all? "And so I said, probably gonna need." She turned towards the door as we entered, and her voice cut off. The weight of the silence could crush the tower. Her presence was large. Despite being one person among many, she seemed to occupy the whole room. It took me a few heartbeats to notice the identity of the people around her as a result. Roland sat to her left. He was wearing a flamboyant outfit and many pieces of strange paraphernalia. Metal armbands, gold spectacles, several gaudy rings. None of the items matched each other. He had several news scars since I'd last seen him. He locked gaze with me and he smiled roguishly. I turned towards Songbird. "What did you do?" I scowled up a thunderstorm. There is no way Roland would be dreaming of sleeping with me without outside interference. I refused to believe it. "And she arrives." The third figure at the table spoke. "It can't be." My indignation narrowed in on the figure. My mouth ran dry. I tensed. Death. Death above all else. The entire world can go up in flames, so long as she burns on the pyre. The battered silver flask and lute sitting on the table before her registered distantly. It was not her only dream, but it was the most prominent. It was also broken. Fragmented into a million splinters. And I was the one who had broken it. Death for the dead king. She desires his demise more than anything except her own. The dream is more vivid than any except the first. Detailed. Extremely detailed. Her second dream was so complicated that I could not piece anything except the broader picture together at all. It was detailed to the point where I was confident that either she could succeed at it, or killing the dead king was impossible. The third dream turned the first into a tragedy. She wants good to win. I felt Yvette tugging at my robes. I heard her talk, say something from beside me. My attention was focused on the figure before me. "What's your name?" My tone was flat, emotionless. It stood in stark contrast to the simmering pot that roiled within me. "Lisa," the bard introduced herself with the same air that my old friend once had. Dark blonde hair tied back in a braid, narrow face, black long-sleeved t-shirt and a knee-length denim skirt. It felt like I had come face to face with one of my own ghosts. A picture of my past come back to life. I could feel insects crawling all over me as she talked. Everything about this creeped me out. I was being manipulated. Worse, I knew that I was being manipulated. I was aware that she knew about it, and I knew that it was working. "Let's talk," I stated. It was hard not to put on a scene. The room was packed, but only 5 of us were there. It felt inadequate. Like there were no words I could say that would ever be enough. "It's about time," she grinned at me with a smile that I knew so very well. A smile that I knew meant nothing at all. The others all looked at me. Confusion reigned supreme. "Stay with Song and Roland for a while, if I head back to the keep if I'm late." Something in my voice must have given away how serious I was. None of them questioned what I said. She picked up her instrument and her flask and walked jauntily towards the door. I followed behind. Her path continued towards my original destination. She followed the route towards the House of Light. I doubted it was an accident. "You're not her. Call yourself something else." "Anything else," I ordered. She strummed her lute while she walked. There was no order to the notes she played. Everything was discordant. "No can do, sweetie," she replied in an offhand tone. I caught up with her and matched my pace to hers. Crowds of people bustled around us, and yet it was as if the whole world was silent. I didn't know what I was doing. And I don't even fucking know where Brockton Bay is, but I'm from there now, and I'm playing the role. Anger bled through. I wasn't certain if it was real or an act that the bard was putting on. "I'm sorry," I ventured. I wasn't sure what I felt. It was complicated. I knew that I had broken her dream. It hadn't been intentional. Some stories I had introduced had buried her own plans. I was also glad that I had broken her dream. It was horrible. And then there was the juxtaposition, my old friend's face with that dream hidden behind it. It's rare that I get time to myself. Rare that I use it to bitch. Let me be the first to invite you to a club. It's fairly exclusive. Here, drink. You're the only one who likes this. She shoved her flask into my hands. A part of me wanted to drink it. It wasn't like I could find that tea anywhere else. I was too distracted. I clung to the flask instead like a lifeline at sea. How did you take her face? Welcome to the Immortals Club. There's only a few of us. My condolences. Give it 1,000 years, and you'll also be a bitter old hag. Did you kill Max? I had so many questions. Too many questions. I almost walked into a wagon. It wasn't possible for me to focus properly. Our pace slowed as we approached the House of Light. I breathed in, breathed out, tried to center myself. Her dreams are too big. You make me feel bad about being mad at you. It's like kicking a sad puppy. Thanks. I'm sure there's a new way to kill yourself. I tried. It was feeble, and I knew it was. Earthbet had stories about people arriving in strange lands that had suffered through the apocalypse. Stories about people surviving the apocalypse. Stories about civilization recovering from the apocalypse. I didn't expect to be sympathizing with someone who had been attempting to kill the continent. I should have been horrified, and a part of me was, but it was horror at insight into a disaster that had already been averted. The doom never happened. That didn't mean the root of the issue was gone. Oh sure, forget all the new work I have. I'll just take a break and figure it out. Oh wait, I have no free time. I had never heard Lisa's voice injected with that much venom before. I opened the door. She entered first and sat on one of the pews. I sat down beside her. Stop mimicking her. Please. I hated that I was resorting to pleading. There was too much baggage here. Too much going on at once. She wasn't Lisa. She looked and acted like Lisa. The bard dreamed of good winning. She dreamed of blowing up the continent. She couldn't die. I had no way to coerce or threaten her. No way to convince her to act like someone else. I didn't even know where to start. This is your fault, pretty much, she waved her hand in my direction. Wonder what they'll call the New Age. New Age. I passed the flask back to her and turned away. My hands shook. Looking at her was uncanny. It's still some ways off, she said airily. The Age of Chaos sounds peachy. I was about to respond, but the space next to me felt absent all of a sudden. So I turned towards her. She was gone. What should I do? I'd only met 2 bards, and I was already starting to hate the role. Were all of them like this? No, this wasn't my problem. At least, it wasn't just yet. I'd stick to my current goals. One step at a time. Giving suicidal immortal bards with now defunct apocalyptic ambitions a new purpose in life was the kind of problem I didn't expect to have. It wasn't as if I could kill her, and having her remain in her current state was far too dangerous for everyone else. It was also a problem that would have to be dealt with later. I didn't even know where to start. After the meeting, I sat there for a while. I was on my emotional last legs. I wasn't sure how long I was there for. Was this why my gods asked me to give up my stories? The question ran circles in my mind. I didn't think it was the reason. It couldn't be so simple. The bard had been manipulating me. I knew that from the very moment I had seen her dreams. They were too big, too complicated to be anything but the result of thousands of years of meticulous planning. The trouble was, I didn't know what she wanted from me at all, and I didn't have a way to get rid of her. Do you mind if I join you in prayer, sister? A voice broke the silence. Sure. I looked up. I hadn't been praying, but it was easy to see how one might interpret my silent contemplation that way. It was the sister that I had met the first time. Family safe. Looked after. Financial security. Ambitions of rising higher in the church. It was so nice to look at someone and see an ordinary dream after talking to the bard. Her blue eyes lit up. It's good to count you among us, chosen. I hope the road has been kind to you. What's your name? Sister Olivia. Call me Sister Taylor then. Can you listen for a while? If you find yourself troubled and need an ear to unburden yourself to, I'd be willing to listen. I started to talk, sharing my concerns about the turmoil that lay ahead. The sun had set by the time I was done. Keep faith, even if the future looks dark. I expected you to be more worried. I only burden myself with wounds which I have a hope of salving. Larger than mortal burdens are for your hands, not mine. The smile she gave me was pitying. Will you warn people of the trouble to come? Much as I wished she could, I knew that she was unable to do much more. I'll help to spread the word. Thanks for listening. Will you be here tomorrow? Yes. Do you mind if I lead the service? I'm not a good speaker. It would be my first time. Meeting you was what started me along this road. It would mean a lot to me if I was allowed to preach. You had only needed to ask. See you tomorrow. I stood up, and made my way towards the door. May your dreams be sweet. The door creaked as it closed behind me. It didn't take long for me to make my way back to the tavern. I wasn't sure if the others were still here, but it was best to be sure. The place was quieter than before when I arrived, but it wasn't empty. My friends and family were still there. Suppose you can tell us what that was about? Songbird asked. Complicated. Have you decided? I'm sticking with you, she nodded from her seat in the corner. I held you to be deceased, Roland added. I'm sorry for allowing the candle of hope to dim. That's fine, Roland. I turned towards Songbird. We'll need to lay down some new rules. I sat down in the empty seat beside her. I've had some time to think. Tell me if these fit. You'll probably want to know my plans. So I'll talk them over with you. Won't keep any secrets. How about lies? I'll keep them harmless. Promise. Her eyes bored holes through her hand. She drew a card, then discarded the tower. That would need a thorough examination. I was about to ask about Roland, when I decided to leave it for later. He and I could talk over both old problems and new ones in private, there was no need to have that discussion in front of everyone else. Good enough for now. About the bard, I looked at all of them. Did she say anything to any of you? The bard kept her tongue around us. We had no knowledge of her possessing a name before you arrived. His glanced up from his cards as he spoke. Okay. Tell me if anything occurs to you. Anything at all. Now. Can you tell me why you two are in Renia? Went north after finding Roland. Found out where you went. Figured you would probably show up here when you returned. You'd have to if you were gonna send letters. Sides, more trouble happens round you than anywhere else. Keeps things interesting. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Everyone keen to follow me back to Salia. Roland looked surprised, as if he had expected me to step back into his shadow. That didn't stop him from agreeing with everyone else. 3 voices were raised in support. It was nice. Nice was something that I sorely needed after glimpsing the heart of the bard. Concord 5.02. Always recall, while the Fae are bound by stories, they know more of them than you do. Essences of the Fae, written by Madeleine de Jolicoeur. Suppose you can tell me what the big decision was then? Songbird asked while saddling her horse. The smell of hay and manure was thick in the air. I wasn't sure if filtering scents was something that I could achieve with the light, but it was on my long list of experiments to conduct. Big decision. I paused brushing my own horse and squinted over its back towards her. The sun had yet to rise, and it was hard to see. Pandora nipped at me. I yelped and pulled back my hand. It seemed she disapproved. I'll give you a sugar cube later if you behave, I told my new horse. Songbird let out an amused snort. Pandora flicked one of her white ears at me. She was allegedly a purebred liaison charger. I was dubious of that, but wasn't about to press. I assumed Songbird was kidding about it. This was the wrong side of the continent for it to be anything but an amusing and ultimately harmless jest. If it was true, then I wasn't even sure how Songbird had acquired her. Well, she gestured vaguely at me, you're not floating stuff around when you forget or cheating at cards. Half the time you glow, and you both look and sound like you just walked out of the church. Figured there must have been some big change. I blinked. Oh, right. I hadn't spoken to either her or Roland about what had happened yet. Complicated. I'm different now. Can't do the same things. Suppose you can tell me what you can do. I'm harder to kill. You know if that's supposed to tell me anything, it doesn't. Why we're basically unkillable. I turned my attention back to Pandora. She radiated contentment as I brushed her down. I gave up the stories of my old world. Anyone can step into the roles now. I can also wield the light. Lots of people can do that, Songbird did not sound impressed. I'm experimenting. Seeing what I can achieve with it. I finished brushing down Pandora, then fed her a cube. She was a far more greedy horse than Sisyphus had been. He had been content with not much at all. Suppose that explains it. Explains what? Not important. Anyhow, suppose we have lots to talk about. Songbird finished up with her horse, then started to leave. I filed the deflection away at the back of my mind. Yet, I followed behind her. Roland, she stopped by a stone, square well covered by a thatch roof. She drew water from it, then started to wash her hands. I stepped out beside her and stood on the opposite side of the well. Yes. Roland. I kept my voice flat and my eyes locked on the muddy brown irises of hers. That was a mistake, she grimaced at me. Meant it as a small joke. Something harmless. Why should VE told me that he's attracted to intimidating women with more power than him wearing white. I prodded him a little, let him know what you've been up to. His mind ran away with it. I'm not intimidating. And I'm honest. She blinked. That's the problem. I know. Even if you are telling the truth, I have no way of confirming it. I hoped that Songbird developed a dream again. I hoped that if she did, it would be a healthy dream. Why don't you need to tell me that? Songbird stepped away and I took her place. I knelt, tipped the contents of the bucket onto the cobbled road, then lowered it once more. How do we make this work? Like you said, I'll run any schemes past you. I tugged at the rope, then took a moment to wash my own hands now that the pail was full. The cool water stung in the frosty autumn air. Doesn't help with the lies. Suppose that's gonna be the deal breaker, then. Should I turn her down? I paused and considered what to say. I was conflicted. There was a lot of baggage here, and it felt like setting myself up for disappointment. It would be wiser to reject her. Things aren't going to be the same, I turned to my right and told her. Songbird was juggling a group of rocks while she waited for me. Why really letting me join again? She froze. The rocks cluttered on the ground. The words forced their way out of my teeth. I'm never going to see my old world again. That doesn't matter. I would like it if the people there were willing to give me another chance if I ever did show up there. It was technically Songbird's third chance, but it was also her last one. Things won't be the same. Songbird repeated what I said in a subdued tone of voice. They won't, but maybe one day there can be something new. Better than I expected. I finished washing up and poured my bucket out as well. I leaned into the light for a moment. It helped to steady my thoughts. Lying was important to Songbird. I was sure of it. I didn't know why, but I doubted she would ever stop doing it. That didn't mean I wouldn't try, but it was best to start with limitations that she wouldn't chafe at. Stick to white lies. Things that make people's lives better. If you're not sure, ask me. Suppose you're heading to the church now. I am. I'll get ready for when we leave. She split off from me. Leaving the stables, I took a brief detour back to my room and made sure to freshen up. Roland fell into step beside me as I exited the keep. Fair tidings to you, Taylor. Morning. Where's Evi? I asked. Your enthusiastic apprentice has seen fit to go on ahead. Daughter, not apprentice. Is the aura you radiate intentional, if it is not too delicate to ask? I grimaced and started to will it away. Not intentional. Bad habit I've picked up. That was not a reprimand. The effect casts your features in a better light. I stepped off the road for a moment and walked into a side alley outside a forge. The loud clanging from inside muffled the sound of our voices. I think it looks gaudy, I told him. It accentuates your hair and draws attention to the brown of your eyes. My eyes narrowed. I looked him over from top to bottom. Leather coat on top of chainmail vest, silver bangles, mismatched rings and silks of every color draped across his shoulders. He didn't look like the kind of man I should be taking fashion advice from. Not to be rude, but my appearance does nothing to support the lay of my thoughts. He sounded amused, but not offended. Exactly. My dress is for practicality, not appearance. I was maybe willing to buy that when it came to some of the items he wore. I'd been with him when he acquired them. The silks though? No. I'm still not enthused. Then consider what it will do for the spirits of those at the House of Light. It's a clear sign of your choosing. That was a better argument. I still didn't like it, but I was willing to give it some thought. I'll think about it. That is all that I ask, he winked at me. I bit my lip in thought. It was important that I phrased what I said next with care. Look, Roland. I know you like me, but a relationship won't work. You like to travel. That isn't a problem, but I intend to put down roots. Does my intent to court you give offense? Sort of, I admitted. I don't like you that way. I've always seen you as a friend. Perhaps something could develop there, but it would take time. You have a lot going for you. I just don't see you being happy with me. If you were to be with me, you'd be chained to one place. Should I have denied him outright? I wasn't sure. There was so much potential for this to end in tears. It didn't help that he had given up looking for me so quickly, but I was willing to acknowledge that perhaps I was being unreasonable there. You are not planning to take to the road once more. No. I will dwell on this, but it is my choice to make. His dream had weakened, but otherwise remained unchanged. We picked up our pace once more and lapsed into silence. For now, I had no intent to glow. I felt both stronger and more at home as I stepped through the doors of the church. It came as no surprise to me. I also felt reinvigorated at dawn and drained at dusk. Times and places with spiritual connection to the light caused my powers to wax. I made my way to the lectern after entering the House of Light and waited for everyone to file in. Only half an hour later and the place was packed. Sister Olivia gave me a few words of encouragement, then took a seat on one of the pews. I hope that I don't make a fool out of myself. I know most of you are expecting a reading from the Book of All Things. Maybe for me to take some time to talk about scripture. I paused and surveyed the crowd. Roland was seated near the front on my left, with Ivi right beside him. It may come as a surprise, but I'll be preaching about something different. I come from a faraway land, and while I share faith in our gods, how that belief is expressed is different. I'll be talking about why good will one day win, and why our gods deserve our faith in them. There will be some audience participation here, so when I ask for an opinion, don't hesitate to raise your hand and give one. The audience looked surprised at my declaration. There were quiet murmurings in the crowd. That was only to be expected. They came to the House of Light expecting a sermon in the vein of what they were used to, and I spoke about something entirely different. Think of creation as a game played out by those of us on the ground. The game goes like this. 2 people play the simple version. There's a box, and inside the box is 2 weeks' worth of pay. Each person can write down whether they want to take all the coins for themselves, or share it with the other person. The murmuring died down. I hoped that they understood the intent of my speech. That even if we came from different places and worshipped in different ways, we were faithful to the same gods. If both vote to take all the coins, neither of them receive any coins. If both vote to share the coins, it's all split between them. However, if one votes to share and the other votes to keep it all, the one who votes to keep it all claims the prize. They cannot communicate between each other while deciding, and nor do they have any idea who the other person is. Which way should the players vote? I would have liked to have props for this, but unfortunately I didn't have enough time to prepare them. The hand of a teen with wavy black hair on the second row shot up into the air. Yes. I think they should both vote to share the money. Why is that? Everyone benefits that way. A man with a wrinkled face and graying hair raised his hand from the back row and croaked out a different opinion. They should both vote to take everything, because if either votes to share, then the other can screw them over. The discussion lasted for about 100 heartbeats before I eventually brought it to a close. As you all worked out on your own, the answer is easy in the simple version of the game. If they can't communicate, then they should both try to take everything. The end result is that both the players claim nothing. I realized that at some point during my talk I had started to glow. I'll live with it. It was annoying, but I'd already messed up. I'd need to pay closer attention in future. It was so easy to slip into. Much like offloading my tells into bugs in the past. Except now, it was a small boost to how fast I thought and reacted. It was also far more visible when I did it. Creation is like a more complicated version of this game that repeats over and over. The rules are also different. Communication between players is allowed. Every person is another player, and every decision is a choice made in the same light. To be good is to choose to face these choices with guidance, and to be evil is to face them alone in the dark. To win is to have the most coins at the end of the game after playing an indeterminate number of rounds. Now, I know what you're thinking. If there is an easy answer to the simple version of the game, is the same true for the more complicated version? I paused and licked my lips. There isn't, I continued. There isn't, because people can decide to band together and because we learn a small amount about each other in every round that occurs. Our gods are there for us and can guide us, pointing out who to trust with sharing, or who to avoid, or what strategies won't work. A hesitant hand was raised in the crowd. It was an elderly woman who was seated close to what I presumed to be her husband. This was more participation than I had been expecting, but I was willing to play along. Yes. What about evil? Those who worship evil can also work together, but they do so blind. Their gods will not guide them. They navigate a world with selfish motives where the more they act, the more people they upset. To worship at the altar of self-interest is to play an ever-increasing series of these games, where everyone can see what kind of people villains are. A large enough opposition will always form, and see them cast down. Another hand was raised from the back. Songbird. She had better not be about to cause trouble for me. Suppose you can tell us why you believe. Right. Our gods deserve our faith because they have our best interests at heart. They do know better than us, they are willing to guide us, and that guidance is good. Both the moral guidance and the more personal guidance. Look to the angels and the virtues they represent. They are not all the same, but all of them make Calurnia better in moderation. So if you are faced with a problem you don't know the answer to, you've made a genuine attempt to solve it, and you don't know where to look for help, pray. Our gods are always here for all of us, you just need to reach out to them. My speech did not go on for much longer than that before we started to pray. My throat was parched, but I felt content. Their beliefs and mine weren't an exact match. They didn't need to be. There was enough in common that I could share the parts of my faith that did not contradict with their own. It was also something that I wanted to do. The rest of the hour was spent helping people out with more mundane complications. Healing wounds, resolving small disputes. The trivial day-to-day kinds of issues that I typically did not have to deal with. I was about to leave the House of Light when a girl maybe 10 summers of age approached me. She was skittish. It was like she was trying to build up the courage to ask me a question. Chosen, she greeted me. Yes. What oath did you give? Her grey eyes were pinned to the ground and her chalk-white fingers fidgeted. Why do you ask? I want to be a priestess one day, but I'm not sure if I can swear off hurting others. And you wanted to know if my oath was any easier? Yes. I swore to redeem myself, I chose my words with care. To always consider everything I did at least twice. To seek out better solutions, even if they are inconvenient. I promised to always be willing to accept guidance and to not be afraid to ask for it. For every step I took to leave me a better person than I was before. I could swear that, she muttered to herself. It sounds easier than swearing off violence. It isn't. Choices are a lot more murky when they aren't made in consideration of an absolute. You should also wait until you're older. Think things through. She wasn't listening to a word that I said. Would you accept my oath? She was chewing on one of her strands of platinum blonde hair while she talked. The oath isn't to me. It's to our gods. My refusal did nothing to deter her. She scampered off back towards her parents. Her dream pulsed stronger on the way out. She would be a priestess one day. I was sure of it. Helping her along her path made me feel warm inside. I said my farewells to everyone present, then departed in silence. The other three joined me on the way out. I didn't need to go to the House of Light to hear all of that, Ma. I can hear it from you at any time. Think about what I could have done with that hour, Yvette grumbled. I had hoped that she would change her mind on this. It could have been both a way for her to find friends and something to bond over. If you really aren't happy, then you don't need to come next time, I told her. Not that it didn't disappoint me. Magic had been something we could bond over in the past. While I could still read through theory with her, she had far outstripped what I had known already. It felt like I was holding her back when I tried to assist her with sorcery, rather than helping her to progress. She perked up. It took a few more hails for us to all prepare for departure. The light of dawn warmed us as we set off into the mountains. The road south beckoned. I hoped that my messages were enough to start mitigating the news stories. I hoped that I didn't arrive too late to help. Just because Trismegistan sorcery is more precise doesn't mean that it's better in every case. Roland, I've never heard of a pre-sea sorcerer skilled in esoteric transmutations before, and that's what I'm trying to specialize in, Yvette argued with Roland on the opposite side of the fire. If you would just allow me to explain. And have you ever seen a pre-sea sorcerer do anything like these runes from the city in the chain of hunger? What about Pelagian sorcery? Songbird teased. Don't bait them, I groaned. Artifacts crafted using Pelagian sorcery tend to be remarkably long-lasting compared with. If anything, Pelagian sorcery is just a bad copy of the Titan's magic, so I don't see any reason to think about it. Ma always criticized me for bad sorcery, and that's all. Pelagian sorcery is how long until the food is ready anyhow. That wasn't what I had taught her. She had become opinionated fast. Not any time yet, I replied. I suppose those two won't stop arguing anytime soon. Songbird whispered from beside me. She turned the deer over on the spit in front of us. Not likely, I agreed. Why really arrived in Constance's scar? It's the reason I asked to take this detour. I've not visited it once, and it's along the route we're traveling anyhow. It won't even extend our journey by a day. Well, when the ghosts attack us, I know who to blame. I'm not worried about ghosts. I'm not worried about them either. Light's good for killing undead. Sides, army of ghosts has shining priestess written all over it. That's not my name. Could have fooled me. Can you show me that harmonica of yours again, Roland? I had some ideas for foci for my own magic. Everything I do is a ritual of some kind, and if I can design something that can act as a multipurpose catalyst, I could make my own casting much easier. Roland reached into his jacket and pulled the battered instrument out once again. I still hold to it that you should seek to follow a different path. You're being too cautious. Ma always said that you were the more bold one when she talked about traveling with you. I suppose you can tell me what your plan is then. Complicated. Heroes are in theory a part of the church. Short term, I want to give them more reasons to interact with the church. Create a body of knowledge for them to draw upon, or make tools available for them to use. Give them incentives to work within the system more. Medium term, I want to make their role in the church official within the Principate. Found a new organization under the umbrella of the church dedicated to regulating named conflict. They weren't the only changes I wanted to bring to the church. There were many others, but they were the most significant. While in the long term I was prepared to allow such an organization to regulate itself, for now I wanted to be the leader. Other heroes were far too willing to cut each other some slack. Lawrence was blunt about how she only viewed laws as being there when they didn't inconvenience her, and I was sure many other heroes held to the same belief. Treading new ground is bold but also fraught with perils, Yvette. There can be wisdom on following a path broken in by others. That's nice, but if the magic you used could solve my problems, then they would already be dealt with. Roland turned my way. It sounds like you intend to embark on an ambitious undertaking. I do, but it's necessary. Heroes and villains already operate under different rules. It's stupid to pretend otherwise. Better for us to define those rules and then use heroes to enforce them. Bitter wind howled around us. The sun had set only an hour past, and early winter chills had begun to encroach. Farmers along the road had long since withdrawn to the safety of the city walls. I warmed my hands by the fire. How'd you plan to sell it to the princes? I think that's the easy part. I answered Songbird. There are no consequences for a hero chopping off their heads. Afterwards, there will be. Granted, there will only be consequences if the chopping is unearned, but many heroes will not agree to abide by these rules of engagement, Roland warned. They will. They will face justice if they don't. In an ideal situation, we will have a group of heroes acting as a legal enforcer, but in the worst case I'm willing to swing the blade myself. I answered. Civilized society has rules. We don't have to like them, but we do need to follow them. I'm not demanding that they stop trying to apprehend villains. I just want proportional responses to crimes. No calling down an angel unless the world is ending. No inciting a civil war unless the alternative is worse. I'd only read about some of the more disastrous conflicts between heroes and villains. I'd never seen the kinds of horrors the dead king could bring to bear. Lys was the closest I had come to witnessing something similar. That didn't mean I was prepared to sit around and wait for an atrocity to occur before I decided to act. Enforcement's nice, Songbird flicked something at me. I ducked. It's not like we don't need it. What you haven't told me is how you plan to get them to agree in the first place. We need to convince more heroes to begin with. It's why I was disappointed that the Saint of Swords had no interest in following with. If we can find the more moderate ones and persuade them to go along with my plans, then the more extreme ones will fall in line. Why really willing to take a blade to other heroes? I looked up while I considered my answer. Dense clouds could barely be seen between the leaves above. I leaned backwards against the wall of our shelter. A hollowed-out hole in the side of a broad-based tree. It would make me sad if I had to do it, but if I have to choose between sacrificing a city and sacrificing one hero only because the hero isn't willing to follow rules, then yes. Can you shed light on how you would hold heroes of cultural significance to other nations responsible? Should the Grey Pilgrim be held accountable for anything within the borders of the Principate, it would result in a declaration of war with Levant. There is already a pretext to go to war if something like that happens. I want the Principate to spell out its rules in ink to everyone crossing the border. There would need to be specific exceptions involving named rulers, but I will leave defining those up to wiser heads. Do you think those rules will be taken seriously? Not until the first hero is held accountable. That's when people will realize that we mean what we say. If it works well enough, then other nations in Calurnia will begin to copy the system. And what of villains? You risk allowing them to escape justice by tying the hands of heroes. I noticed that Roland was careful to avoid talking about his own skirting of the law. We've always fought with restrictions. That's part of what makes us heroes. It's the villains that believe everything is acceptable. I'm just asking us to define those restrictions for everyone. Suppose something happens where you think the law you defined is wrong in a given circumstance. Then either we revisit the law itself and have the change voted on by others, or we follow through with it. You know, you weren't this concerned about this before we split up. That was before there were billions of new roles people could step into. I don't know how many people with names there are, but there aren't many. There were probably more heroes and villains in my city of birth than across this whole continent. The chances of named conflict occurring was relatively low before. That won't be true for much longer. All of them were aware that my world of birth and this one were not comparable in nature, but the point still stood. Even if I assumed that only a fraction of a percent of people had the willpower to earn a name, there were now far more roles for them to potentially step into. Some would have likely gone without a name before. I find your assessment to be both plausible and concerning when viewed in light of that. Roland ran one of his hands through his hair as he spoke. Suppose it could work. I'm not sure how fast you could do it, but it's one of your better ideas. I can help find the people you need to gab with. Finances, logistics, everything else. That works. I've already got some idea about whom I need to speak to. I learned from Cordelia. That doesn't mean you can't do better. Talk to me before you do anything, though. You know I will. I promised to. We'll see if that promise holds. What about me, Ma? What can I do to help? Yvette asked, looking up from the harmonica. You can take a break. Use this as an opportunity to advance your craft. Should I suggest she looks for friends as well? No. It would offend her and do nothing to change her mind. Concern for her bubbled in my chest. She needed to spend time around someone other than us. Suppose you could help me out, Roland? Why could find me some help we'll need. Heroes both new and old. We'll probably need to find every hero in the Principate for something like this. I am amenable to this agreement. Conversation shifted. Roland and Yvette started to bicker once again. It's nice. Am not following. Traveling in a group like this, I explained. It is, Songbird agreed. I took a few moments to check on our horses, then returned once dinner was ready. Night duties were assigned. I'd take the last watch. Everyone except Songbird turned in for the evening. A muttered prayer in a translucent dome of light manifested around us. It glowed, but the glow was faint, giving off less light than the fire. I wasn't sure if there were any ghosts nearby, but there was no reason to take risks. It was a matter of moments before my mind drifted into a land of dreams. I was woken up when it was my turn to take watch. Pushing myself out from under my bedding, I examined the countryside. Everything outside our bubble was coated in a light dusting of white. At least we weren't attacked by ghosts. There had been more than a few people that had muttered about ghosts on our way down here, but we had yet to see any of them. That didn't mean there weren't any. Where there was smoke there was fire, but we had been left alone. It wasn't long until dawn arrived. After an early morning meal, we were all back on the road. The closer we drew to Constance's scar, the more unnerving the world became. It was hard to put a finger on what it was that bothered me. The wind trailed in ways that sounded like lost voices. I'd see what I thought were figures out of the corners of my eyes, only for it to be the movement of grass. We stopped while I took a moment to ask my family for advice. This wasn't the kind of place I wanted to enter blind. My queries had been met with sadness at the tragedy and whispered murmurs that there were no ghosts to be found. We picked up our pace once more. You know, that looks like a city in the distance, Songbird pointed from her mount beside me. I followed the trail of her finger. For a moment I could see what she said. A spectral city. It vanished when I faced it head on. Oh, I think I figured it out. I know what's wrong here. It also makes perfect sense. The veil is thin at Constance's scar and parts of Arcadia are leaking through. That's why the world is so weird. I wonder if that means we can meet some Fae. Maybe they have things that would help me. No bargaining with the Fae, Evi. Yvette pouted. I hold her conclusion to be correct. Roland added. He could always be counted on to be the voice of reason. But there's so much I could learn from them. Why? No. The Fae would bargain for your soul. We pressed on, more alert than before. Soon we drew near the site of the tragedy. A blackened crater carved into the earth. Glass glimmered on the surface of it, from one side to the other. Snow fell, but did not stick to the surface. It vanished before it touched the ground. I wasn't willing to take even a single step inside the disaster zone before sorcerers had examined the site. I suspected but did not know that doing so would shift anyone who did so from creation to Arcadia. That wasn't a risk I was currently willing to take. I didn't think it would have negative consequences, but it was better to be cautious than stuck in a Fae court. Everyone was subdued. Feels strange being back here. I don't have any memories of the place, but I feel like I should. Probably feels like meeting someone you forgot. Not quite, but almost. Suppose this place is going to be a problem? Songbird asked from the back of her horse. Flakes of snow dusted her hair, making her look like some kind of spotted fox. I don't think so, I disagreed. It's in the middle of nowhere. Cordelia wanted to organize sorcerers inside the Principate. This gives them a good place to build around. You saw how Evi was pouting because she couldn't investigate further. So long as the scar is handled responsibly, there are plenty of ways it could be useful. It would be fitting for the place of a tragedy to be repurposed into something that benefited others. Pandora whinnied nervously from beneath me. She was far more mischievous than Sisyphus had been. I had to be careful when handling her. She liked to bite. Am not so sure of that. Time flows at a different rate in Arcadia. I don't know if there is a way into Arcadia from here, but even the possibility of using this as a place to travel from could be useful. Why sure fixing this isn't an option. It's possible, but time-consuming. It would take a significant quantity of light to do it. I'm not willing to dedicate my time to that until we've established that it is a problem and not an opportunity. It's not close enough to any population centers to be a concern if it was properly managed. The issue is that nobody is doing so. Warn people not to travel nearby and set up protections, then the place is safe. I see this more as a resource which is out of the way and needs someone to look after it. I find myself in accord with Songbird, Roland added. I'm not ruling out mending this, but, let's see what other people say first. I sighed. I felt like Constance's scar was closer to a zoo for dangerous animals than a legitimate concern. If you stepped into the cage, then you shouldn't be surprised if the animals took a bite at you. I would have been more concerned if the veil had been weakened closer to a town or city. It hadn't. Constance's scar was remote. The worst that would happen was a frozen crater even if something like the Prince of Nightfall wandered out here, provided the place was properly contained. Why really sure there are no ghosts? The cherubs give no warning about the risk of undead. Their assurance was all that I needed. I wasn't sure why the Fae were pretending to be ghosts. I was willing to bet that it was some kind of performance, but not one that I could untangle without more details. Regardless, this was a situation for sorcerers and not priests. I agree with Taylor. I haven't ever had the opportunity to examine winter before, but this place has the feel of it. I hold Yvette's supposition to be the correct one, although still maintain that this location should be cleansed. Roland was examining the crater with a pair of blue spectacles while he talked. His irises shifted from olive to sapphire, and his fingers twitched while he talked. You know, you sorcerers and priests are mad. Any sane person takes one look at this and sees a catastrophe in the making, not something to mess around with. Songbird muttered under her breath. Thought you liked trouble. There's mischief and then there are holes in the ground radiating fuck off. She shuddered while she spoke. Didn't count you as being superstitious. Songbird made an obscene gesture my way, then remembered where she was. She stiffened, then looked from one side to the other. Nothing took offense, she sounded relieved as she whispered to herself. We spared a few moments of silence to drink in the tragedy before departing. No ghosts harried us on our way out as we continued our journey to Salia. That didn't mean there weren't any, but I was leaning more towards the Fae making trouble for people than anything else. Concord 5.0 A land in chaos is one rife with opportunity, a land in order is one absent of it. Those who seek to accrue wealth should never shy away from sowing discord, for opportunity is where profits are made. Extract from Bought and Sold, a collection of the teachings of the merchant Prince Irenos, founder of Mercantize. Wikasa looked down at the instruments on his workbench and considered the readings from them. With a deft hand, he jotted them down in a leather-bound journal. In most cases he would use magic for record-keeping, but these tools were so sensitive that even the faintest of sorceries would interfere with the results. Masiko, have you confirmed the measurements on the outer boundaries? He called out, turning away from his desk to the boy. Across from him, at a table to his left, stood a dark-skinned pudgy-sinning boy, not even 12 years old. His long hair, normally divided into half a dozen braids, was instead carefully tied back. Some of it had become caught in one of the instruments earlier, skewing their results. Yes, father, the boy's eyes lit up. There has been a shift in the boundaries of creation. Whilst I have been unable to determine the exact cause of the phenomenon, I have narrowed down the source to somewhere within the chain of hunger. Which matched up with his own findings as well. The specifics had yet to be determined. It would likely take months of careful experimentation to reach any conclusive results. Regardless, it was confirmed that only a week past, something within the chain of hunger had mutated parts of the underlying nature of creation. He was yet to determine exactly what had changed. Were he at the source of the phenomenon, it would have been easier to perform more detailed analysis. It was unfortunate that an excursion into the chain of hunger could not fit into his itinerary. The echoes from the event would have faded by the time he would have arrived. There would be no detectable residue left to examine. It made the process more complicated and added additional steps that there otherwise wouldn't be. In this case, that would merely delay the inevitable, not prevent it. Sooner or later, he would discover exactly what had evolved. Initial readings suggest a shift in the Fey quartz. Either a change in the existing quartz, or the formation of a new one. The focus of the experiments should be adjusted to account for this. Father, we could be seeing the birth of a new court, Masiko continued, sounding excited. Carefully resetting the instruments on his table, Wikasa began the process of scraping the now tainted ground devil off of the disc in front of him. Then, he reached for a vial on the desk, carefully removed the stopper and sprinkled a few fresh grains onto the device. He was measuring how exposure to different kinds of magical phenomenon influenced devil residue. While the core nature of a devil did not change, with age, their expression of that nature would become more nuanced. With experimentation done in the past, he had developed methods for directed changes among the more simplistic types of devils. The research had yet to yield results among more complicated specimens, but that was not what interested him presently. What drew his attention was the results of the original experiments. He had compiled comprehensive notes on them, proving the basis for his work without a doubt. The measurements he had taken had left no room for error, and now they were being thrown entirely off. Whatever had occurred in the chain of hunger, the possibility existed that it had rewritten parts of the fabric of Calurnia. Wikasa stroked his beard in thought. Best to repeat the experiment once more, before moving on to the next set of tests. He needed to be certain the results could be replicated, else they were not valid at all. We will have to wait for further results before we can make any claims one way or another. Adjusting the parameters so early on creates room for errors to slip in, Wikasa admonished. Of course, Masiko responded absently. While a new Fey court was the most likely explanation, it was not the only one, and narrowing their focus in before they had a better idea would only contaminate the results. The possibilities ranged from the most likely a change in the courts to the least likely a change in the creational laws. Wikasa did not want to waste months performing experiments based on a faulty set of assumptions on his part. It was best that he remained rigorous. Ever since that ripple in creation from Bayou, oddities had been popping up. The city that later became known as Constance's Scar had been the first of many irregularities. It made for fascinating research. Disregarding the fact that it had arguably set back his efforts to map the boundaries of creation by years, it still left him in an amicable mood. It was an academic enigma that had done much to refine his understanding of magic, even as it overturned thousands of years of research. Before he had encountered the outsider, he would not have considered it possible for a being of pure essence to earn a name. The specimen had been new to its role, clearly unused to having a name, but that was irrelevant. Irrespective of its experience, its mere existence had startling implications. Was it then possible for devils and the Fae to also achieve the same? Wikasa found the notion that the name was heroic to be extraordinarily amusing. The specimen's essence was corruptive to the fabric of creation. It shared this similarity with demons. Unlike demons, the corruption seemed superfluous. It could be compared to a layer of oil atop water. The water below was not disturbed, even if the light which passed through came out the other side different to how it had entered. It was not one of the traditional 23 kinds of demons, instead it seemed to be something entirely different. The possibility existed that it was an undiscovered type, but Wikasa considered that to be unlikely. There was too much evidence hinting at something else. His research suggested it was an intelligent creature, possibly a person, who came from outside the outer spheres. The implications were staggering. It opened the possibility that there were inhabitable places beyond the gods' remit. That was not to say that this creature came from such a place. It might very well just be from another creation made by the gods. A creation that obeyed a different set of axioms. Even that had the potential for so many new discoveries. If there was another creation, and it could be reached, it presented opportunities for performing a comparative analysis between two different sets of creational boundaries. With a larger set of examples to work with, it might be possible for him to engineer something similar of his own. The idea had made Wikasa more eager to continue his research than ever before. Surely there was no better time to live as the warlock. A lack of knowledge was always the greatest limitation, and new frontiers had opened for exploration. Idly, he wondered what kinds of rules such a place might follow. Maybe devils were fixed in number and angels were variable. Would villains win more often than heroes there? No, it was better for him not to make any assumptions until more had been established. Containing the entity had not been difficult. It lacked the necessary experience to fight him, although it learned fast. It was a pity that the specimen had managed to escape. Were his containment not interrupted by the rogue sorcerer, the experimental data that could be obtained from it might give birth to an entire new dedicated school of magic. To his annoyance, not only had the rogue sorcerer managed to flee, he had stolen some of Wikasa's magic during his escape. The chime of the doorbell pulled him out of his musings. "Masigo, go see who it is," he called out. Hopefully it wasn't another priest. They did not show up at his residence often, but some never learn it any better. Wikasa thought that after the fifth one he turned into a chamber pot, they would have received the message. Unfortunately, it appeared that the clergy were more academically challenged than even he had expected them to be. "Yes, father," Masigo replied. Masigo left the room, while Wikasa continued to go through with the experiment. Moments later and Masigo returned. "So, who was it?" he asked. "A messenger from the legions," Masigo answered, making his way to his desk. Wikasa turned around, facing the boy. "Well, why didn't you let them in?" Masigo continued digging through vials on his desk and answered without turning around. "Was I supposed to? You only told me to go look." "Yes, you were supposed to let them in." Wikasa tried not to sigh. The boy was brilliant at magic, but was sadly blind when it came to anything else. Disappearing again, his son returned not long after with a pale-faced messenger in tow. After the traditional legion salute, she passed him a written message and left. The eyes had found another hero that had shown up in Kallo. Ever since the rogue sorcerer had escaped, they had tightened their security. They could not afford a repeat of that kind of fiasco. The man had run into the waning woods and hadn't been seen since. It was likely that he had been slain by the Fae, but you couldn't count out heroes until you had seen the corpse. Black would have taken more time to prepare for this encounter were it not for the risk of another city being put to the torch. 36 Legion soldiers had attempted to pepper her with bolts in the first encounter. Their efforts had yielded no results. 2 bolts from the rooftops hammered at the location of his foe from either side. The girl shrieked, blasted out a cone of flame at one of them, then reappeared inside the blaze. Another failed shot, but it didn't matter. Black was a full street over. He remained shrouded in shadows as the fight progressed. "I can burn the Shadow Man," the eerie voice of his opponent crooned. It could be heard calling out from every fire that she had set. "The night is dark and cold, but flames bring light to darkness." The girl's speech had never been coherent while they fought, although that was allegedly not always true. Witnesses claimed that her words had been comprehensible when she first spoke outside the lore house for tragically orphaned girls. That is before she had torched it. The girl had pleaded and asked after her lost friend. Her cries had continued even as she began to set parts of lore ablaze. "Such a disappointment," the corpse taunted. She shrieked, then seized it in her hands. Notes that had been compiled on his opponent mentioned that she was destabilized by banter. It was a weakness to exploit while he strung her along. Fire began to spread. The other corpse reloaded its crossbow and tried to pin her down. She teleported once again. Not true, you, who made me into the monster that I am. Not so, creature of darkness. Your cage shall clip my wings no longer. I refuse the shackles you bring. The corpse she grasped followed with her as she traveled. It pulled up a knife from its hip and tried to bury it in her gut. The knife melted to slag before it struck. An explosion of sparks marked her departure, and another marked her arrival somewhere else. Another fan of flames extended upwards. She teleported beside Black's other corpse. It's a shame that this fire has burned out, the corpse she appeared beside replied. Burn, she shrieked. His control over the corpses vanished as the girl set them ablaze. The unnatural sticky green fire from her aspect consumed it in moments. It was not the first time she had used this aspect. Black did not know how often she could wield it. The girl failed to realize that the more she used it, the less weight that it had. The eyes did not have much time to compile information on her after her first appearance. She was an orphan by the name of Lydia who had an obsessive relationship with one of the other girls staying at the orphanage. A few days after the other girl had disappeared, Lydia's rampage had begun. Black pulled back further, careful not to draw any attention to himself as he made his way to the lake. They had left the populated parts of the city some time ago and now moved about in parts of it that had been abandoned during the rebellion a year past. He sent out a tendril of shadow, detonating a bright stick in one of the alleys near the girl. She teleported towards it once again. That aspect was by far the most dangerous one she possessed. An aspect like it always came with a downside, and this one appeared to cause her mental faculties to deteriorate fast. The girl had come into it before their clash had even begun. Black had not yet had time to unearth her name. Were she blessed by the heavens, Black would assume that they were stacking the fight before the fight ever happened. Evidence pointed towards the opposite. She belonged to below. Her unstable nature and violent predisposition towards the Empire made any ending except her death unacceptable. A third corpse on the rooftop watched as she appeared beside his distraction, then attempted to nail her through the heart. The girl pivoted at the last moment, causing the projectile to miss. She disappeared again only a moment later. Amadeus was faintly amused at the notion of anyone trying to kill him with fire and brimstone, when he was known to be friends with the warlock. The amusement was tinged with irritation. Another volley of fiery projectiles peppered the wall beside one of the bodies he was animating as it ducked behind an old mill house, leaving a trail of scorch marks in their wake. The initial confrontation with the legions had come as a surprise out of nowhere and had given him the impression they were facing a sorcerer of some kind. The fights that had followed had given lie to that. She might have been a newly fledged wizard, but her sorceries were limited to flames alone. An arsonist and nothing more. The green-eyed man had tactics for those. He pulled the animated corpse back further, sending out another tendril of shadow around the corner and baiting another strike near an old well. There was an explosion of flames as his foe scoured Black's distraction. Amadeus waited. He predicted that there would be another detonation. Lydia failed to surprise him. She appeared beside the well only a few heartbeats later. A 12-year-old girl with badly cut brown hair, shredded clothing, and bruises trailing all over her. She was wreathed in flames from head to foot. Black sent out another tendril of shadow. She followed, drawing her closer to the silver lake. The corpse had finished repositioning and crouched atop a rickety wooden pier. It fired its crossbow. She vanished once more before the bolt struck. She reappeared beside it. Predictable. Her poor strategy was in the vein of an older breed of villains, and even then was a disservice to below. She would have perished during her first engagement if it weren't for the aspect she used to reposition. Burn. Shut up, the corpse replied. The corpse detonated. Black had only prepared a few corpses with explosives for this fight. If the tactic was used too often, then she would come to expect it. She staggered, then fell into the lake below as the pier collapsed. He took a moment to aim at the figure flailing in the boiling water, then released the first bolt of his own. It took her between the eyes. 2 more bolts, and the flailing came to a stop. The situation was troubling despite the ease with which she had been dispatched. She had been the 5th anomalous name to have arisen within the past 3 weeks alone. Both Saba and Wikasa were busy extinguishing fires in other parts of the empire. Amadeus sourly acknowledged that more conflict was soon to come. Discord was spreading throughout the heart of the empire at a rate far exceeding the threshold allowed by any of his contingencies. The grain of sand in the cogs of the machine had grown into a boulder. Amadeus knew who was to blame. Merchant Lord Mauriceus sat on the balcony in Sub Rosa and looked out over the Iranian plaza as he mused over the letter on the table beside him. This was the 3rd such missive he had received. The first had related to some of his holdings on the southern coast of the city of bought and sold. A disgruntled savage had seen fit to darken Mauritius's door with his presence, claiming ownership of one of his ships. The man was quickly disabused of that notion and convinced to leave before Mauritius chose to seek redress for his impertinence. Ever since he had sold his first wife's lover and the entire man's family into slavery in Stygia, his rivals had spoken in hushed whispers when he stalked the halls of the 40-stole court. It remained the only black mark on his name, but it was enough to warn his rivals that his lines were not to be crossed. The second piece of correspondence suggested that someone had managed to convince Merchant Lord Fabianus they could sell him the guild exchange. To both Mauritius's surprise and dismay, the man had paid the full price the trickster had listed. It was less than a day later that the fool had discovered it was a scam. When searched for, the trickster could not be found. It interfered with many of Mauritius's existing schemes. Mauritius gestured towards the waiting attendant hidden behind the sculpted marble arch, signaling his desire for chilled wine. The day was sweltering, despite the turn of the season. Mauritius had intended to treat campaigning for the office of Merchant Prince as an opportunity to line his pockets. He would have run in opposition to Merchant Lord Fabianus, buying the votes of the streets and the lesser courts. Once the threat he posed to the other candidates was established, he would then accept bribes from Fabianus in excess of the amount he had spent. Fabianus's finances had collapsed in the wake of his poor decision-making, leaving the 40-stole court in a state of disarray. It was of no consequence, Mauritius had extended the same offer to the next mostly likely candidate. It was not as if he was short of opportunities, all he sought to do was swell his own hoard. Now it had come to his attention that his secondary candidate had fallen for the same scam as Fabianus. A clever con artist had been traveling the streets of Mercantize, auctioning off properties they did not own to people with fewer wits than coins. The attendant arrived with haste, placing a chilled Baelite red on the table beside him. Mauritius did not deign to drink it just yet. Instead, he pondered the other troubles to hound the streets of Mercantize. Dread Empress Militia's schemes had been a delight to watch. She funneled coin through the Provost Bank, and the Principate tore itself apart. Taking advantage of the chaos she sowed did much to fatten his own purse as well. Mercenaries in the free cities required arms to wage war in Prisser. Arms that Mauritius sold. Seeing a similar scheme unleashed on the streets of his own city had at first been equally amusing, but quickly given rise to concern. Merchant Lord Mauritius did not know who it truly was that sought to play games within the confines of Mercantize. The newly arisen Ravel Bank had already sown chaos among the lesser courts, but who stood behind them remained a mystery. Their rates undercut any existing opposition to the point where it could not be anything except a ploy to undermine the city of bought and sold. Many knew this and chose to partake regardless. They argued that of the few who would have sufficient wealth to see the scheme through to its end, none would make the attempt. Mauritius was less certain. He was not one to turn away from gold, however, and so he would treat the chaos this Ravel Bank created as an opportunity to fatten his own purse. And should a guiding hand prove to be necessary, there was nothing preventing Merchant Lord Mauritius from stepping into the role of Merchant Prince that he so judiciously avoided. Discord presented an opportunity for profits, provided it stayed out of his own household. Concord 5.03. Like history, stories repeat themselves. Reject the lie of safety offered by narrative. For only by casting off its shackles can power truly be seized. Translation of the Kabbalist Book of Darkness, widely attributed to the young dead king. Surprised you've not stopped glowing, Songbird stated. Again? Fuck it, I'm sticking with this. The sound of her horse's hoofs to my left were muffled by a thick bed of dirty snow. Efforts had been made to remove it from the main road, but they were of limited success. It's a strategic action, I lied. If I glow all the time, then people can't tell when I'm considering something. I think you're lying. I think it's just that you don't want to be called the flickering priestess like I was calling you earlier. Yvette added. Shining priestess does sound better, Songbird agreed. Pests, both of you. Songbird and Yvette both laughed. Songbird was rubbing off on Yvette. It wasn't something that I approved of. This is a course of action that I most heartily approve of. Of course. I turned to my right, brushed some snow out of my face, and raised an eyebrow at Roland on his dappled horse. It was awkward when riding side saddle, but by now I had almost acclimatized to it. You're just saying that to flatter me. I tried to keep my voice even, but it was hard not to allow my amusement to bleed through. Flattery a fair maiden such as yourself most surely deserves. He grinned at me. Frosted wooden houses stood hunched behind him. Many of them were hidden behind the traffic beside us. People stopped and stared or pointed at me as Pandora plodded along. By now I was used to it. He's not giving up on this anytime soon, is he? You're going to need to try harder than that. If anything, he seemed more reassured. You know, I'm starting to think I didn't make a mistake after all. I turned back to the bedraggled, grinning redhead and glared at her. You're so much trouble, Song. Am not trouble at all. My soul is pure, O refulgent one. As pure as the snow on the ground. Songbird gasped, affecting a look of mock offense at my words. Suppose you can give me good dreams too. What? You know. They still call you the sovereign of ardent dreams. I could do with some of those. 3 or 4 naked. Not happening, I cut her off. I'm not indulging your fantasies. Suppose you can't be fun. It was more that I couldn't do it, although not from a lack of trying. Creating illusions was easy. Seeding pleasant dreams in advance was something I thought I could do, but hadn't succeeded at it. The rugged caravan in front of us came to a halt. I tried peeking around and finding out what was occurring up ahead. I could not see past the olive-painted roof. See if you can find out what's happening, Roland. I'd like to be within the city walls before dusk. I count on there being another brawl, he replied. You know, this would not have been a problem if you'd agreed to stable them earlier. It's not a problem, it just means we need to wait a little and not walk much further in snow. Besides, do you really trust the stables further back in the slums at the city outskirts? They looked like they were considering selling off our horses. Here isn't much better either. Yvette interjected from behind. It would take someone truly bereft of their wits to attempt to sell our mounts, Roland criticized. Fine. I'll admit I made a mistake, I admitted. Roland dismounted and handed the reins of his mount to me, lightly brushing his fingers against mine. So, I turned my attention back to Songbird. You still haven't told me why you're fine with this. Be more specific, she tapped her leg in thought. Me trying to empower the church. Why? I've spoken to Cordelia. I know that the Lycanes view the amount of power the House of Light wields down south in a dim light. Can't see why you would be fine with me increasing that. Am not sure if you understand yourself that well. What? Think. Say, why see a crowd beating someone? What are you gonna do? Don't know why that's important. I ran my hand through Pandora's mane in my impatience. It was silky soft to the touch. Answer the question, Songbird mock glared at me. Break up the fight. Ask what's going on. See if I can resolve it without violence. That's my point. I'm not following. Normal people either sit and watch or don't care. So you're saying that you're not worried about me trying to empower the House of Light because I care. Surely that can't be the reason. That's right. You'll arrive, find out how useless they all are, then start to tear into them. Her ironclad belief in that was discouraging. What makes you so sure? Ever been to the large cathedrals? No. You'll see them soon. I'm sure that they care more about money and power than you'd approve of. So you think I'd take power away from the church instead? You're a saint, Taylor. Not one of the ones that swings swords, either. Well. This saint wants power over parts of the church. And we'll all be better for it. Why won't he get what you want? Not anytime soon at least. But you'll fix everything else. A flamboyant array of silks approaching marked Roland's return. Found out what the problem is. I passed the reins back to him. Two men are settling grievances up ahead in a duel. He took the reins, but did not mount up. You're joking. The magistrates will be all over this. I'm surprised the guard has not stepped in. It is a spar between two ninth son duelists. You didn't intervene. Roland was usually one to involve himself in these kinds of conflicts. I am not so much a fool as to position myself between the blades of two swordsmen of such renown. I doubt that. A smile tugged at his lips. He didn't reply. Well, I'm about to be a fool then. I sighed in irritation, then snapped my mouth shut. The air was thick with a cloying smog. Snow crunched as my boots touched the ground. I passed Roland my reins. Take care of her. The gremlin in question was busy harassing a poor pigeon that had landed on the nose of her horse. She looked up when I mentioned her name. I'm fine, you don't need to look after me, just do whatever you need to do, I promise. Roland dipped his head in acknowledgement. I started to weave my way between the cramped traffic ahead. I felt eyes linger on me as I progressed past the crowd. It took another hail for me to break through to the front of the congestion. It was much as Roland had said. Two youths were exchanging blows with dueling swords. Their movements were fluid. The blonde on the left stepped forward, his footing sure on the stained mud. He parried the blow to his right. 2 steps back. His black-haired opponent tensed as if he was about to perform another jab. It was a feint. Despite my expectations, there were no magistrates or city guards ready to intervene in the fight. A wide-open ring had been cleared out for them. I don't have time for this. Enough. I declared, stepping into their ring. The light flowed through me. It always did. However, the feeling was different when I actively called upon it. I knew that it scalded near everyone else, even when used to heal. That was not true for me. It felt like the hope of a better future when it coursed through my veins. Green eyes on the left flicked to me for not even a heartbeat. His opponent tried to capitalize. A blade blurred forward, only to strike against a golden barrier. It shattered on impact. They continued as if the interruption had not even taken place. Really? 2 more attempts at barriers. They moved around my obstructions as if they weren't even there. The light around both of them bent. They could only see me now. Me, and nobody else. Both fighters closed their eyes and kept fighting. Another strike. Parried this time. Emotional manipulation came even easier to me than before. Unfortunately, it did nothing to either duelist. I didn't want to hurt them. Was there another way to force this to end? Yes. I deliberately walked into the middle of the arena and intercepted the blade with my hand. I focused the moment before I was struck, turning that part of myself into what I truly was. I said enough. The blade passed through my hand. There was a blaze of light where the cut occurred, but not much else. My hand appeared soon after. The other swordsman's blade slammed into my robes but failed to penetrate. The fight ground to a halt. Chosen. We weary sorry. The words were stammered out in fear. Were you struck? Do you have wounds that need tending to? Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Do you seek redress? My family may be able to. No. You're lucky. I'm compassionate, not just. The man sounded relieved. There's no need for you to intervene. No disrespect was intended. If there is a slight, then. I looked up into the amber eyes of the pale-faced man who had addressed me. Despite towering over me, he looked small. That is not for you to decide. I interjected. Why are you two fighting? We strive to test ourselves in the hopes of one day moving beyond the 10th Sunday. And you couldn't fight this out somewhere else. My eyebrows must have risen into my hair. The roads were clear when our bout began, the one on the right defended. I turned my gaze towards him. He flinched. It isn't now. Both of them glanced around, taking in the sizable delay along the road. They had the decency to look chastised once they saw the waiting traffic. We apologize for the inconvenience we caused. I looked from one to the other. Be more considerate in future. They both ran as if they were hounded by devils the moment I finished speaking. Sighing, I began to return to the others. Had fun? Songbird queried. Waste of time, I complained, mounting up. We were on our way once more. Deeper towards the city. The yearning walls beckoned in the distance. Buildings grew from wooden shacks to stone houses. Chimneys bellowed out a thick smoke. Chaotic construction work took place among the slums. The state of the city became cleaner and more organized the closer we drew to the walls. Gardens started to appear between buildings, and the further we progressed, the larger the gardens grew. The side of the road once bereft of anything but traveling vagrants was now lined with stalls. We passed through the Griffin Gate. The road beyond was swept clean. It didn't take long to hand off our horses to a poor attendant. The girl took one look at me, then stammered out a nervous assurance that our horses would be well cared for. The state of the city within the walls was another step up entirely. Multi-story stone houses with stained glass windows. It wasn't anything I hadn't seen before, but it was notable in how commonplace it was compared to anywhere else I'd visited in Calurnia barring the Titan city in the chain of hunger. We continued onwards past vast open-air markets. The sun had passed its zenith and started to sink by the time we approached the green-bannered exterior of the destination Songbird had picked out for us. The establishment ran more to her tastes than my own, but I wasn't about to make a fuss about it. It did amuse me that a few patrons seemed more uncomfortable with my presence than I was for being there. See if you can find out if Cordelia is still in the city, Song. I turned to Roland. You said you could help find other heroes. I'll see what I can find with the rise of dawn. For now, I intend to rest. Right. We've only just arrived. I think we should all do that. You know, I'm surprised that you agreed to stay here. Songbird snorted. She leaned against the out wall of the establishment. We were saved from having snow in our hair by a large cloth shade shrouding the front of the building. Where did you expect me to stay? In one of the cloisters, with the other sisters. No, thanks. If you get your way, then you'll have to. Don't think so, I sighed. I'll find some way to live where I want to. Corruption, already. Songbird mimed being struck by an arrow. And to think, you haven't even met any of the holies yet. Who would you suggest talking to? Nobody important. Yet. That's not helpful. Why don't you want to waste their time? I looked at her. Just tell me who you think I need to talk to and where I need to go. You're gonna need to head towards the upper yearning to find the holies. Then just pick any cathedral and chances are you'll run into one, she answered flippantly. She doesn't actually know, does she? It struck me that I probably knew more about the church than she did. I'd just assumed I'd be relying on her for parts of this. I'd assumed that I'd be relying on her like I had in Ain, but I probably didn't need to. You don't know anything about the church's organization, do you? It's not like I needed to deal with them, she groused. I dealt with nobles, not priests. You probably know more about them than me. I'm not a devout priestess. You are. You probably memorized the Book of All Things. I didn't. Actually she did remember Ma, you told me you can remember your life like reading text off a book now, and I know you read the Book of All Things, that means you know it right. Okay, so maybe by technicality. I never quote it. Bet you think about it when talking to other priests. Is today gang up on Taylor Day? I complained. Always is. If you're not going to give advice, then don't complain about whom I decide to talk to. All four of us shuffled indoors. I sent for a messenger and penned a letter to one Sister Dominique at the Celandine Basilica in an effort to arrange a meeting the following day. She was someone who had actually responded to some of my communications in the past, and was a person of influence within the church. Songbird also penned letters of her own. It was at dawn the next day that both of us received our replies. Cordelia was no longer in Salia. That complicated matters, but not to the point of endangering my plans. Roland decided to go on his own adventure and take Yvette along with him. Songbird would correspond with old acquaintances. That just left me. I'd been cordially invited to speak with Sister Dominique after the morning service at a nearby chapel. There was an open invitation to attend the service as well, but I doubted I'd be able to arrive in time. There were also instructions on how to find the basilica in question. I was about to depart when Songbird seized me by the arm. Don't promise her anything, she hissed. The powers that be in the church are just as canny as even the sharpest prince. I wasn't planning to. The Holies were the most respected figures within the Procieran House of Light. They weren't officially in charge, but their words did tend to become policy. I was willing to extend them a fair amount of trust, despite Songbird's protests. It didn't mean I wouldn't temper it with a healthy dose of caution, but I had yet to meet a priest that I didn't like. Serious, Taylor. Be vague. Let this Sister Dominique fill in the gaps. You're a chosen priestess. She'll fall over her own feet to help you. Doesn't mean she won't have her own schemes. Best to move only after you know where the knives lie. I'll keep that in mind. I left the establishment and started to follow Dominique's directions. The first part wasn't that hard. The Upper Yearning was the part of the city further uphill. It was also the nicer part of the city, although that didn't mean much. It was the difference between upper-class citizens and princes in terms of wealth. Everyone in these parts of the city lived well. I felt out of place as I entered the Upper Yearning. Dirty. Like I was a trespasser in the homes of the wealthy. While Cordelia's fortress had been more extravagant than most places I had been, it had nothing on the palaces in Salia. Large mansions with exquisitely cared-for gardens trailed as far as the eye could see. Hedges dusted in snow. Frost-lined buildings that looked almost as if they had been designed for the express purpose of being painted in winter white. At least the advice had been easy to follow. I shaded my eyes against the harsh glare of the snow as I caught sight of my destination in the distance and made my way towards it. There weren't many people out on these streets. The rich had no need to be out and about in the cold. Boots clicked on cobbled road as I passed down an avenue of well-tended naked oaks and walked beneath the comforting shadow of the bell tower. I trailed my fingers along the masonry, lost in thought, as I approached the basilica before me. A tower loomed on either side of the monument, and decorative arches were carved into the masonry. The pale flicker of candlelight through the stained glass windows featuring famous religious figures beckoned to me up ahead. People were leaving the building in crowds. I drew closer, slowed. Two wide-eyed figures ahead to either side of the entrance of the basilica bowed to me as I passed. I thanked them awkwardly. No words were said in return, but none were to be expected. They were among those who had sworn a vow of silence. The place was busy. The faithful gathered together in small groups and whispered to each other. Some entering, some leaving. Everyone present was dressed rich. This was not a place attended by the poor. Many of their dreams were enraging. That observation wasn't limited to the attending nobility. Songbird had been more right than I liked. A few of them turned and looked at me as birds of prey do when circling up high in the air. The rest either put up an air of indifference, or were too indulged in their existing conversations to notice me. I suspected that most fell into the latter category. While my glow was distinct, it was also faint and hard to notice. May you be always graced by the light, chosen. Someone greeted me from behind. I turned. A broad-shouldered boy was bowing to me obsequiously. It was something I doubted I'd ever become used to. Stand up. I'm here to speak to Sister Dominique. I have a meeting scheduled with her. He straightened. His feet started to eat the ground. I followed behind him. I was led by my guide into the back halls. They were no less immaculate than the part of the building available to the public. My guide ushered me into a parlor guarded by a trio of armed priests. My eyes raised. I knew that they existed, but hadn't encountered them before. My guide left me seated in the most comfortable recliner I'd ever sat in at a mahogany table, then returned shortly afterwards with a roasted quail and plums. I had been assured the accompanying wine would be to my tastes, but I declined it regardless. I dug into the meal. Perhaps I should have declined the meal as well? I moved the plums to one side with my silverware. I was certain that they had been drenched in alcohol. It was disappointing. Even if they weren't ethanol in a plum, they were still too sweet for me. At least the quail was succulent. I'd never had one before. My mind wandered as I ate. I took the opportunity to examine the room. There was a painting on the wall opposite the door. It showed a woman dressed in white, sword raised to the heavens. A winged angel floated above her. It was one of our darker hours, a calm, feminine voice spoke. Seventh Crusade. I turned towards the door. You have the right of it, sister, my interlocutor gave me a wrinkled smile. Silver-haired, she stood straight-backed and lithe at the doorway. She looked spry, despite the evidence of her old age. Punish the wicked. Punish the unworthy. Strengthen the church. Uphold the faith. Woe to any who do not share our beliefs. My heart sank. It was her dream. Like many of the priests I had seen within the basilica, her dream was incompatible with my own. Not because she was not faithful, all of them were, but because somewhere along the line they had lost sight of the people they were trying to care for. Why did Songbird have to be right? Want any? I gestured towards my plate. I already ate, she answered. The fell tidings you warned of proved to be timely. The chair scraped as she sat down opposite me. What happened? A painter who renders scenes that can make stones weep. My brow furrowed. They're not painting people's souls into paintings, are they? A fair concern after that atrocity of an artist you ended years past, she nodded my way in approval, but no. This painter is sworn to above. The old master earned his choosing by painting the rooftop of a chapel in Ain. Michelangelo? Is that it? If that was the extent of it, then I would be relieved. 3 names not recognized as either heroes or villains of old have appeared. Only 3. We suspect many more. Chaos haunts the Principate. Those are confirmed. She paused, then gestured towards the wine bottle I had set aside. Do you mind? Go ahead. Sister Dominique poured herself a glass of wine. The second was one of our lay brothers in Bayeux. He attempted to publish several blasphemous texts. The clergy attempted to apprehend him, but he has eluded capture so far. Which story would this match? Galileo? No, I don't think it matches. Leave it for later, Taylor. And the third? A member of the upper nobility in Salia ran from her house after her brother claimed his own life. She has gone on to commit a string of lesser crimes, always tearing into the heart of people when she speaks. My heart sank. It could have been a lot of stories, but in my heart I already knew which story it was. The story of Tattletale had come back to haunt me once again. Concord 5.04. I find that there is no difference between a diabolist and a priest once you stake them through the heart and peel away the skin. Dread Emperor Nihilus I, the tanner. I had not thought this news would distress you. The next bite of my quail had become lost in the purgatory between the plate and my mouth the moment Sister Dominique had mentioned the third confirmed name. They're not Lisa. I knew the last person who held that role. It was difficult to keep my voice measured as I replied. Were they among the chosen or the damned? Some chosen are known to have a loose relationship towards ownership. Think about this later. How has the house responded to the chaos? The 71st conclave in Salia has been called to determine the shape of our response. My eyebrows rose in surprise. That's the first I'm hearing of it. I thought it was customary for these things to be announced to the public. She kept her green-gray eyes locked on her wineglass as I spoke, and affected as if her attention was elsewhere. I knew that to be a lie. Her attention was honed to a fine edge. The tidings you brought cast a dark shadow over the future. It would be remiss for us to act without proper consideration being given by all parties. Sister Dominique swirled the last of the wine in the glass around in her wrinkled hand, then downed it in a single gulp. Lesser or greater conclave? It is a lesser conclave. Are you sure I cannot offer you a glass of wine? It is an Arlesite red. She asked as she reached around the unlit candle on the desk towards the bottle. No, thanks. I noted her offer as I dismissed it. Her offering to pour implied that she considered herself lower in the hierarchy than I was. At least, that was what Roland had taught me years ago. I didn't need to pay attention to these details all that often. Your words were passed on to our brothers and sisters on foreign shores, along with invitations to attend. Only polite refusals were returned. It didn't surprise me. The last time the entire priesthood of the West had been moved to act had been during the time of Triumphant. What has the conclave decided? It has yet to occur. We are waiting on the last few influential among the Procieran clergy. Has nothing been done then? I gripped my fork tighter. These are dark times. The rise of new heroes and villains both is not the only ghost to haunt these lands. War still ravages the Principate, and ghosts haunt Constance's scar. There are no ghosts there, I denied. I've been to the scar. Creation is weakened there. It's the Fae pretending to be ghosts, not ghosts. That is an even greater cause for concern. And yet you don't sound worried. Time wears away at all things. We do our best to endure its ravages, but only the gods may truly reverse the flow of the sand. The rise of new names will only become worse. I finished my meal, made use of the napkin, set my cutlery down and moved the plate to the side. Are you an augur then, blessed with prophetic visions. Her eyes moved off of her wine glass to my face. Avoid that question, Taylor. If we want to avoid anarchy, then action needs to be taken. Would I be remiss in assuming that you have a specific response in mind? How much should I say? Songbird had advised being vague. I was leaning towards following that advice, despite my initial belief that the priests would be trustworthy. It disappointed me, but it was only a minor setback. If I had to rip out corruption in the church at its roots to obtain the outcome I wanted, then, the church was in for a thorough pruning. We need to find every hero we can and recruit them to our cause. Organize. Act as a stabilizing force in the times ahead. I believe it would be best for you to wait before you share the lay of your thoughts. What? My eyes narrowed. A minor gathering was arranged at the Starlit Cloister between those of us present in Salia once I had already received and responded to your missive. I would have brought up the matter earlier, but delayed in light of your meal. I trust that you do not mind. The words sounded apologetic, but I knew otherwise. When? I suggest we venture forth soon if you intend for us to arrive before the meeting begins. It was as I had expected. I was being ambushed. She had waited until the last possible moment before springing this on me. I was unamused. If the holies thought to play games with me when the Principate was in a state of turmoil, then they were biting off more than they could chew. Let's go. She stood up, then I trailed behind her white and gold figure as she led the way. We left the Celandine Basilica. The two of us stepped into a waiting carriage outside the basilica that had been painted the same shades as Sister Dominique's robes. Salia is the jewel of Calurnia, don't you agree? Sister Dominique asked. It is, I answered absently. I allowed the clip-clopping of the horses' hooves and merchants on the streets hawking their wares to drown out my interlocutor. It didn't take long for conversation to peter out. The two of us sat in silence while I pondered the trap that I was about to face. And it was a trap. That much I was certain of. How was I planning to approach this? The holies wanted something from me. They also believed me to be someone who could be manipulated to their ends. Why? What gave them that impression? I wasn't the Saint of Swords, but I also wasn't toothless. Their decision baffled me. I considered what kind of impression that I may have given them. I would bet they knew every piece of correspondence that had passed through all of the many churches I had visited. Those fell into two categories. Political inquiries and warnings about the future. The former would include vague statements of my broader goals, without any of the finer details. Those would paint me as an idealist. A dreamer. Someone whose vision would be viewed as unachievable. That fit with the angelic choir that had chosen me. Every hero who represented the choir of compassion was a dreamer. We all wanted the world to be perfect. We all wanted everyone to care for each other. Most of us swore off violence, but I hadn't. That made me unusual, but, my family had hinted that I was not the only one of their heroes who had drawn blades, just the most recent one. Once long ago compassion had been reverence, and reverence did not hesitate to fight. I wondered what that meant for the future of the choir if they were permitting acts of violence once more. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the road as we ascended the shallow slope of the upper yearning. At least people did not stop and point at me. My glow was difficult to see through the glass of the carriage window. What else did they know? Well, they knew that I had an existing relationship with Cordelia Hassenbach. I doubted they knew the specifics, but they likely knew I was cordial with her. They would know about the various conflicts I had been involved in, and that I had returned from a journey into the chain of hunger. Ain. That would be it. They knew I was an idealist and that I had failed at politicking in Ain. They would also know that I had a negative disposition towards most of the Procieran nobility. The fact that I had political ambitions, but was unskilled at politics, would give them the impression that I was someone who could be used. How could I take advantage of this? I couldn't pretend to be completely naive. That princess had already escaped captivity. That didn't mean I couldn't pretend to have less of an idea of what I wanted than I truly did. Was there a benefit in doing so? Possibly. I could also challenge their expectations. Present them with what I wanted right out the gate and put them on the back foot. It all depended on what I saw when I arrived. The carriage drew to a stop. The two of us climbed out, then started to walk down the slate tile pathway lined by snow-dusted hedges, leading up to the stairs marking the entrance to the cloister. The starlit cloister was secluded from the rest of the city. Immaculately cared for gardens surrounded it. The grass green despite the turn of the season was so even that I doubted even a single blade stuck up above the rest. There was irony in that, considering the men and women I was about to meet. The basalt building itself wasn't as tall as many of the other basilicas and cathedrals I had passed, but no less impressive. It is a pity that our schedule is so tight. There is much beauty to be found in the starlit cloister. Pieces of art that one such as yourself would most assuredly appreciate. Sister Dominique commented from my left. I'm sure. There are paintings, sculptures, and tapestries dating back towards the First Crusade. Works crafted by the blessed that only the faithful ever lay their eyes on. No others are so fortunate, You should take the opportunity to appreciate them while you are in residence. What, does she expect me to live here? Two of the silent monks seized the iron rings set into the thick double doors and opened them for us before we had even begun to ascend the stairs. Really? Not even the first prince may lay their eyes on all the wonders of the starlit cloister, Sister Dominique stated in satisfaction. What if they're visiting? We entered the building. Sister Dominique continued to lead the way. Several of the nuns bowed to the both of us as we delved deeper into what I was starting to see as the heart of the Procieran faith. Should the first prince wish to entreat with the holies, they would be required to submit to hour-long ablutions in a private garden set aside for that purpose. Their visit would be guided such that at no time they would step into parts of the cloister which are held to be sacrosanct. I see. I supported the idea of princes being made to show humility before my gods. I'd seen enough of the nobility to believe that an indirect encounter with an angel might do them some good. The adjustment in their perspective would make the world a better place once they realized how fickle their power was. That wasn't the impression I was receiving here. It sounded more like the princes were being made to show humility before the priests. That didn't sit well with me. More because of what it did to the egos of the priests, than what it meant for the princes. I added it to the list of changes I wanted as we continued down the checkered corridor lined with basalt pillars that bulged at the waist. We arrived at a thick oaken gate. Loud sounds of jubilation could be heard from the other side of the door. Sister Dominique reached forward, seized the brass ring in front and opened the door. I now understand why the merry monk force-fed one of the holies until they died of overconsumption. It took effort for me to hide my tells. For me to contain my outrage. It was the most furious I could remember being in an eon. The word heretics burned at the edge of my tongue. Were it not for the support of my family, I might not have managed to suppress my anger. Their dreams made me want to cut them all down. They were faithful. Technically. They dreamed that the church should rule the principate. I moved my gaze from one to the next as fast as I could. Power. 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 That was what they dreamed of. The gods were the ultimate power in creation. They saw themselves as the most important non-heroic mortal representatives of the gods, and some of them wavered on the brink of seeing themselves above heroes as well. They dreamed of themselves ruling over all others, handing down edicts from above. While I suspected that all of them had sworn off violence, I didn't believe that meant much. Not with how their dreams glorified the suffering of those they did not approve of. There was no compassion in their dreams. They were fanatics of the worst kind. Those who saw no value in anybody who did not share their beliefs. While I was willing to acknowledge that I was a zealot myself, I liked to think of myself as the good kind of religious extremist. My beliefs did not discriminate against helping those that did not share my faith. I'd known from the start that being good did not necessarily mean being good. That it would be my version of what good was, competing against countless others. That did not make me any less disappointed by what I saw. I wouldn't have been offended had they all worshipped the gods below. At least then they wouldn't be pretending to be good according to the virtues espoused in a book that I did not agree with verbatim, but approved of enough to consider one who followed it virtuous. It was the fact that these men and women claimed to be the best of us, the bastions of light amidst the sea of darkness, that lit the furnace of my rage. They were all liars and hypocrites. The only way I could see them benefiting good is if I squinted through a dirty lens. Perhaps they helped achieve a greater good, in some way. It was unfortunate for them that I no longer believed in peddling lesser evils or greater goods. Not one of you will remain in power by the time I am done with the church. The scope of my plans would need adjusting. I came to a halt as I stepped through the door. I wasn't sure if the crimson hornets buzzing behind my eyes showed on my face. Is something the matter, Chosen? Sister Dominique asked, affecting concern. She had been at the razor edge of what I was willing to tolerate. The rest of them were not. It's just a lot to take in, I lied, keeping my breathing measured as I gestured towards the long table where the holies were seated. Some men and women decked in white and gold looked up from their chairs as we entered. Ornate golden cloches sat atop a delicate white lace tablecloth that was weighted down by elegant glass droplets dangling off the edge. The dishes contained a wide array of edibles. More than I could recognize. Royal purple tapestries were draped across the right walls and paintings clung to the left. The opposite end of the room was open, with a fountain gurgling in the background. A golden candelabra hung over the table. Isn't it heartening to see the faithful receiving the respect they are due? Definitely, I agreed. It was a pity that the two of us had differing opinions on what that respect should look like. Sister Dominique, Chosen, come join us in our feasting. A corpulent man on the left-hand side of the table beside a boar with an apple in its mouth called out and gestured enthusiastically at us. I've already eaten, I replied, but took a seat on the teak chair beside the man nonetheless. It was one of the few that remained open. The table was stacked with everything I could imagine. From exotic out-of-season fruits to fine cuts of meat. The sights, the smells, everything about the table was a feast for the senses. Everything except the people seated at it. I wondered why Sister Dominique had fed me if she knew I would be arriving at a scene like this. Perhaps to alienate me? Make me the only person at the table not participating in the festivities? The holies had already moved to put me on the back foot, which came as an unwelcome surprise. I'd expected us to be allies, not enemies under the same banner. It is a pity that you are unable to partake, a green-eyed woman commiserated. I had to squint around the glazed duck to see her properly. With her long nose and narrow face, she looked a little like a white peacock. It's fine. Your warnings forestalled much trouble within the house, the woman continued, placing her silver knife and fork down with care on her empty plate below. Really? A missive was sent to the House of Light from a scriptorium in Bayou inquiring into whether texts commissioned by one of our lay brothers to be replicated several times over were heretical or not. If it were not for your warnings, the matter might not have been investigated. He was almost apprehended while attempting to nail one of the few copies he succeeded in having transcribed onto a church door. Martin Luther. What did his manuscripts say? They were not more than vile calumny. Slanderous claims that those of us at the upper echelons of the faith are perverting the intent of the House of Light. Did he write about anything else? The heretic preaches of a common church of man. He asserts that the holies have no claim to authority over the House of Light, as the gods above did not ordain our positions when granting us leave to wield the light and only confirmed our faith. A blasphemous idea, don't you agree? Wait, what? There's plenty of blasphemy about this. I allowed my anger at them to bleed through. You do intend to apprehend the villain soon. I'll see what I can do. I'll apprehend him all right. The two of us can do far more working together than alone. It felt odd to be in a position where I wished that I knew more about religion on earth. Bet. I knew whose story this was, but little else. I didn't know more than the barest skeleton of his story. It was frustrating. I knew it was unrealistic to expect every new name to be one that I recognized, but it would be so much simpler if his name was one taken out of English literature. It wasn't. But even if I didn't know much about him, after meeting the holies, I was leaning towards him being a hero and not a villain. That is music to all of our ears. She sent a dragon-like grin my way. What's your name? I asked. Other conversations had continued as we talked, but people's voices had dropped to murmurs. I could see them watching the both of us like vultures examining a corpse out of the corner of their eyes. This priestess was clearly important. They were allowing her to take the lead. I'm Sister Adelaide. It's a pleasure to count you among us, chosen. How do you plan to deal with this? Would that we could act, only our hands are tied. Sister Adelaide sounded apologetic. I wasn't buying it. In what way? In the past we could function unimpeded, but our influence has waned with the passage of years. The House of Light is denied a standing army, and all but the southernmost principalities bar us the right to recruit warrior monks to our cause. The Lycaonese do not even permit us to own the land where our churches reside. Surely you've done something. Word is being delivered to every ear loyal to the gods above. It is being carried to all that can be reached, from the princes of Prussia to the citizens of Ashur. How they choose to interpret your words, she shrugged, is in their hands. The authority to serve further has not been extended to us. We will offer our guidance, shelter behind our walls, and work to mend wounds, but to reach beyond that is to threaten another liturgical war. Somehow I suspected that it wasn't the idea of a war that bothered her, but more the fact that the House of Light would lose it. How much do I say? This was a delicate situation. I wanted to be rid of all of them, and I wanted to do it legally. I was certain that they had enough skeletons in their confessional booths that if I dug them out, I could see all of them removed. The problem was doing it without having the church's power curtailed in the process. What would Songbird do? I needed to play both sides here. I wanted oversight over a functional House of Light. It wasn't important for me to manage the parts of the faith that they were currently responsible for, but I wasn't willing to relinquish authority over what I wanted to introduce. That meant I'd need to offer Cordelia something, probably the removal of the holies, and offer these carrion eaters something else. They were lucky I wasn't Lawrence. I'd be taking a hatchet to the rod if I were, rather than finding a way for it to fade gently into the night. Then we will need to change that. It is rumored that you have the ear of the Lycaonese prince. How amenable do you believe she would be to a proposal if you were to present it? Careful. It depends. I kept my voice as carefree as I could. I'll need scribes. Many of them. For what purpose? The man beside me asked. The hem of his robe brushed my hand as he grasped a chicken leg with a greasy hand and added it to his platter. I pulled my hands off the table and onto my lap. Sister Adelaide glared his way for only a moment before her gaze softened and returned to me. Recording stories. It should help mitigate chaos if people have some idea of what to expect. I'll make some of our scribes available to you, Sister Adelaide replied. There's more. I want to create resources for heroes to draw upon. Tools, information, teachers, weapons, communications networks. The church has the ability to help there. I'd start with the less dangerous requests. What you ask for would serve as cause for deliberation in better years. They are an unwelcome burden in light of the oncoming storm. I can contribute in other ways. Sister Adelie paused and took a sip of her wine. Her eyes narrowed in thought. It sounds as if you have higher ambitions for the church. I do. I'm not happy with how much the House of Light has been restricted. There. The bait is set. Then you would see our wings unclipped. She blinked and almost smiled. The gold of one of the cloches reflected in her eyes. I would. I have proposals I'd like you to look over. They aren't with me right now. I suggest that we meet at another time to discuss the merits of your proposals further. That sounds fine. A low murmured chorus of approval echoed across the table. Conversation continued for a while, but shifted towards small talk. Others occasionally added their own thoughts. I made sure to avoid committing to anything until I'd spoken to Songbird. I left the starlit cloister after setting a later date to speak with Sister Adelie, although there was an unspoken offer for me to remain in the cloister. There was much for me to think about. I considered it all while walking back to our temporary residence. First came thoughts of not Lisa. They were more conflicted but less anger-inducing than thoughts about the holies. I didn't think I'd be able to redeem Tattletale if I met her today. I wasn't certain if I'd be able to redeem her at the start of her journey. Her story was a villain's story. I had no doubt about that. The smart decision would be for me to leave dealing with her to somebody else. I knew that I was emotionally compromised. I didn't want to leave this to somebody else. What should I do? I prayed. My family reassured me that I would be fine. I should resolve this myself. It would be a chance for me to lay one of my own demons to rest. Snow fell around me, but I remained warm. My light kept the cold at bay. I passed beneath a stand of poplars as my mind moved towards my next concern. I wasn't certain what to do about not Martin Luther, but I was willing to bet that he would be helpful towards my goals. Roland had volunteered to help with finding heroes. I'd ask him if he was prepared to look for the man. That left the church. The anger I had felt before had cooled in the time since I had left. Cooled and frozen over into an ice-cold rage. The church would need to be handled carefully. I'd need Songbird's help to concoct the right kind of scheme. I wouldn't be satisfied until the holies were unseated and work had begun on organizing the other heroes within the Principate under the umbrella of the House of Light. This was my mess. I'd made the bet that I could organize the chaos that would come from this choice. Now I had to validate that decision. I ignored the suggestive sign outside the establishment as I entered the snake's nest and wiped off my feet before making my way to the suite we had rented out on the second floor. The hinges of the garish purple door creaked as I turned the rusted iron handle. Thunk. Is anyone here? Thunk. It was quiet except for a repeated knocking sound. My toes relaxed as they moved off the cold, hard wooden floor and sunk into the soft, red carpet. Thunk. I entered the parlor. Songbird had her back to me. She was throwing knives at a dartboard on the wall before examining her shot and then retrieving them afterwards. Her posture was loose, her head cocked to one side, and her attention was entirely devoted to the target. Roland was nowhere to be found. Why is nobody? My voice trailed off as I looked to my left. Yvette was scrunched up in her green tunic. She was almost fused to the leather couch she sat on beside the rickety coffee table. Her eyes were red. One of her dreams was brittle. It was teetering on the edge of breaking. I didn't often think about Yvette's dreams. It felt like I was invading her privacy if I did. This dream was one that I frequently assured her that she had already achieved. It wasn't her only dream, but it was one that shouldn't worry her. She wanted to make her mother proud of her. I bolted across the carpet, completely forgetting what else was on my mind. What happened? She looked away from me, averting her eyes. I knelt down and seized her in a hug. At least she didn't flinch. It wasn't something that I had done. Please tell me, I kept my voice soft. I'll try to help. Promise. She remained unresponsive, just sniffed and rocked from side to side. Yvette ran into someone while she was out with Roland. Songbird answered my question. Her voice had a hard edge. Someone who made a big fuss, said some words to both of them, then ran off. Where's Roland? He's taking a walk to clear his head. Said he'd be back later. Was it a man or a woman? Songbird told me what Roland had told her. I asked another question, then another. My suspicion grew with every added detail. It was the new person with Tattletale's story, and she was already tearing apart other people's lives. This time it was the lives of people I cared about. Do you still want me to try to redeem her? The arm of the chair groaned as I gripped it tighter. My faith required that I try to help her. My own feelings demanded the opposite. I wasn't sure what to do. Concord 5.0b. A/N, Esme is not Lisa and she is not supposed to read like her, except at a superficial level, the role that she plays. It should be very clear that her motivations are different from Lisa and that she is her own person. I assure you, it will only take 5 years at most to bring the High Lords under control. Dread Empress Sinistra 4, The Erroneous. The pools of Esm's ocean blue eyes trailed from person to person as she swaggered with confidence between the people and tents set out in the open-air market. They fell on a grizzled man who had raised an expensive rapier with a jewel-encrusted handle to eye level. Discern. Behavior, Sai is wistful, man cannot afford the item that he's appraising. Hand clenching is involuntary, likely a sign of a substance addiction or battle fatigue. Speculation, possibility he's planning something? Perhaps a heist? No, fogged over eyes. Rapier reminds him of an event in his past. No avarice. Useless. Esm turned away from the man in disgust. He was a dead end. Esm had been adrift at sea on a foggy night for the span of a day in the wake of her brother's demise. The choice he had made had struck like lightning on a cloudless day. Since then, Esm had vowed to herself to never again be caught unaware in such an unseemly manner. She had cursed at the gods in her anger. Railed at the injustice of it all. Then she had begun to investigate, eavesdrop on every sheltered whisper that she could. If those who claimed to be good would do nothing to ensure punishment was meted out when it was due, then she would dispense it herself. First she would acquire the funds she needed, then she would purchase the services of those skilled at doling out death under the veil of the night. Esm had known the purpose she strove for long before she first called upon Discern. It was only a confirmation of the path she already walked. Neither the nobility nor the priests had seen fit to extend a hand to her brother. Worse, some had participated in the farce which brought about his demise, whispering the poison their mother had espoused into his vulnerable ears. She owed them all less than the dirt on her now worn leather boots. If you're not going to spend any silver, then piss off, the man who owned the fish stall behind her spat at her. Esm took 2 steps back, but a thick gob landed in her hair regardless. Your salmon has a pungent odor. See that discoloration, it's a sign that they need to be burned, Esm shouted out, scowling at the man. Anyone who eats what you offer will find themselves sick soon afterwards. I think that you should be flogged for hawking rot in the market. You trade in lies, woman. I have no time for stragglers. Leave so that others may browse in peace. Confidence. The key to selling a good untruth was confidence. A better fabrication would be a partial truth, or an omitted truth, but confidence sold an outright deception. I'm warning all of you, she made large, sweeping gestures with her arms as she shouted, this man is attempting to poison us. Better to try your luck at a cleaner stall. There weren't many people in the market for fish. Those that were here to buy had followed along from the moment she raised her voice. They didn't know if she told the truth or was spinning a yarn, but all of them chose to follow her advice. It was wiser not to take risks with food poisoning. The false servants of above may be able to cure their woes, but it would still make for an uncomfortable time during the wait. The fishmonger bleated like a goat in anger, but Esm was already dashing off. She weaved and ducked between other stalls, doing her best to become just another visage in the sea of mediocrity. Should she stop beside that mountain of a baker? He had much in common with the domed roof of the nearby cathedral. No. Esm doubted that there would be anything interesting to ferret there. Esm strode past the rapier of a man hawking tools imported from mercantise. His 2 bodyguards made menacing motions with their blades at all who drew near. Attempting theft within their vicinity would be unwise. At long last, she came to a stop beside a pallid-looking scribe. Esm scowled. She reached towards the fine strands of her onyx hair with her wiry fingers and tried to clean them off. That bastard! Her hair was one of the few reminders she had of her dead sibling. It was one of the features they had shared before he had chosen to cut his own thread short. Esm's attention fell on her surroundings once her task was complete. Her eyes alighted upon 2 figures approaching. They passed a cobbler and a seamstress, before pausing to make way for an ox. The first was an Alaman's boy that she presumed was only a few years past his 20th summer. That made the boy no more than 5 summers her senior. He was garbed in leathers and silks. His right hand brushed through his brown curls, before dropping towards his side. Esm narrowed her eyes. The boy's fingers were decked with many rings that twinkled in the reflected light from the snow. None of his many accessories looked cheap. Esm wondered what secrets the boy held. She longed for friends, allies to help her carry out her vengeance, but those she examined all fell below the waterline of her expectations. Either they were too incapable, too ineffective, or they were too dangerous for her to conspire with. She could not approach other members of the nobility, they were as vile as her family were and would turn upon her at a moment's notice, and for the same reason she could not approach the priests. Would he make for a trustworthy conspirator? He was easy on the eyes, but that wasn't a strong foundation for trust. Behavior stands loose, but eyes are alert. Watching, aware, looking for danger. Appearance, irises are the incorrect color. Sign of previous injury? Has several other scars. Speculation, perhaps a soldier? No, that doesn't warrant enough pay to afford his clothes. Is something remiss? The boy asked, his lips almost hinting at a smile. No, nothing's the matter, Esm replied. You appeared to be lost in thought. Do you need me to walk out of your way? I would appreciate it if you were to step to one side so that I may inspect the stall. Esm moved over and allowed him to peruse the scribe's wares. She had no desire to earn the ire of a potential war veteran. It was not long before the boy had his attention riveted on texts sold by the scribe. Esm thought to herself. It was impolite of her to stare. Her eyes trailed left, following the direction of his gaze. Far enough to not be looking at him, but for him to still be trapped within her sight. There. Now she could observe him without giving offense. There were secrets here. Esm could almost taste them on the air. Appearance: bracelet is silver, expensive, fitted with a genuine emerald. Symbol of snake carved below the emerald. Rune not decorative. Speculation: likely enchanted. Enchanted? Sorcerer, the man is a war wizard. Esm bit her lip. The church bells tolled at the back of her mind in warning. She had a suspicion that her discernment was incorrect, but she wasn't certain of why. It was unfortunate, but she doubted the man would make for an acceptable ally. There was too high a risk of him having existing attachments to any of her chosen foes. But perhaps this encounter could prove to be of use to her in other ways. The man had excess capital and could afford a loss of coin. Esm required an injection of wealth to keep her schemes afloat. Stealing from the nobility was fraught with too much risk, but none would listen to the words of a wizard. They were viewed in a worse light than Esm was. Esm turned towards the girl following him. By examining her, she hoped to learn more about her mark. Blonde-haired and clad in green, she looked like a baby yew tree during the month of autumn. Behavior: eyes never settle. Has trouble focusing, inattentive. Subtle changes in expression towards no perceptible phenomena. Lost in either thoughts or memories. Reaches towards her pouch often for reassurance. Appearance: too old to be his daughter, lacks any physical resemblance. Not siblings. The two remain within each other's boundaries. Implies a level of trust. Apprentice? Speculation: pouch contains tools of her trade. Wizards frequently make use of expensive or unusual materials for their sorceries. It is probable the contents can be pawned for a not insignificant amount of coin. Now, how to take advantage of what she had learned. The girl's trinkets would doubtless be worth less than anything her teacher possessed, but have a higher value than anything most of her usual targets owned. The girl was also far less alert than her mentor, making her a safer horse to wager on. I will return in a while, Yvette. Should I expect you to remain here and browse the markets, or do you intend to follow me as I complete this trade? Word order and choice: remain before follow. Expect compared to intend. Indicates a preference for Yvette remaining. Word choice: while vague. Unsure of how long the trade will take, believes it will be a long time. Behavior: pursing of lips and furrowing of brows. Indicates he suspects Yvette will not approve of what he is about to do. I'll stay here, Roland. There's so much to look at. Ma is always so busy. She doesn't take me to places like this all that often, but I like being able to browse shops and see what is for sale. I don't think I'll find anything I can use, but there's no guarantee. Behavior: Roland, softening of features when Yvette mentions her mother. Amicable with her. No, enamored with her. Looking after Yvette to earn her approval. Word emphasis: Yvette, strong emphasis on the word ma. Implies something happened to her mother in the past. Speculation: mother has an injury or permanent disability. A lost limb would be beyond the ability of the priests to heal. Roland is attracted to the mother despite her obvious failings, and took on the girl's apprenticeship as a way to earn her favor. Behavior: Yvette, eyes are wistful. Cares about her mother. Craves her approval. Insecure. Speculation: believes that she does not have her mother's approval. No, thinks she has it, but that it's transient. Wants to impress her mother. Mother is hard to impress. Point of vulnerability: be sure not to cause any mischief while I am away. His voice was injected with levity, but that was not what Esm took away from the exchange. Behavior: Yvette, narrowing of eyes, stiffening of shoulders after the word mischief was said. Attempting to hide the fact that she flinched. Speculation: Yvette often makes mistakes. Is sensitive about it. Likely made a major mistake in the past. Perhaps she was responsible for her mother's flaws? Roland waited while the scribe packed away his merchandise, then fell in step with the man as they both left. This was the opportunity that Esm had been scouting the market for. Yvette dodged and fumbled her way through the crowd. It puzzled Esm how the scatterbrained girl avoided colliding with anyone, despite appearing to pay no attention to where her boots took her. She even walked in front of an oncoming galloping horse without being injured in the process. Esm's bushy eyebrows rose with every fortunate evasion. Yvette's wandering came to a stop beside a bronze statue of Clother Merovins in the center of the market square. She sat down on a stone bench below it, then fidgeted as she watched the passing crowds. Esm took a seat to her right. Yvette did not even appear to notice. She was too absorbed in her own thoughts. The pouch was within reach. Esm acknowledged that she could seize it already, at likely no consequence to herself. The girl was such a mooncalf that she wouldn't notice if somebody cut off her ears, but there was no reason for Esm to take unnecessary risks. It was far safer to distract the girl first. "You'll never earn your mother's approval," she began. Yvette turned towards Esm. Her cheeks were inflated like boils. And what would you know? It's not like you know anything about me. Go bother someone else and leave." Yvette bristled as she retorted. "You will take another wrong turn like you always do, or you'll hurt her again," Esm cut in. She frowned with distaste inside. It was uncouth to interrupt another, but she could not allow the girl to muster a defense. She moved her hand at a snail's pace towards the girl's pouch. "You and I have never met before, so I don't know what you have against me. I know I'll mess up again, I always do, but that's fine. My ma is fine with it and she's a priest. My mistakes aren't unforgivable and I'll learn and do better." The behavior, physically withdrawing, feels doubt but is unwilling to let it affect her. Latter accusations had little impact. She does not hold herself responsible for her mother's injury. Word choice, unforgivable, deliberate, has made mistakes that she considers unforgivable in the past. Speculation, one of her mistakes led to more than a single person's death. If Esm had felt any guilt at her ongoing larceny, it would have evaporated with mention of the mother's vocation. A priest excusing murder? It was as expected as the final grain of sand reaching the bottom of the hourglass. Liars, all of them. Was there even a single person in this city who deserved Esm's respect? Esm accepted, of course. If anything, she now had further reasons to not only plunge in the knife, but give it a minor twist as well. There's only so many people you can kill before your mother abandons you. With the path you walk, I expect that one day you will cross the wrong bridge and an entire city will burn down for it. The girl flinched, her face draining of color. Esm's hand crept closer to Yvette's pouch. She pulled it loose. Yvette was too lost in the maze of her distress to notice. That's not true. I would never. Not again. I'm not a villain. Yvette shook her head emphatically from side to side as she continued to protest. Her blonde hair became frazzled, covering over her eyes. Behavior, impassioned withdrawal indicates she holds herself to a high degree of guilt. Word choice, not again, indicates she believes that she has burned down a city before. The further she mined the depths of the priesthood's deceptions, the more certain Esm became of the journey that she had embarked upon. I wonder what it will take for you to see the folly of your own actions. How many must suffer first? Is one city not enough, or must the whole of creation burn for you to understand that you will never amount to more than a failure in the eyes of all around you? Esm spoke with passion, heat lacing her voice. She had only intended for this to be minor theft, inconsequential to her at most, but it had become a small part of her quest instead. A chance for her to exact the justice she craved upon one who had evidently earned it and did not have the fangs to bite back. It was a pity that none would believe the child guilty of the crimes writ in invisible ink upon her soul. None but Esm could truly be trusted to hold others to account. My ma always talks about people redeeming themselves and how your mother is blinded by her own love, but love can only veil so much. I wonder how much more failure it will endure? Do you believe her love for you will survive your next catastrophe? You are nothing more than a disaster on two stubby little legs who will never deserve the love that your mother gives you. One day she will see past her own blinders and cast you aside. You will never make her proud. The girl's face drained of all color as Esm continued to speak. Yvette had gone entirely still, frozen, much like the corpses of beggars in the slums at midwinter. Her eyes began to water, then she started to shake. Pouch in hand and satisfied, Esm began to leave. She hummed as she departed, then opened the pouch. It was time to examine her spoils. Her brows furrowed. There was a mismatched assortment of odds and ends contained within the pouch. Vials containing exotic liquids, fragments of rocks, powders, and many other miscellaneous oddities that Esm could not identify. A series of crumpled parchments near the bottom of the pouch caught her attention. Stepping out of the square and into the shadow of one of the upper nobility's mansions, she halted and pulled them out, then unfurled the texts to learn what she could. She found to her frustration that she could make neither crown nor boot of whatever was noted on the page. That was not the worst of it. The moment she looked up from the sheet of parchment, its contents seemed to slip out from her mind. Esm scowled. It shouldn't surprise her that a wizard would enchant their own notes to prevent others from discerning truth from them. Wizards were no better than priests, after all. She hoped that it would not impact the value of the goods when she pawned them off to a fence. Replacing the contents, she closed the pouch once more and continued on her way. At least a small measure of satisfaction had been obtained. One more of the so-called righteous taken in hand. One, among far too many. Esm would not cease until every dark secret had been unearthed and all had faced her judgment. Esm would call them to account one by one. She would feed them the dosage of poison they had earned. Justice delivered at the end of her sharp tongue, before justice at the end of a blade. None would escape from the unflinching gaze of the Inquisitor. Her efforts would spare none from the consequences of the wrongs she perceived them to have committed. It did not concern Esm if those wrongs were real or merely imagined. For was it not true that all action was rooted in thought? It was deep within the confines of the mind that all troubles began. ESM would purge the corruption at the source. Lawrence struggled not to grimace as she departed from the quiet town on horseback. Her mood was as black as the storm clouds above. It was hard to ride when she could not feel her legs. Breath fogging the air before her, she followed where the road cut through snow-covered fields. Autumn had died and winter had come in its wake. She followed her calling as she drew further south. South and to the east. She had crossed over into the Principality of Bayou only a few days past. Day by day she felt her choosing ebb out of her. A roadblock had been set up on the highway ahead. Lawrence slowed. An arrow was fired her way. Her wrinkled hand darted to her side and drew her sword from her scabbard, then intercepted the projectile in mid-air. Her blade cut just a moment slower when she swung than it had in times long past. How much longer until she was no longer swift enough? Roadside bandits. The thought was almost wistful. It brought back memories of better years, when the world was smaller and her problems left scars that did not cut as deep. Memories of years spent wandering when her largest obstacle was what to eat and where to sleep, with few struggles strewn between. 2 more arrows. Both failed to make their mark. The face of her opposition drained of life, matching the color of the snow. By now they realized that they had made a mistake with gut-spilling consequences. One of the bandits, a woman no older than 30, dropped her bow and pulled free a short sword from her side. It did not matter. Lawrence swung low. Scarlet hair tossed in the air as the head parted from the body below. 2 more swings and some begging and screaming in between and the conflict was resolved. She would have checked their corpses and buried them or consigned them to flames before the journey into the chain. That was beyond her now. Lawrence cleaned her blade and rode on. The sounds of the world had almost become muted to her as the days had passed since her departure from Renia. She feared that soon she would not be able to listen at all. It had been a talent she had paid the price for most dearly. A talent that she did not wish to see fade. Lawrence knew what it meant. Her final hour was drawing to a close. She was not one to fade away peacefully. For a while, she had considered crossing the border through the red flower veils and taking up arms in Callow. Even crippled, it would not be much work for her to cut her way through those walls. They had been built by the Principate in an age long past, then repurposed against Prisser by Callow in the years that followed. Despite that, they did not hold a candle to the fortified bastions in the north. Much good could be done if the evils to the east were laid low. Even if she accounted for the chaos Taylor had brought with her, many seasons would pass before the calamities were toppled from their wicked thrones. She could hunt for them and cut them down one by one before her life came to an end. She knew that she couldn't claim them all, but each death would help carve a path that would lead to the eventual demise of the band. Perhaps there would even be an apprentice to teach before the final confrontation somewhere at the tower's base. The thought had tempted her, but she had killed it before she made a choice that she would come to regret. Lawrence would not rail against her fate. She knew that her story would remain unclosed if she left the Principate. Evil still remained buried in the heart of Prisser. Wickedness ran rampant within the minds of all its leaders, save for the Lycaonese. Even if she died painting the grass with one of the calamity's innards, it would still be the incorrect decision to make. Lawrence would stay true to the path that she followed. She held that it was best for them to put their own house in order first. Skin all the cats that troubled the Principate, before setting their sights on the tower. So she followed the road as the hidden knife that Taylor did not know that she possessed. A time would come soon when her blade would be drawn one last time. A final swing of the sword to bring an end to her story and usher in a new one. Concord 5.05. Misunderstandings caused by a break in the chain of command are one of the leading causes of defeat of otherwise successful armies. Therefore, an army where all soldiers have equal access to information is one that is unable to lose. Isabella the Mad, Procn General. My eyes moved between Songbird and the parlor door. She nodded, pulled her knives out of her target, then danced her way out the room. Hey, I tried again, whispering to Yvette much as I would offer comfort to a wounded animal. She remained unresponsive. Time for more drastic measures. Make some space for me. I sat down beside her on the leather couch. It was uncomfortable. There wasn't really enough room for both of us, it was designed to seat only one person. I hugged her with my right arm. She clung to me like a leech and buried her head against me. Whatever it was she told you, don't believe it. I knew the last person who held that role. She would often say a lot of awful things when she had a goal and someone was in the way. That doesn't make any of them true. I paused while Yvette kept sniffing. She was starting to listen. Her eyes were no longer lost in a place dark and far away. I started to speak once more, being sure to keep my tone as soothing as possible. This girl ran away from home and has nobody in the world who cares for her. She's not the kind of person you should be taking advice from. Promise. This is just the start of her story as well. She's had her name for less time than you. Don't listen to anything she said. She told me that I'd burn down another city. I make mistakes. I know that I always make a mess. Right now, I can't even say that she's wrong. Yvette stuttered her way through her reply. You didn't burn down anything, I replied. It was hard to keep my anger out of my voice. I knew that this wouldn't be Lisa. It would be someone else playing the same role. While I had been friends with Lisa, that didn't mean I would be able to be friends with whoever this was. It would be a mistake for me to treat this new person the same way as I had treated my friend. And I admitted to myself grudgingly that while Lisa may have been good for me, there were many people that she was a nightmare for. An uncomfortable knot anchored itself to the base of my stomach. I didn't like that I cared about this stranger that I'd never met, even though she'd hurt my family. But how can I be sure? I thought I made an illusion of an inferno, but maybe I was wrong, perhaps the flames were real. You didn't do anything, I repeated. My voice was more firm the second time. And how do I know that I won't do it again? She was lost in her own thoughts once more, not listening to what I said. Even if the fires weren't me, the other people who died were. All it takes is one big mistake, and then lots of people die. Yvette's hair was a mess. I ran the fingers of my left hand through it with care, doing my best to straighten it while I thought. Yvette, trust me. That won't happen. Stop saying that. She said, her voice filled with heat. It doesn't help. I trailed off. What would Max do? He would have sat and listened, then not interrupted. He wouldn't have tried to give me solutions, only been there as a shoulder to cry on. So I'd do the same. I didn't know if it was the right call, but my first attempt to help my daughter hadn't worked out. I thought about using my memories of Jessica Yamada as a reference, but dismissed the idea. She might have been professionally trained as a therapist, but she also failed to get through to me. Perhaps it was just the circumstances, the constant tension about the end of the world, but I'd go with what helped me through my own problems. Tell me what else worries you, I tried. I always mess up my magic, even when I try my hardest. How can I even hope to do something like stop problems in the chain of hunger if I risk making a mistake? It was a fair concern, but one that I thought with time she would grow out of. The issue of the rattlings wasn't one easily solved. She would be much more capable by the time any attempt would be made there. I've made big mistakes in the past, like in Ain or even up north. How can I risk being around people when there is always a chance that I hurt them? Now that she had started talking, she was building up momentum. It wasn't nice seeing her lambaste herself, but at least she wasn't withdrawing entirely. Did I kill my parents as well? They told me not to go outside at night, or to play down by the stream. I didn't listen to them, and they died the same day. It was probably my fault. I'm sure of it. The rattlings followed me home. That must be it. I had known she was haunted by demons, I just didn't understand how many of them there were. Will I do the same to you? Will you die trying to take care of me? Maybe I should leave so that nobody else gets hurt. You don't need to worry about that, Yvette. You know how hard it is to hurt me. I'll do it by accident anyhow, she mumbled into my side. Was I this melodramatic when I was 13? I wasn't going to delve through my memories to find out. Nothing I've done so far matters. I always get lost in memories. Drift off, then make a mistake. I've been useless in every fight, she continued her rant. I thought you didn't want to fight. That you wanted to end the rattling curse and develop a system of magic around transmutation. I can't even talk properly. Think about it. I always get lost in thought, or talk too fast, or lose focus entirely. I like the way you talk, I admitted. Why? At last. She hadn't broken out of her downward spiral yet, but she was interested in what I said. It makes me happy to see you happy. Do you like seeing me mess up? Is that it? Is that the reason you take care of me, because you like to laugh at my mistakes? Yvette bristled. How do I fix this? No, I voiced my denial with a bit more force than I intended. I like it because it reminds me of myself. Yvette paused and turned my way. Her eyes narrowed like those of a cat. You don't talk like me at all. These days I don't. I used to, long ago. I finished straightening out her hair, then put my hand back in my lap. Yvette was starting to relax, although she was slow to do so. So you like that I do something that you grew out of? She replied, her tone of voice was accusatory. I didn't grow out of it. A friend betrayed me. She hurt me until I stopped. Until I didn't even want to go on living. Oh. What did she do? You've suffered worse than I did and still not lost that part of you. It makes me proud of you, even if I'm sad about what you have had to endure. Nobody should have to. I couldn't have done the same. Yvette swallowed, gathered her courage, then spoke. I don't want to keep talking like I do. I don't want to keep making mistakes. Even if you like me because of it. Okay. I heard the door to our suite opening and closing once more. Footsteps echoed as somebody entered the rooms we were renting. I'd bet it was Roland. That's it. She sounded incredulous. That's it, I reassured her. Why would I have a problem with that? But you just said that the way you speak reminds me of when I was younger. That's true, but you aren't me, and you don't need to be me. The fact is that I care about you regardless. I'll still care about you as you change and grow older. I'll care about you when you find your first boyfriend or girlfriend, or even decide you don't want to be in a relationship at all. I paused, no sex until you're older, though. She glared at me like an angry chipmunk, her cheeks reddening. That's what I'm not. I snorted, then started to laugh. She'd started to vibrate with energy again, the way she always did. It wasn't a fix, I knew that, but it was a start. What was far more important to me was that her dream had started to stabilize again. You just said that to make me embarrassed and distract me from my worries, she accused me. Definitely, I agreed. Did it work? We have a problem, she whispered. What? She stole my pouch. Most of my reagents can be replaced, but a few can't be, and neither can my notes on the runes from the Titan City. I heard voices from outside the room. Songbird and Roland. That is a concern, I agreed. I was more than a little concerned about it, but I couldn't allow it to show. Yvette needed to be reassured. If I mentioned the possibility of her notes being auctioned off to a wayward member of the Eyes of the Empire, her worries would run away once more. You sound far less upset about that than I expected. It's not your fault. But it's not your fault. I kept my voice gentle, but firm. You didn't give her the pouch, she stole it. I'm not angry with you, I'm angry with her. It still means that we'll need to chase after her. That's fine. She's a villain, and I was intending to do something about her even before she hurt you, I answered. We'll get your possessions back. I promise. How can you be sure? I know her story better than anyone else in Calurnia. We'll just arrange the next few steps. I promise we'll catch her. I might not be able to step into any of the roles of my old stories, but that didn't prevent me from setting up others in them. Songbird was capable of playing the role of Coil just fine if I wanted to catch myself a fox. It wasn't a heroic role, but I didn't intend for Songbird to stay in it for long. She didn't fit the role of a traditional hero anyhow. Why is it that when you say that, it scares me? Yvette muttered. Yvette concentrated with every sentence that she spoke. The fact that she wasn't talking like she was before made my heart ache a little, but, if changing this part of herself was so important to her, I'd support her even if I thought it was sad. You feeling better? She gave me a timid nod. Can I call in the others? You can call them in. I climbed to my feet. Yvette sprawled herself out on the chair once more, like a cat pouring itself into a mold. I grabbed the rusted iron handle and pulled, then stuck my head around the corner. I peeked into the narrow corridor serving as an interstice between our various rooms. The back of Songbird's ragged jacket blocked my view of Roland. The two of them were engrossed in a discussion. You know, Roland, I think you made our priestess angry. Why should get on your knees and confess to her? Maybe ask her to wear a ragged robe that you can look up. A good fuck would do both of you wonders. I no longer have any intent to court her, he replied. She trusted me to care for Yvette, and I failed at that duty. How do those two relate? Forget it, Taylor. It must be some kind of Alaman's thing that he didn't bother to explain to me in the past. No more designs upon her virtue. Songbird chortled. Then why'd you buy that bottle? Thought you were gonna try to convince her to drink. It would be a miracle of a different kind if you succeeded. The bottle is for me. Do you mind if I share it with you? If you wish to drink with me, then who am I to refuse? You two can come into the parlor, I stated. There was a shuffle of feet as both of them started to approach. Songbird's lips were turned down, her eyes narrowed in thought. She trailed her fingers against the dark wooden paneling with one hand and tapped her leg with the other. My eyes fell on Roland. Well, at least he's no longer planning to sleep with me. He was telling the truth. His dream was dead. It didn't concern me. I was angry with him. Far angrier than I had been before. I'd trusted Yvette's safety to him, and he'd let me down. I would need to hear the full story later, but I didn't think he'd be escaping my judgment as easily this time around. The three of us ambled back into the room. Songbird shut the ugly purple door and I took a seat on the chair to Yvette's right, with the coffee table between us. The others sat down on the chair opposite to me. I started to fill them in on my meeting with the Holies. They filled me in on everything they had seen and done in return. It took a while, but eventually we moved on to planning. So this is what I believe we should do. The Holies are corrupt. There is no doubt about that in my mind. Corruption as extensive as I believe there to be requires documentation. Even if most of their record keeping is spread between the various cathedrals, the most important parts will be stored at either the Starlit Cloister, or somewhere else in Salia. So you intend for us to spirit away the evidence of their misdeeds, Roland surmised. Suppose that's one way to prove they're corrupt. How do you plan to get the documents? Songbird took another deep pull of wine out of a bottle, then passed it across to Roland on her right. Both of them were savages. There is an unspoken invite for me to live in the Starlit Cloister. I'll ask for a tour of the place. Songbird can follow behind me, invisible. Once we find out where the accounts are, she can get a hold of them. I don't see how this gets you what you want. You want to be in charge of the House of Light, this doesn't help with that. Yvette enunciated her words with care. It was heart-wrenching to see. I can sorta see what Taylor is planning, Songbird replied to Yvette. She's gonna pretend to agree with the Holies, show them the plans she has that they would agree with. The ones that give them more power, then convince the Holies to put her in charge. I'm not sure what comes next. Probably taking the evidence of their guilt to Cordelia Hassenbach once she's been elected first prince. Offer to remove the Holies if she supports your position. Yet. Songbird had more or less summed up my plan. It shouldn't have surprised me how much she had been able to guess with so few breadcrumbs to follow. It's a shit plan. Songbird replied. Why? Her answer came as a surprise. Cordelia has no reason to follow along with this plan, even if the church does appoint you their leader. It gives her a hold over the church. Once she has evidence of their fuck-ups, she doesn't need you. She'll probably take the evidence, set up an inquisition of her own and remove as much power from the House of Light as she can. That's what I'd do. It's in her best interest. I'm in agreement with Songbird. What about my notes? Yvette interjected. You said you would do something about this villain, but you haven't talked about that at all. Taylor, do you mind if I suggest a plan? Songbird asked, taking the bottle from Roland again. Sure. Let's see if she learned anything from last time, Taylor. So, the way I see it is that why shouldn't he do any sneaking around here at all? No plans to backstab, nothing like that. Why? Her refusal to scheme at all took me by surprise. Remember what the bard said about you scheming? Yes, but that was before I went to the chain of hunger. Before I allowed everyone to step into my stories. Stories that you can't be a part of, Songbird pointed out. That's true, I conceded. Now see, I'm not named, so I might be wrong. I deal in schemes, not stories, but there is some overlap. Stories are a kind of lie. The way I see it, you fit best into one role. Guess which one? Priestess. It seemed obvious to me. I think you're wrong, Ma. Yvette said from beside me. She sounded pleased about that. What role am I then? I think you fit the role of an angel, Yvette replied. I'm not that good. I know what angels are like, I disagreed. Why see, I agree with Yvette. It's not about how good you are, it's about which role you fit into. You're an immortal servant of the gods above that's formed out of the light and has dedicated their entire existence towards trying to guide people to be better. You're obviously not as good as an angel, or as powerful as one, but it's the role you fit into. I wanted to argue with that assessment, but found that I couldn't. Even if there was almost nothing about my personality that made me angelic, the superficial role I had slotted myself into was that of an angel. I was uneasy despite that. What does that change? Well, angels don't scheme. They're pure. The bard told you to fit your role. The more you fit it, the stronger your story'll be. Then what should I do? Why should do what an angel does? Songbird sounded satisfied. It's rare for an angel to intercede. You want me to do nothing? Was I willing to go along with this? I didn't think I was. None of them would have been this flippant about the angelic choirs before they met me. I was the one who had changed that. I knew that the angels didn't mind, but I did. It was ironic that now I was the one offended by it. Was this the reason everyone was so reverent about angels? Not because it was required, but because their chosen servants were devoted to them. Your conclusion is incorrect, Roland disagreed. Angels are called upon when the night is darkest and hope is all but extinguished. You know, I could hear the mischief in Songbird's voice, why should swear an oath of chastity? Angels are supposed to be pure. She could swear an oath of pacifism as well, Yvette added, sharing in the mirth. I'm not sure about that one. The choir of judgment smites plenty. Angels are sequestered from the rest of us. It stands to reason that she should reside in the starlit cloister, spending the rest of her days in prayer. I'm sorry but I'm not willing to do this, I admitted. It felt like I was letting them all down. Why not? I know it's not pragmatic or logical or even reasonable, but even if I love them and consider them my family, they're only one step removed from the gods that we worship. I'm not willing to pretend to be one of them, or even try to fill the same role. Fine, Taylor. We can do this with you as a priestess, but making me work harder hurts. Betrayal. Songbird mimed the act of being stabbed through the heart. Roland, she pointed towards him, will infiltrate the starlit cloister and find evidence of their wrongdoing. We'll have copies made, then distributed among the merchants and the nobility. Seed rumors at brothels and the like. Right, he's the rogue. Won't that cause chaos? It'll cause outcry. Demands for the removal of the holies. They'll deny the accusations, of course. What do I do then? Wait until the right moment, and then denounce them all in public. Songbird's eyes narrowed. Making that work'll be a bit of a pain. Right. I'm a hero with a clean reputation. I'll always win in a war of popular opinion, so I should always choose to fight one. Are you sure it won't end with a riot and deaths on the street? Suppose it could if there's fracturing up top, but I have some plans to head that off. What about you? I'm gonna deal with the villain who made trouble with Yvette. Why told me it's a story that you know? How does it go? The fox runs away from home and is caught by the snake. It convinces a spider to help kill the snake in order to earn its freedom. Probably means that I'll be the snake. She caught on quickly. If this villain works anything at all like the person I knew, then you shouldn't engage them yourself. What do you recommend? I should inspect her from somewhere she can't see me. Learn what I can about her. Then we bait a trap. You need to hire intermediaries and provide them with only partial information. The less they know, the easier it should be to trick her. I'm not sure all of that is necessary, but I'll see what I can do. I need to find her first. Gutting her comes afterwards. No killing. I want to try to redeem her. All three of them looked at me as if I'd gone mad. You're not going to punish her at all. Yvette shrieked. Redemption doesn't mean that she escapes justice. I kept my voice hard, nor does compassion. Compassion is about caring regardless of what happens. It hurts me even when I kill people that deserve it, but I still do it despite the nightmares I'll have afterwards. I cared far more than I should about this person who had stepped into Lisa's role, even though she'd hurt Yvette. It was unlikely that she could be redeemed. I'd still try my best. Even if I was furious at this person and didn't believe my best would be good enough. You promise? I promise. Suppose this is a matter of faith to you. Songbird sighed. Yes. While your faith is commendable, it is doubtful that this villain is one who can be reformed. Roland took the bottle from Songbird, finished it off and set it down on the desk beside him. I know. Suppose I can probably still work with this. Songbird muttered to herself. By now, her cheeks had turned red from the wine. What about the lay brother? I interjected. He'll show up if he's needed. That seems like poor planning. It's a story we're telling. I know why don't you like relying on them, but trust me. We can do this. You promise this won't cause riots and bloodshed? Promise. I examined Songbird's face. She seemed sincere, but I wasn't so sure. How does this get me what I want? There are a few more details to the plan. Here, listen. And Songbird continued to talk. We all listened and added our own thoughts. By the time she was done laying out her plan, I had been persuaded to follow along with it. It wasn't the kind of scheme I would have concocted on my own. It relied far more on the narrative than I was used to, but I'd told myself I'd give Songbird a second chance. It was time she earned that trust. I knew that good won more often than not when it came to the narrative. Perhaps it was time that I stopped avoiding stories, and instead used them as my first weapon of choice. It wasn't like I was still able to break them. So I'd play the role that I'd already accepted, and see if Songbird's scheme paid off. Concord 5.0c. Well, things just became interesting. It seems that those heroes of judgment also have the right idea. Dread Empress Massacre the First. Are you certain that you are unwilling to purchase these trinkets? Esme inquired, gesturing towards the assorted oddities she had taxed from the wizard's apprentice. They were arrayed before her in neat lines atop the pawnbroker's aged countertop before her. The bald black man in a grey robe behind the counter shook his head and affected a consoling expression. Miss, I apologize. These reagents are too dangerous, never mind the notes. I'm not willing to accept the risk. Try pawning them off somewhere else. The man paused, his lips puckering as his wrinkled hands reached towards one of the vials as one would towards a venomous snake. This vial you should take to the priests. I don't know what creature this blood comes from. I put it under a few detection sorceries, and they all suggest that keeping it around is a bad idea. Behavior, closing off of posture. Lightning in pallor is indicative of dread. Defensive. Speculation, unwilling to retract his position. Esme had to veil her disappointment once more as she pondered what she had learned. Gazing into the soul of both this man and all the wizards she had attempted to peddle the apprentice's tools to had only ever yielded the same catch of fish. None of them had been open to purchasing either the reagents or the notes. This was the third wizard she had consulted, the first of which she suspected to be an infiltrator from Pries, and even he was unwilling to deal in her confiscated merchandise. Negotiating with one of these eastern savages disgusted her almost as much as talking to the clergy. It was a travesty. They would not be allowed across the border if Esme was in a position of leadership. Esme refused to consider their opinions as trustworthy. What could an apprentice wizard possess that would haunt even priestly sorcerers? I appreciate your candor. I will search for another sorcerer then. Once Esme had gathered her possessions and slung them in the bag hung over her shoulder, she then turned towards the door and traipsed past the rows of plants lining the wall beside the exit. The 30-something-year-old guardsman beside the door did not deign to open it for her. Esme struggled not to scowl in distaste. She strolled past the unmannered guardsman taking care to remain out of his reach, then pulled her yellow wool coat and mittens off the hook on the opposing wall and carefully slipped them on. Her clothes did not suit her tastes, she would much rather be clad in dresses and silks, but all suffered under the tyranny of winter, even one such as herself. At last, she was prepared to depart. Turning the brass doorknob, she let herself onto the street. The cold bit at her heels like a school of angry piranhas. Her lips dropped like an anchor once she had stepped beyond the threshold. Another turn of the hourglass gone to waste. She peered left, then right, then left again, examining the road to either side. Tall, narrow buildings lined the path on either side like masts reaching up into the sky. Her mother would have claimed that such brazen attempts to scale the heavens was a sign of blasphemy. Her mother had many such daft beliefs, the pretentious twit. The streets were deserted. Satisfied, she hiked up the road towards the setting sun. The lone ray of hope that peeked through an otherwise clouded sky. The back of Esme's neck tickled. It felt as if something was awry, but she could not lay a finger on what. She turned around. It appeared that nothing was out of the ordinary. The pond of peasantry continued to throng about their duties. A skeleton of a man with a bald head buried in a coffin of dark silks turned away from her as she examined the crowd. Esme was not one to allow minor details to trip her up. Her mother had called her paranoid, but it was the only sensible method of sailing the perilous waters of life among the nobility. Esme vivisected the man with her gaze. Appearance, little to no musculature. Early 50s. Skin is pale, unused to spending time outdoors. Perhaps he is sickly? Behavior, muscles are relaxed. Eyes are unfocused. Looking for something or someone, but not immediately hostile. Esme dismissed the man, not considering it worth the time to speculate further. The man had not set his sights upon Esme, and thus the matter did not appear to concern her. She embarked once more on her journey. There was time to consult with one additional wizard before she needed to return to her current port of call. She was navigating through one of the less reputable districts within the Upper Yearning, and it was best that she remained alert. While even the least skilled of wizards were wealthy, there was a stark difference in means between a lady of her breeding and those who peddled cheap sorceries. Esme considered this part of the Jewel of the West to be unsafe. She weaved her way between the few others on the streets, followed the road past a stand of poplars, then entered a section of narrow alleys. Esme was not pleased to have to venture into this part of the city. If the previous environs had been unsafe, then these were perilous waters. An uneasy silence pervaded the area. Ramshackle buildings with broken windows in a state of utter disrepair surrounded her. A loud noise echoed out. Esme tied a knot around her urge to shriek and turned towards the sound. A shaggy dog. It was only a dog. Esme let out a foggy breath in relief. A dark coat haunted the edge of her vision. The figure was hundreds of feet away in the distance. They shouldn't have concerned her, but they did. The back of Esme's neck prickled once more. She turned towards the figure. Something about him was familiar. Her eyes narrowed. Anyone else would be too far to garner any detail. Esme was not so limited. Appearance, identical to figure from earlier. Additional details: grey eyes, narrow facial features, left hand never strays from his side. Speculation, the man is hunting Esme. A chill ran down Esme's spine. Something more than merely the possibility of being hunted concerned her about the figure. His face stirred the still waters of her memories. Esme's attention wavered as she attempted to dredge up what she could recall. His identity came to her after a handful of heartbeats. Far too long, once she realized who the man was. Louis de Sardrons. Esme reached towards the rapier at her side unconsciously, then dismissed the folly of fighting the man from her thoughts. Esme doubted her schooling in the weapon would hold up to one such as him. She had been much younger when she last saw the man. The de Anouilh family had sailed into stormy waters ever since the dawn of the Civil War. Their fortunes had waned to such an extent that they had needed to resort to more mercantile means in order to remain afloat. Trade with the seagulls that ruled over Mercantize had proven humiliating. The periods of extended land travel followed by time over the open waters had ruined any hope of accruing a reputation as a proper landed noble. It was whispered in the more popular salons that others among the Salia nobility mocked their house. They were heralded as nothing more than puffed-up merchants, not fit to share bread at the table of the other nobility. They had only just returned to Salia after their last voyage to Mercantize when the omen that was Louis de Sardrons first darkened their door. She did not know much about the man beyond what her father had seen fit to divulge. He was a member of the Circle of Thorns, the arm of Purser's government that dealt with foreign threats, and it was dangerous to court their attention. Those that came under their scrutiny often vanished soon after. Should she risk a direct confrontation with the man? No. She doubted that even the cutting edge of her wit would spare her from the harsh scrutiny of his steel. Esm's heart raced like a boat in river rapids. She glanced around. The streets were deserted except for the two of them. The man would not dare to assault her in open view of others. Esm's pace accelerated, her legs swallowed the ground like a whale feasting on krill. Esm passed an abandoned vegetable stall, several derelict buildings, then came to an intersection. She took the path left. That way lay her destination. She risked a glance over her shoulder. The man still trailed behind her. The distance between the two of them had halved. Louis was no more than 100 feet away. It would not be much longer until he caught up to her if she maintained her current pace. The sight of the spectre trailing behind her was enough to put wind in her sails. Breath quickening, Esm broke out into a sprint. She felt the apprentice's pouch loosen and drop as she attempted to lose her tail. She cursed within the security of her own thoughts. Left, right, left. Down one road, then another, then another. She needed to find a crowd to lose herself within. Where were all the people? Should she scream? No. Her reputation could not suffer the blow. Furthermore, none of the unsavory individuals that would frequent this area could be trusted to offer assistance. She looked over her shoulder once more and noted with relief that the distance between them had grown. Louis de Sartrons had taken the opportunity to claim possession of the pouch. Esm berated herself for not examining the man further while the both of them were still swimming in a sea of people. Actually, why had he not seized her earlier? The Circle of Thorns did not need an excuse to conduct their investigations. Perhaps the man was acting outside his duties. It would not surprise Esm if the Circle of Thorns was as rotten as every other Procieran institution. Would she need to purge them as well? Esm's attention wavered while she considered the matter. She turned and the alley she was in began to open out. She heard the cries of voices in the distance. It served as additional motivation to run. She sailed past the last empty residence and entered into an open market as she took a right at the next intersection. Large crowds thronged between stalls. Louis called out, but none listened over the cries of the merchants hawking their wares. Esm let out a sigh of relief as she lost herself in the crowd. Safe. She was safe. Esm felt like the bilge of an aged ship that had not been properly maintained. Dirty, crusted, coated in barnacles. 3 days had passed since the Circle of Thorns had begun haunting her every step. Esm had returned to her current abode, only to discover more agents of the enemy skulking outside the door. She had tried to find a new port of call, but every place she considered triggered her caution. A fog of paranoia had slowly crept over her senses, veiling every part of her mind in stark panic. One of the members of the Circle of Thorns trailed behind her. Esm panted as she attempted to put more distance between herself and the devil breathing down her neck. Her nails were chipped, her clothes were filthy. She looked no better than a wild animal. Please, please, please allow me to escape. Tear stains marked her cheeks, dark rings circled her eyes, her hair was in tatters and blisters punished every step she took. Were it not for the terror she felt, she would have allowed herself to limp. Deep, empty sobs racked her frame. The first night she had spent sleeping on the streets huddled beside a flame in the snow had been miserable. A lady of her breeding should not need to subject herself to such indignities. She had swallowed her pride and allowed herself to huddle beside the other street vagrants. At least they had known better than to take advantage of her poor state. She was certain that it was only the rapier by her side that had kept the dregs of the street from moving on her. Even her dreams were shadowed by monsters as she searched for a route to escape. She turned into a narrow alley and let out an undignified grunt as she stumbled into someone unaware. A heartbeat later and her behind was buried in the snow. She looked up, glaring at the broad-shouldered blonde above her. It appears as if fortune favors us. I suspect that we have stumbled into our fox, Blaze, the man above her said. His wide chin turned to the right as he addressed another figure. Appearance Blaze, almost all exposed skin shows signs of scarring. Young, no older than 20 summers. Scars appear to be the work of a sword. Suggests extensive combat experience. Pale skin either burns or does not spend much time outdoors. Bulging muscles hard physical labor. Attire stark white robes. Unfashionable. Behavior Blaze, hand ready to draw, eyes narrowed in focus on Esm. No, focused on the figure beyond Esm. Word choice and behavior unknown, our fox, glances towards Esm. Implies that they were searching for Esm. Tone of voice amused. Speculation, robes chosen for practicality and not appearance. Skilled duelist. Scarring is from repeated spars indoors. Son of a rich merchant or a member of the nobility, the latter is more probable. Searching for Esm. Not hostile. Quite right, Michelle. The pale, ember-eyed mountain of muscle stammered out a reply. Vocalization Blaze, stutter is not intentional. Speech defect. Esm breathed in and out, calming her racing heart. She matches the description our client gave us of the girl we were hired to locate. Word choice Michelle, locate, not capture or kill. Speculation, evidence suggests someone wants to speak with Esm. but does not want Esme harmed. Would you two gentlemen mind leaving me alone with my dear friend Adele d'Anneuil? She and I have some outstanding business to conclude. Louis de Sartrons inquired. The devil who had made her every waking moment a misery turned up once more. Esme's eyes darted from one figure to another, her broken nails scored marks into her otherwise filthy palms. He kept the tone of his voice light. Esme was not fooled. Anger roiled within her as the trappings of her old life were called upon through the mention of her discarded name. Behavior Louis de Sartrons, eyes moved between their hands and their face. Hand on weapon, prepared to draw. Muscles taut. Speculation, recognizes both individuals. Wary of them. Does not believe he can match them in a fight. I would rather not be left alone with him, she rasped. I fear for my own safety. Michelle stretched a hand towards her and gave her an open smile. She took it and hoisted herself up, grateful for the assistance. It was a pity that only the nobility maintained proper decorum. They were flawed in every other perceptible way. Our apologies, good sir, but we will have to deny your request. Michelle shook his head. The lady has given her opinion on the matter. Blaise added. Esme's eyebrows rose. It was uncanny how the two duelists appeared to be completing each other's thoughts. I am afraid that I am going to have to insist, the walking corpse replied, smiling affably at the duelists. He reached into his jacket and withdrew a badge with the symbol of the circle of thorns on it. This is a matter of foreign security. 4 more men stepped out of the shadows and stood behind the sea snake. The two duelists stepped to one side, placing themselves upwind of where she currently stood. She could not blame them, although the reaction stung. Behavior mob, all of them are prepared to draw blades. Combat ready. Extensive experience with killing. Wariness despite their numerical advantage. Speculation, the 2 men are superior fighters. Can win if the situation devolves into a fight. Unlikely to fight with the circle of thorns. Esme could feel the noose slipping around her neck. It appears you have business with the lady after all, Michelle began. This falls outside of our client's request. Blaise finished. Hands clammy, throat tightening as her thoughts steered towards the reef, and her breath quickened, Esme tried to find an out. She was certain that the two duelists offered her a method of escape, if only she could find a safe passage to sail between the rocks. She reached out, but grasped at smoke. Esme was exhausted. The last of her strength had long since sunk to the bottom of the ocean. She knew that if she were more alert she could find an out, but in her current state it was an effort to connect the clues. Connect Louis de Sartrons, evidence suggests he desires Esme's capture and not death. Motives unknown. Suspect it's related to family. Connect duelists, circle of thorns are cautious of them. Implies an exceptional level of skill. Not cheap to hire. Strong emphasis was placed on keeping Esme unharmed. It is plausible the employer can afford to offend the circle of thorns. Unharmed. There lay the key to her escape. She did not know if the mysterious employer was any less dangerous to her than the man who had pursued her, but the rumors surrounding the circle of thorns charted the course that Esme intended to follow. She would rather trust her safety to strangers than with the organization rumored to make problems disappear. Esme licked her lips. Your employer has no wish for me to perish, which is what will occur if you were to leave me in this man's care. What do you think, Michelle? Our client insisted that she remain unharmed. This is all a bit off the beaten path. She insisted that we were not to talk to you at all. She cautioned that your words were poisonous. I give my word that I have no fell intentions towards Adele d'Anneuil at this time. Behavior duelists, shared current of thought. Easy to extrapolate. Word choice Louis de Sartrons, at this time phrasing is deliberate. Leaves open the possibility of harm at a later date. Speculation, duelists talking themselves into leaving Esme to the circle of thorns. I am not prepared to trust my own safety to an oath vaguer than maps of the Eastern Ocean. If you do not wish to fail at your commission, then I suggest that you deliver me to your employer. There is nothing preventing me from conversing with Louis de Sartrons at another time. You know, Michelle, the girl raises a fair argument. An argument that neither of us can find fault with. This falls outside our commission. But we have already gone beyond the call of duty. Then we will follow and speak with dear Adele once her business with your employer concludes. Louis de Sartrons smiled like a shark during a feeding frenzy. The two duelists turned towards each other. A dozen heartbeats passed where no heartbeats were said. An unspoken agreement appeared to have been reached, since they both nodded to each other not long after. This compromise is acceptable. They both declared at the same turn of the tide. There was an awkward pause as Blaise stuttered partway through their performance. Esme felt as if a hole had been bored into the side of her ship and water was flowing in. How much longer, she wondered, until she finally sunk. The duelists led the way towards the kind of establishment Esme would never frequent herself. She was prepared to tolerate the wooden board outside the entrance with a carving of a snake slithering into a cave. However, the imagery on the banners ventured beyond the suggestive into the obscene. Are you certain that your employer resides here? We are indeed at the correct location. Our boss is not one for putting on airs. Esm's eyebrows scraped the ceiling when the duelists confirmed that the courtesan's house was indeed the correct destination. She swallowed her pride. Finding refuge in a brothel would still be better than another night spent out in the cold. Besides, the odds were longer should Esm refuse the opportunity before her. Esm's eyes bored holes in the ceiling as she was escorted towards the second floor. She was not prepared to taint her memories with the indiscretions of those in attendance. While such behavior had been commonplace on the journeys she had undertaken, she had ensured to remain out of sight and uninvolved. Bedroom X belonged behind closed doors. Discomfort gnawed its way through Esm's gut. It took her a scant few moments to realize, but her unease came from more than just the indecorous behavior she had witnessed on the lower floor. Esm felt spiritually unclean, as if she was not deserving of setting foot within the confines of these walls. The very thought was ridiculous, but it led her to examine her thoughts in more detail. Emotions Esm, not natural, influence imposed from the outside. Suspected wizard or priest. Esm's hackles rose. Had she fled from one foe only to land in the lair of another? The circle of thorns had hunted her as if she was nothing more than a wild beast, but it appeared as if she was entering the abode of one of her sworn foes. The duelists led the way towards one of the suites and rapped thrice against the door. Louis de Sartrons trailed behind her like the portent of doom that he was. His cohort chose to remain downstairs. A red-haired woman stepped into the hallway. She was clad in a rag so offensive to Esm's sense of taste that she was not even prepared to allow her servants to repurpose it as a dishcloth. To Esm's dismay, it was still in a better state than the woolen rags that she currently possessed. Hands on hips, eyes narrowed, the walking wardrobe blasphemy addressed Esm's guides. When I paid the two of you to find our troublemaker, I happened to lay down a few rules. What were they? You instructed us not to engage with her and only to locate her. That we should not come under her scrutiny and should not converse with her. That she was not to be invited to this place. But considering. The two duelists continued to lay out the extensive list of rules their employer had set. Rules which they had summarily ignored. Esm felt sympathy for the woman, even as she watched her ship veer further off course with each rule that was explained. The woman knew far too much about what Esm was capable of. Who is it, Song? A voice called out. You know how I told me not to bring your fox here. Esm's eyebrows scraped the sky as the woman's behavior transformed from one moment to the next. Behavior Song, shoulders loosened, hands opened, eyes softened. Other rapid changes in posture, her speech impediment is affected. All of this woman's behavior was an act. Her brown eyes twinkled knowingly as she examined Esm like a bird that had caught a worm. If Esm was not already emotionally wrung out, her mouth would now have run dry. She's here anyway. The voice replied in anger. She is. You know, she looks kinda pitiful like this. I've seen less miserable kicked puppies. Why sure she's dangerous. The sound of footfalls approaching heralded the arrival of the unknown host. The feeling of discomfort grew. The harsh corona surrounding the walking candlestick was the first detail that Esm took note of. Appearance stranger, dark hair, too wide jaw, tall, young. Late teens. White robes non-standard for a priestess. No visible signs of damage, unnaturally clean, 4 badges on one side, 1 on the other. Behavior stranger, clenching of fists, measured breathing. Upset, doing her best to mask it. Creases in clothing are anomalous. It appears as if something imperceptible is hugging her. Stranger's movement is unimpeded by the anomaly, she considers it normal. Speculation, stranger matches the description of the hero of compassion. At long last, a priestess who upheld the beliefs she claimed to have. Unlike Esm, there was also little doubt she was a hero. It made her an effective shield against the corrupt clergy, the hostile elements of the law, and the nobility. While Esm doubted there was much the girl could do to aid her, those who followed compassion were known to be an ineffectual lot. She was also not one who would ever wish Esm or her brother harm. It was a pity that she would be no more use than as a shield from unearned consequences, but Esm had always been aware that there would not be many she could rely upon. The burden of avenging her brother, of exacting justice upon all who had wronged her, was hers alone. The teen looked at Esm for the span of a few heartbeats. Her gaze softened, the fight seemed to drain out of her. Behavior stranger, working herself up to doing something that makes her uncomfortable. Unhappy with her decision. Believes it to be the correct one. Before Esm knew it, she had been swept up in a hug. It was most improper. Esm flinched. I'm so sorry, the teen whispered. Why was Esm crying? Why was the hero so uncomfortable to be around? Esm was a hero as well. Wasn't she? Concord 5.06. Now, don't complain. I told you to trust me but didn't specify what with. It's not my fault you didn't ask if I was about to throw you off the tower. Dread Emperor Perfidious. I'm so sorry, I whispered. I was unhappy. If I was a dragon, smoke would have been trailing from my snout. If I was only furious, then my life would have been easier. Instead, I found myself sifting through a soup of emotions. Anger, pity, sympathy, compassion. Escape. Everyone is against me. The world hates me. There is nobody I can trust, nobody I can turn to for assistance. The girl let out another heaving sob into my robe even as she shied away from me. It was uncomfortable, but I'd put up with worse. One look at her had been enough to disabuse me of the idea that she was anything like Lisa was. It wasn't just her appearance that was different. I couldn't imagine Lisa harboring such dark dreams. Her dreams were a dark maze of misery. A story of one girl against the world, where every shadow was the enemy and nobody could be trusted. I still wanted my pound of flesh, but claiming it would have to wait. She needed somebody in her corner first. Even if I hated the fact that it would probably have to be me. This was what I had agreed to do when I had declared myself a priestess. I was the one who was going to care for those that nobody else was prepared to be responsible for. Hey, it's going to be fine, I whispered. I let go of the filthy girl. She smelled like rotten eggs, old fish and a whole host of other pungent scents. She stood back up at her full height, the top of her head came up to my nose and her hair was a mess of matted black strands. Her clothes were torn, and I doubted she'd washed in days. She tried to affect a regal air, but in her current state was unable to pull it off. I wasn't sure which of the two of us had found the hug more uncomfortable. Vengeance. Mine and mine alone. Nobody else can be trusted to dole it out. Justice for me and my brother. How did she end up like this? I demanded. I asked you to find her, not run her down like an animal. It's not my fault, Songbird protested vehemently, raising her palms in supplication. I didn't order this. Deep breaths. Don't judge yet. Find out what happened first. I turned towards two of the men standing outside the doorway. The dark-haired, ember-eyed one on the left towered over me with broad shoulders and muscles that I could curl up in. He had a pale bearded face crisscrossed with many scars that lent him a sort of rugged, handsome look that he otherwise would not possess. Songbird snickered in the background. The one on the right was shorter, with blonde hair and green eyes. Both of them were dressed for combat and looked vaguely familiar. Who are they? I'm not sure who the third guy is, she pointed towards the third man, a balding skeleton who looked to be in his 50s. But I hired those two to find her. They were probably the best of the lot. 9 Sun duelists, the both of them. Cheapest too. When I mentioned who they'd be helping, they jumped at the opportunity. Ah, I remember now. Explain. They looked at each other like two naughty children caught stealing sweets, then turned their attention back to me. Your assistant requested for us to locate the girl but not engage with her, the handsome one said. She ran into Michelle while we embarked upon our search, the one on the right continued. And we beheld her as disheveled as she appears to be at present, Michelle added. She ran as if a dragon was trailing her at the time, the other one finished. So you brought her here? I pinched my nose. In part because of exasperation, in part because of the smell. The two of them rescued me from the stormy seas of fate. I would surely have perished were it not for their timely intervention. That villain is responsible for the state which I find myself in, she pointed towards the skeleton in the black coat. Michelle lifted a finger and was about to open his mouth to reply, when the skeleton of a man cleared his throat. Fair tidings, chosen. I, too, have business with our mutual acquaintance Adele de Anouilh, he gestured towards the girl with his left gauntlet. A faceless head, decapitated, lying atop a stack of books. His dream made my skin crawl. Not because he wanted someone dead, there were plenty of people who wanted that, or because of the additional odd details, but because of how stripped of emotion it was. Everyone I had met to some degree or another felt something about their dreams. The bard was like a raging inferno, Lawrence was like a clear blue pond of clarity, Yvette was like a cozy, warm, fire. This man's dream was cold, clinical. It was almost as if he went through the motions of having a dream, because he believed that he should have one. I wasn't sure what it meant, but it made me feel uncomfortable. The angels felt more human than his dream. Who are you? My name is Louis de Sartrons and I come representing the Circle of Thorns. The two duelists withdrew as the man continued to speak. They didn't leave my view entirely, but their actions made it clear they were removing themselves from the conversation. You should not trust a word out of this ruffian's mouth. The man intends for me to disappear. Furthermore, I have renounced my family name. I am Esme, not Adele de Anouilh, the pitch of her voice rose as she gained momentum. By the end of her speech, she almost sounded haughty. I didn't know anything about the Circle of Thorns, but I did know who might. I turned towards Songbird. The pest was grinning like a loon while examining her nails. Well. He's probably the real deal. Circle of Thorns investigates foreign espionage. Means your friend here is in lots of trouble. What's going on, ma? I heard a lot of noise. Yvette's voice cut off, she breathed in, then tried again. What's going on, Ma? I heard a lot of noise. Is everything fine? Everything is fine, Ivy, but I want you to stay in the parlor. No coming out, okay? I didn't want her and Esm to meet again anytime soon. Okay. I've made some progress on a design for my combined spell focus, but I can't do much until I get my things back. I hope that you manage to catch the thief soon. Her voice faded as she moved deeper into her room. My eyes fell on the thief in question. I nodded my head at her slowly. A few moments later, and the only color remaining in her cheeks was from the accumulated grime. You're not planning to kill her? I asked the man. The man unnerved me. Maybe I was being unfair by assuming the worst of him, but a voice at the back of my mind was shouting at me that he wouldn't hesitate to torture someone to get what he desired. It didn't help his case that the victim in question was accusing him of running her down like an animal. I assure you that the Circle of Thorns is investigating her family's business agreements and has no interest in holding her in any way accountable for anything at this moment in time. I bit my lower lip. It sounded all above board. You know, Songbird intervened, I like that phrasing. At this time, it leaves the future open to interpretation. Your uncultured ruffian's assessment of his intent is correct. Esm sniffed, folding her arms. Hey, I assure you am plenty cultured. Why don't the two of us take a trip downstairs and I can introduce you to all the culture why don't you know about? Songbird teased, making a rude gesture. Well, I never. Esm started to huff once more. I would be regretting placing myself in the middle of this if it weren't for the severity of the situation. Enough. Right, I'm not turning her, I pointed at Esm, over to you, I pointed at Louis de Sartrons. I would advise you against this course of action. You are interfering in a matter involving the security of the crown. You can ask your questions of her with me in the room, I replied. I turned my eyes back to Esm. And I want my daughter's belongings back. The little arsonist responsible for torching a city is your daughter. Heat injected its way into Esm's voice. And to think, I believed heroes to hold themselves above. Shut up! I shouted over her. She's 13. She miscast a spell and people died during a revolution in Ain. Blood was running down the streets, everyone was killing everyone else. There were no innocents that day. Furthermore, she did not burn down a city. She created an illusion of a fire, then a bunch of arsonists went and set the real thing. Isn't it convenient that one such as yourself exists to excuse the crimes of others? None face the justice they Esm began to retort. I've had enough of this. What do you think you know? I felt the angels tug at me in warning. I cut off the rest of my rant. Spoiled rich girl, who's lived her entire life in a fancy house and only just recently needed to spend some time on the streets. I can see your dreams. Those little lies you tell in order to make yourself feel better. Who are you to judge the crimes of a 13-year-old when you plot murder every day on your own? I glowered at her, then breathed in and breathed out, allowing the red fog to fall away from my eyes. Dealing with Esm was going to be so much more challenging than I expected. You know Esm, I'd suggest you work hard on making a better first impression. She's the only person alive who cares about you at all. Songbird looked meaningfully towards Louis de Sartrons and mimed cutting her throat. The man looked faintly amused. I am not opposed to your presence chosen while we conduct our interrogation. I assure you that not one hair on her head shall be plucked, so long as you wish her to remain unharmed. Songbird let out another choked snort. I was less amused. The implied threat didn't sit well with me. Is there any other reason for you to be here? I raised an eyebrow at the man. He creeped me out, and I did not want him to be around for much longer. He's the one in possession of your daughter's equipment. He stole the pouch from me while I was attempting to escape pursuit. That pouch full of oddities. The man folded his arms. An amused smirk stole its way across his face. Dear Esm, may I remind you that you dropped those baubles of your own volition, and they were not yours to begin with. I want those all back, I demanded. The Circle of Thorns has no issues with returning your material possessions to you. They do not concern us. An ugly suspicion wormed its way into my head. I didn't know if they had any sorcerers among them, but it would make sense if they did. They would have certainly found Yvette's notes interesting if they had looked them over, and there was little preventing them from making duplicates. The problem was if they weren't in the process of doing as much already, then by warning them not to do so, I'd be as good as informing them there was something that they would find intriguing. I wasn't sure whether I should risk warning them off the notes or not. The less copies of her notes that existed, the less likely it was that they would fall into the hands of Pries. Ask Songbird about it later. Where do you want to interrogate her? I'm dealing with my own problems at the moment, and I'm not about to allow you to make use of my own space. 2 of my agents will remain downstairs. Your resourceful friend, he tipped his head towards Songbird, should be able to recognize them. Inform them when you have finished putting your own house in order, and we can arrange a date. He paused, his lips curled up in distaste. I advise you not to spend too long deliberating. Your daughter's possessions will be returned during the interrogation. I bid all of you farewell. Louis de Sartrons bowed, then left. His boots echoed as he made his way down the wooden stairs. I turned my attention towards the two duelists. They were lingering in the shadows outside the room. Why haven't you two left? Well, your compatriot hired me and Blaise on the condition that we could converse with you. The two of them both ambled back into the open doorway. Blaise had his arms crossed, Michel had his hand on his sword. The action did not look threatening, more like a matter of habit. She told us that you maintain an amicable relationship with the Saint of Swords. I'd assumed that Blaise's stutter had been because of fear. It didn't really matter that he had a speech impediment, but I did feel some sympathy regardless. As if this dunce who abhors violence maintains a cordial relationship with one of the finest heroes of the age, Esme interjected. Suppose you're gonna keep doing your best to make friends with everyone, Esme. Everyone except Songbird ignored her. I know Lawrence. The two of us wish to join your service as long-term retainers. At least until we have had the opportunity to cross blades with her in a friendly spar. There isn't much that's friendly about Lawrence, I informed them. It didn't feel good to let them down. Both of them seemed nice, even if it appeared that they had a habit of not thinking things through. Her disposition does nothing to temper our ambitions. Michel replied. It's an OP opportunity for us to hone our skills. You know, why should let them come with? You'll need plenty of assistance if your schemes bear fruit. At least the two of them know how to properly comport themselves. I don't need bodyguards. It's not about what you need, it's about what people expect. If you want to involve yourself in politics, then you need to look the part. Should I protest this? No. Songbird was right. I was going to need an entire administration staff for what I wanted to have done. A personal retinue was almost a given somewhere within that. There was no way I was prepared to manage anything larger than a small group if I was going to protest having an armed guard. I wasn't even opposed to them joining my retinue on principle. My only issue was that Songbird had sprung this on me suddenly without asking for my input first. But I knew that the larger the scope of my ambitions became, the more I would need to delegate and the less personal oversight I would be able to provide. It just surprised me that we had reached this point so soon. Fine. Since you started this mess, Songbird, you handle it. Songbird's eyes looked from me to Esme, then she gave me a subtle nod. She started to retreat downstairs. The two of them shuffled behind her. I turned to face Esme. It was just the two of us in the corridor now, everyone else was gone. She mustered up a haughty expression as if she intended to argue with me. I wasn't prepared for it to go that far. I'd much rather be helping Roland break into the Starlit Cloister right now than be dealing with this. What was the best way to approach this? I wasn't going to call her stupid even if I was thinking something along those lines. Lisa had hated it, and I wouldn't be surprised if Esme did as well. Not that many people liked being called stupid, but it was probably a sensitive point for her. How about I disarm her? Yes, that would work. Stick to the truth and nothing but it. Tell her all the secrets I hold that most people are afraid of her learning about, so that she can't use them against me. I'm afraid of you traumatizing my friends and family, I admitted. I want to have a stable relationship with someone, but I'm afraid to commit to one because I know that I'll outlive whoever I have one with. The thought that I will live for potentially thousands of years and everyone that I care about will die before me scares me. I have a few other minor fears and doubts, but none of them matter to me more than those. Esme's face became slack. Whatever she had been expecting me to say, that had not been it. What motivated you to seek me out? I know your story. I know your name and role better than anyone else. It was the story of the best friend I once had in a different land many years ago. Songbird tried to set up the next part of your story to find you. Something went wrong along the way. I don't even know what story you got caught in, and now we're all here. You're a villain. I know that you're a villain. I'm offering you a chance at redemption. Trust me. I know it will be hard, but it's worth it. Your inability to recognize a fellow hero only proves your ineptitude. It is pitiful to see you project the feelings your friend once evoked in you onto another, she sneered. Well, doesn't she have a stick up her asshole? I've spent the past few days comforting my daughter because of the trouble you caused, and then you come in here high and mighty acting like this. There are going to be rules if you want to have my protection. I raised my right hand, palm facing towards her. What little sympathy I had more or less evaporated once more. I seek to right the injustices in the world. She started to pace in front of me between the door into our suite and the entrance to my room. Yeah, keep bitching. You're just a worse behaved kid than Yvette. She's an angel in comparison. I'm blaming bad parenting. The first is no murder, assault of both the physical and verbal variety, rape or torture. I raised my index finger. Those who brought suffering unto me and mine shall reap what they have sown in turn, her tone of voice raised. It sounded more like she was trying to convince herself, than that she was trying to convince me of anything. The second is that you say nothing offensive to any of the people I care about, and that you keep away from my daughter." I raised my middle finger. "You shelter murderers in your shadow for no reason beyond misplaced love." She shook her fist. I suspected it was supposed to look dramatic, but I was not impressed. "You're no Black Knight, warlock, or even revolutionary. You have conviction and nothing else. Even Songbird is scarier than you are, and Lisa would eat you for breakfast. The third rule is to follow orders when they are given. I don't give them often, but if they do, it's to help you stay alive," came the ring finger. "You are no better than the other so-called righteous hiding away in the church." She had stopped pacing and was glaring at me, her arms crossed sullenly. I thought kids outgrew temper tantrums long before her age. What is she, 16 to 20? It's hard to tell through all the dirt. "The fourth rule is that we have secrets which I know you will learn through your sin, and you will keep them. It's futile trying to hide them from you, but you won't be sharing them." Up came the pinky. "What right do you have to deny me my vengeance?" I hope the hero with Martin Luther's story is not equally pathetic. I'm finding it really hard to care, despite knowing what she's suffered through. "The fifth rule is that we are all polite to each other and help each other out. You will be doing your fair share, just like everyone else." Up came the thumb. "You expect me to perform manual labor?" She shrieked. "Out of everything I said, that was what got through to you? The door is downstairs if you aren't prepared to follow my rules. Feel free to leave. Redemption means trying to be better. It means effort on your part, not mine. I'll listen to your worries, I'll offer advice, and in some cases I'll even try to help if you want it. But I'm not a babysitter, I'm a priest." She continued to rant a little longer, but she eventually agreed to my rules. I wasn't surprised. Considering her rampant paranoia, I was her best hope. Now I just needed to convince myself that this was a better decision than simply throwing her back out onto the streets.